In the shadow of iron tracks where dust chokes the air and steam hisses like a coiled serpent, a frontier town trembles under the weight of greed and secrets. Whistles pierce the dawn, summoning men to toil and danger, while whispers of defiance echo in the dark. This is the haunting opening of a Western audiobook tale, steeped in historical suspense and raw frontier grit. Chapter 1, The Iron City's Shadow. The city hit Clara Monroe like a physical blow. Esperanza. Hope. The name felt like a cruel jest spat onto the parched earth. Even through the grimy window of the rail car, a jarring, bone-shaking conveyance smelling faintly of coal smoke, stale sweat, and something vaguely agricultural. The place seemed less a beacon of progress and more a wound carved into the landscape. Iron arteries of track bled rust onto the dust-choked ground, converging on a sprawling, smoke-belching heart of workshops, warehouses, and yards that pulsed with a relentless metallic clangor. This was the dominion of the Pacific Western Railroad. The engine of prosperity, they called it back east. The great civilizer, from her rattling perch, it looked more like a devourer. The train groaned, sighed a great plume of steam, and shuddered to a halt. Noise surged through the open doors, a cacophony of shouts, hammering steel, the piercing shriek of whistles, the low growl of machinery. The air, thick enough to taste, carried the acrid bite of coal smoke, the smell of hot metal, manure, cheap whiskey, leaking from the nearby saloons lining the tracks and underlying it all. The dry, pervasive scent of dust that coated everything, including the inside of Clara's throat. She clutched her valise, its familiar worn leather, a small anchor in the overwhelming chaos. 24 years old, armed with a notebook, a fiercely guarded anonymity provided by the small Eastern newspaper that had reluctantly funded this venture, and a simmering outrage ignited by a sheaf of desperate, anonymous letters smuggled out of this very town. Letters speaking of 16-hour days, crumbling tunnels, faulty equipment, docked wages for phantom infractions, and men vanishing either crushed beneath iron wheels or silenced for daring to complain. Her editor, Mr. Abernathy, had called her naive, idealistic, a lamb heading willingly to slaughter. Perhaps he was right, but the carefully penned words of those letters, stained with what looked suspiciously like machine oil and desperation, had burrowed under her skin. Someone had to give voice to the voiceless, even if that voice trembled slightly as she stepped down onto the splintered wooden platform. The press of bodies was immediate. Rough-looking men in stained denim and sweat-stiffened shirts jostled past, their faces etched with exhaustion and a grim sort of endurance. Porters bellowed, hauling trunks. A few women, skirts hitched clear of the worst grime, moved with hurried purpose, their expressions wary. Everywhere the railroad's presence was absolute. Its insignia, a stylized eagle clutching a length of track, was stamped on crates, painted on buildings, even embroidered on the uniforms of the officious-looking men directing traffic on the platform. Power, raw and unapologetic, radiated from the very ground, vibrating up through the soles of Clara's sturdy but suddenly inadequate boots. She took a moment, breathing slowly, trying to impose order on the sensory assault. She was Clara Monroe, correspondent for the Eastern Chronicle, here to write a series of articles on the booming West and the railroad's triumph. That was her cover. Thin as it was, beneath it, she was hunting for the rot beneath the gleaming promise, the human cost tallied in broken bodies and silenced whispers obscured by the railroad's carefully constructed facade of progress and profit. A sharp cry cut through the din, followed by a sickening crunch. Clara's head snapped around. Further down the platform, a heavy crate had slipped from a loading derrick, narrowly missing a worker who scrambled back, his face paper white beneath the grime. The crate lay splintered on the platform, its contents spilling sacks of grain. Ripped open, a burly foreman stormed over, not to the shaken worker, but to the spilled cargo. "Clumsy oaf!" the foreman roared, his face florid. "That's coming out of your pay, Finnegan, every last kernel." The worker, Finnegan, a man whose shoulders slumped with more than just physical weariness, opened his mouth, then closed it, his eyes darting nervously towards the foreman, then towards the impassive faces of his fellow laborers, who quickly looked away. Pretending not to see, he merely nodded, a gesture of cowed acceptance that sent a fresh wave of indignation through Clara. This was it, then. Not just accidents, but casual cruelty, the absolute powerlessness of the men who built and ran this iron empire. Taking a firmer grip on her valise and her resolve, Clara moved away from the platform's edge, seeking the relative anonymity of the street. Esperanza unfolded before her, a raw, sprawling tapestry of ambition and desperation. Wooden sidewalks, uneven and treacherous, fronted a jumble of buildings, false-fronted saloons with swinging doors that exhaled stale beer and frantic piano music, and general stores displaying everything from picks and shovels to bolts of calico, assay offices, boarding houses tall and narrow, crammed together like bad teeth. Dust swirled in the street, kicked up by wagon wheels, horses, and the constant foot traffic. The sun beat down, reflecting harshly off tin roofs and window panes, baking the very air. She had secured lodging in advance through a cautiously worded letter Mrs. Gable's boarding house, reputed to be respectable, located a few blocks from the main depot, far enough from the roughest elements, she hoped, but close enough to keep an ear to the ground. Following the scrawled directions, clutched in her hand, she navigated the bustling street. Men eyed her as she passed, a mixture of curiosity, appraisal, and sometimes a bold, unwelcome assessment. She kept her gaze steady, her chin high, trying to project a confidence she didn't entirely feel. She was an outsider, a woman alone in a man's town, and the vulnerability of her position was a cold weight in her stomach. Mrs. Gables was a tall, gray, clapboard house squeezed between a livery stable and a gunsmith's shop. A narrow porch offered minimal shade. The landlady herself, a woman whose face seemed permanently puckered in disapproval, showed Clara to a small, sparsely furnished room on the second floor. It was clean, at least, with a narrow bed, a washstand, a rickety wardrobe, and a single window overlooking a dusty alley. The sounds of the city were slightly muted here, but the low rumble of the trains, the distant clang of hammers, remained a constant, oppressive hum. "Supper's at 6 sharp," Mrs. Gable stated, her eyes scanning Clara with undisguised suspicion. "No gentlemen callers in the rooms. Rent's due Saturday morning. Lights out by 10. She sniffed, as if detecting the scent of trouble clinging to Clara's travel-worn clothes. "This ain't Philadelphia, miss. Best remember that." "Thank you, Mrs. Gable. I understand," Clara replied, forcing a polite smile. She understood more than the landlady guessed. This wasn't just geographically distant from Philadelphia. It felt like another world entirely, operating under different laws, driven by different forces. Left alone, Clara unpacked her meager belongings, laying out her notebooks and pens on the small table beneath the window. She splashed cool water on her face from the basin, the grit swirling in the porcelain. Looking at her reflection in the small wavy mirror, she saw the faint smudges of travel dust on her cheeks, the determined set of her jaw, but also the flicker of apprehension in her eyes. The task ahead felt immense, dangerous. The Pacific Western was more than just a company. It was a behemoth, with tentacles reaching into every corner of this territory, its influence extending to the lawmen, the politicians, the very merchants who supplied the town. Exposing its secrets wouldn't be a simple matter of interviews and investigation. It would mean treading carefully, navigating a web of fear and silence, and potentially facing retribution. Restless, needing to feel the pulse of the place beyond the boarding house walls, she pinned her hat firmly in place and ventured out again as the afternoon began to wane, the sun slanting lower, casting long, distorted shadows. She walked towards the source of the noise, towards the sprawling rail yards that were the city's reason for being. The closer she got, the rougher the neighborhood became. The saloons were more numerous, louder, their windows grimy, the men spilling out onto the boardwalks coarser, their gazes harder. Children in ragged clothes played listlessly in the dirt, their faces unnaturally pale beneath the grime. The smell of unwashed bodies mingled with the ever-present coal smoke and dust. She kept to the edge of the wide, rutted road, leading towards the main yard gates, observing. She saw shifts, changing men pouring out of the workshops, their movements heavy with fatigue, faces smeared with grease and soot, carrying dented lunch pails. Their silence was heavy, punctuated only by low murmurs, the scuff of worn boots on the hard-packed earth. There was little camaraderie visible, only a shared burden of exhaustion and, perhaps, resentment. Clara slowed her pace near a saloon called the Rusty Spike, its sign creaking mournfully in the slight breeze. The doors swung open, releasing a wave of heat, loud laughter, and the sharp tang of whiskey. A group of workers stood just outside, nursing beers, their voices low but intense. Clara paused, pretending to adjust her hat, straining to hear. Ain't right. 3 cave-ins this month alone. Miller's boy, just 16. Company says it was his own damn fault. Said he wasn't watching. Watching what? The roof timbers they knew were rotten? Shh. Keep your voice down, Riley. Foreman's nephew's got ears everywhere. Let him hear. Someone's got to speak up. O'Connor's right. We can't keep... The speaker trailed off as another man nudged him hard, nodding subtly towards Clara. Conversation ceased abruptly. Hostile eyes turned her way. She felt the sudden chill of their suspicion, the wall of silence slamming down. They saw her clothes. Her bearing, she wasn't one of them. She was an outsider, potentially a threat, maybe even a spy for the company. O'Connor. The name registered, echoing the hushed urgency in the man's voice. Sean O'Connor. One of the anonymous letters had mentioned him a worker, Irish by the sound of it, trying to organize the men, demanding safer conditions, fairer wages. A troublemaker, the letter writer had warned, but maybe the only hope they had. Dangerous territory, Clara knew. Men who challenged the railroad often met unfortunate accidents. Flustered by the sudden, pointed silence, she forced herself to move on, her cheeks warm. She needed to be more careful, less conspicuous. Her presence alone was enough to put these men on guard. Gaining their trust would be the hardest part of her assignment. She walked further, circling the perimeter of the main yard. A high fence topped with barbed wire in places enclosed a vast expanse of tracks, turntables, repair sheds, and mountains of coal and timber. Guards patrolled the gates, rifles held loosely but ready. The sheer scale of the operation was staggering, a testament to the immense power and wealth the railroad commanded. And it was all built, maintained, run by men like Finnegan, like Riley, men paid pennies for risking their lives daily, men silenced by fear and intimidation. As the sun dipped lower, painting the smoke-hazed sky in bruised shades of orange and purple, Clara found herself near a less used siding away from the main hubbub. A lone figure stood beside the track, gazing out towards the endless prairie stretching beyond the city limits. He was tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in the same worn work clothes as the others, but there was a stillness about him, an intensity in his posture that set him apart. His back was to her, but she could see the dark, unruly hair escaping from beneath a battered cap, the tension in the line of his shoulders. He seemed lost in thought, oblivious to her presence. Was this him? Was this the O'Connor she'd heard mentioned? She hesitated, wanting to approach, to ask, but the memory of the hostile stares outside the rusty spike held her back. He looked formidable, not just physically, but possessed of a weary strength, a coiled energy that hinted at defiance held tightly in check. As if sensing her gaze, he turned his head slightly. Clara caught only a glimpse of his profile in the fading light, a strong jawline shadowed with stubble, a straight nose, eyes that seemed to hold the vast, bleak emptiness of the landscape he surveyed. He didn't look directly at her, his attention seemingly caught by something far beyond the tracks, perhaps a future he was fighting for, or a past he couldn't escape. Then he straightened, squared his shoulders as if shouldering a familiar burden, and walked briskly back towards the maze of tracks and sheds, disappearing into the deepening shadows of the rail yard. Clara remained where she stood, the image of the solitary figure imprinted on her mind. O'Connor. If that was him, he carried the weight of his cause heavily. He represented the heart of the story she had come to find, the struggle for dignity against overwhelming power. But gaining access to that story, to him, felt like trying to breach a fortress. The air grew cooler as twilight bled into night. Lanterns flickered to life along the main street, casting pools of uncertain yellow light. The sounds of the city shifted, the industrial clamor subsided slightly, replaced by the raucous energy spilling from the saloons, the occasional shout, the distant howl of a coyote from the prairie beyond. Esperanza felt different in the dark, more dangerous. Secrets held closer, the veneer of civilization thinner. Clara turned back towards Mrs. Gables, her mind racing. She had seen the conditions, felt the tension, heard the name that might unlock the truth, but she had also felt the fear, the suspicion, the immense wall of silence erected by the railroad's pervasive power. Mr. Abernathy's warning echoed in her thoughts. This wasn't just about writing an article, it was about entering a conflict where the stakes were brutally high. As she reached the relative quiet of the street where her boarding house stood, a flicker of movement in the alley beside it caught her eye, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness. Clara froze, her heart hammering against her ribs. A man stepped partially into the dim light spilling from a nearby window. He was nondescript, dressed in dark clothing, his hat pulled low, but his gaze fixed directly on her. He didn't speak, didn't move closer. He just watched her for a long, unnerving moment, his presence a silent, unambiguous warning. Then, as quickly as he had appeared, he melted back into the alley's obscurity. Clara hurried up the steps to Mrs. Gable's porch, her hand trembling as she fumbled with the door latch. Inside, the familiar scent of boiled cabbage and loneliness offered little comfort. She leaned against the closed door, listening, her breath coming in short gasps. Had he been a warning? Sent by the company? Or just a vagrant? She didn't know, but the encounter solidified the chilling reality of her situation. The shadow of the Iron City was long, and it had already found her. Her quest for truth had just become terrifyingly personal. Chapter 2. Whistles in the Dust. Sleep offered little refuge. Clara woke before dawn, the phantom sensation of being watched clinging to her, like the thin gray light filtering through the alley window. The man in the shadows, real or imagined? A product of travel fatigue and an overactive imagination, fueled by the grim letters she carried? Or a genuine warning, a sign that the Pacific Western's reach extended even into the quiet corners of Mrs. Gable's respectable establishment? The uncertainty was a cold knot in her stomach, tightening with the first mournful wail of a distant train whistle slicing through the pre-dawn stillness. It was a sound that would define this place. She realized the herald of arrivals and departures, the rhythm of industry, the soundtrack to the lives and, too often, the deaths of the men who served the Iron Horse. Downstairs, the boarding house was slowly stirring. The aroma of weak coffee and frying bacon, heavy with grease, permeated the air. Clara joined the few other boarders at the long, oilcloth-covered table, a pair of sallow-faced clerks from the land office. Their conversation clipped and cautious. A traveling salesman hawking patent medicines, his cheerfulness seeming forced in the gloom, and Mrs. Gable herself, presiding over the chipped crockery with her usual air of weary vigilance. Clara ate quickly, forcing down the bland food, aware of the landlady's assessing glances. She offered polite, non-committal answers to the salesman's inquiries about her business in Esperanza, sticking to her cover story about chronicling the railroad's glorious expansion for the Chronicle. The words felt like ash in her mouth. "Big news yesterday," the salesman chirped, oblivious to the undercurrents. "Another P&W engine arrived, biggest one yet. Heard Mr. Davies himself is coming out next month to inspect the new line extension. Progress, eh? Nothing stops progress." Mr. Davies, Silas Davies, the president of the Pacific Western Railroad, a name spoken with reverence in the financial pages back east, a titan of industry. Here, his name likely carried a different weight, synonymous with the power that crushed men like Finnegan and ignored the pleas from rotten tunnels. His impending visit added another layer of urgency to Clara's task. She excused herself, retreating to the relative privacy of her room. Spreading out her map of the town, sketched roughly based on her observations, she tried to plan her day. Direct confrontation was out of the question. Approaching workers openly, especially after the hostile reaction near the Rusty Spike, would be foolish, potentially dangerous for both her and anyone who dared speak to her. She needed subtlety, patience, observation, listening. Perhaps the wives, the shopkeepers, the peripheral figures might offer fragments, whispers, clues that could be pieced together. Her first stop was the General Mercantile, a cavernous building smelling of canvas, coffee beans, leather, and dust. Ostensibly, she needed thread and perhaps some writing paper. In reality, she wanted to listen, to gauge the town's pulse away from the immediate shadow of the rail yards. The store bustled with morning activity. Ranchers in from the plains, their faces weathered like old leather, haggled over the price of barbed wire. Women, their expressions often mirroring the stoic endurance Clara had seen in the men, carefully selected flour and beans, their movements economical, betraying tight budgets. Clara lingered near a group of women examining bolts of calico. Their conversation, initially focused on patents and prices, soon drifted, as conversations often do, to their husbands, their work, their worries. Another 12-hour shift, comes home too tired to eat, just falls onto the cot. One woman sighed, her fingers tracing the faded flowers on a cheap print. She was young, barely older than Clara, but her eyes held a weariness that spoke of years, not months, of hardship. Mine too, another chimed in, her voice hushed, and coughing again, the dust in that repair shed. It settles in your lungs, the doctor says, but what can we do? The company doctor just gives him useless tonic. Did you hear about the derailment near Cougar Creek? Patrick says 3 men were hurt bad. They hushed it up quick. They always do. A bitter edge crept into the first woman's voice. Accidents happen, they say, but it's the equipment, Patrick swears. Worn wheels, bad brakes. He tries to tell the foreman. Hush now, Maeve, the second woman cautioned, glancing around nervously. The storekeeper, a balding man with shrewd eyes, was watching them from behind his counter. Maeve fell silent, her lips tightening, her focus returning abruptly to the calico. Clara felt a surge of empathy, a desperate urge to step forward, to tell them she understood, that she wanted to help. But the fear in their eyes, the swift curtain of silence that dropped at the mere possibility of being overheard, stopped her. She pretended to inspect a spool of thread, her heart aching for their quiet desperation. These weren't just statistics in anonymous letters. They were wives fearing for their husbands' lives, mothers struggling to feed their children on wages bled dry by company exploitation. She made her purchases, exchanging brief, polite words with the storekeeper, whose gaze lingered on her a moment too long. Did he recognize her as the newcomer staying at Mrs. Gable's? Did everyone in this town know everyone else's business, especially when that business involved strangers asking questions? Outside, the morning sun was already climbing, baking the dust. The air vibrated with the clang of the blacksmith's hammer from down the street, the rumble of a passing ore wagon, and always the pervasive whistles and chugging breaths of the locomotives in the yards. Clara decided to walk again, letting the town reveal itself. She passed the telegraph office, briefly considering sending a message to Mr. Abernathy, but caution prevailed. Telegrams were not private here. She had no doubt the P&W had eyes and ears even within the telegrapher's booth. Her letters, sent via the slow, unreliable stagecoach, were her only relatively secure line of communication. Her path inevitably drew her back towards the rail yards, the magnetic center of Esperanza's universe. She kept her distance this time, observing from across the wide, rutted expanse that separated the town proper from the fenced-off industrial heartland. She saw wagons loaded with timber heading towards the workshops, flat cars laden with newly forged rails, gangs of men swinging sledgehammers in rhythmic unison, their grunts carried on the dry wind. The scale of the human effort was immense, relentless. It was then scanning the hive of activity that she saw him again, Sean O'Connor. He stood near a water tower, talking to a small group of workers, even from a distance. His presence commanded attention. He wasn't shouting or gesticulating wildly. His posture was upright, his movements economical. But the men clustered around him listened with rapt intensity. They leaned in, their faces earnest, occasionally nodding, Unlike the guarded silence she'd encountered elsewhere, here there was engagement, a shared focus. O'Connor seemed to be explaining something, using his hands to illustrate a point, his dark head bent slightly as he listened to another man speak. Clara watched, fascinated and apprehensive. This was the man trying to ignite a spark of defiance in the face of overwhelming power. What drove him? Was it righteous anger, personal grievance, ambition, or a genuine belief in the possibility of change? He looked up suddenly, his gaze sweeping across distance, and for a heart-stopping moment, Clara felt exposed, convinced he had singled her out. But his eyes, sharp and assessing, passed over her without pause, scanning the entire perimeter before returning to his men. He hadn't seen her, or if he had, she was just another anonymous figure on the edge of his world. The encounter, brief and distant as it was, solidified her resolve. O'Connor and the men he was trying to organize were the key. But how to approach them? How to bridge the chasm of suspicion separating her, an educated woman, from the East, potentially perceived as aligned with the very forces oppressing them, from these hardened laborers fighting for survival? She spent the rest of the morning and early afternoon walking, observing, listening, snippets of conversations overheard near the depot, the weary faces in the cheaper saloons during the lunch break, the guarded interactions at the post office, each added a small stroke to the grim picture she was assembling. The railroad wasn't just an employer. It was the town's circulatory system, controlling the flow of goods, money, information, and fear. Its power was woven into the fabric of everyday life, subtle yet absolute. The heat intensified, pressing down relentlessly. Dust coated her clothes, her skin, the back of her throat. The constant whistles seemed to drill into her skull. Exhaustion began to set in, not just physical, but emotional. The weight of the silence, the palpable fear, the sheer scale of the injustice felt suffocating. Doubt gnawed at her. Could one woman, armed only with a notebook and a dwindling expense account, truly make a difference here? Or was Mr. Abernathy right? Was she just inviting disaster? Seeking refuge from the oppressive sun and her own troubled thoughts, she found a small, slightly less raucous eatery near the edge of town, advertising hearty meals. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of fried onions and stale coffee. A few railroad workers sat nursing beers, their conversations low and sporadic. Clara took a small table in the corner, ordering coffee she didn't really want, hoping simply for a quiet moment to gather her thoughts and perhaps overhear something useful. She nursed the bitter brew, letting the low murmur of voices wash over her. Mostly it was idle talk, complaints about the heat, speculation about a poker game, crude jokes. Then a fragment from a nearby booth snagged her attention. Told him clear as day those supports wouldn't hold. Knew it when we put 'em in. Green timber, half rotten. The voice was low, gravelly, with fatigue and resentment. And, another man prompted, Foreman just laughed. Said Davies wants the tunnel finished by month's end, no excuses. Said if we didn't like it, there were plenty more waiting to take our jobs. So young Thomas. He was right under it when it went. A heavy silence, then the first voice, thick with emotion. Didn't stand a chance. Crushed him flat, they pulled him out in pieces. Clara felt sick. This must be the cave-in Maeve had mentioned, the one involving Miller's boy, Thomas. Not an accident, but negligence bordering on murder, driven by deadlines and disregard for human life. O'Connor's raising hell about it, the second man muttered. Talking strike again. Says this is the last straw. He's going to get himself killed, the first man whispered fiercely. Or worse, they'll make an example of him. Remember what happened to Henderson? Aye, but someone's got to. Their voices dropped further as the proprietor glanced their way. Clara pretended to study a stain on the tablecloth, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for her coffee cup. O'Connor was pushing, risking everything, and the company was watching, waiting. The name Henderson hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implied menace. She paid for her coffee, her mind reeling. The confirmation of the tunnel incident, the mention of O'Connor's agitation, the ominous reference to Henderson. It was exactly the kind of information she needed, but hearing it laid bare the terrifying stakes. This wasn't just about unfair labor practices, it was about lives deliberately endangered, dissent brutally suppressed. As she stepped back out into the blinding afternoon sun, the heat felt less oppressive than the chill that had settled deep within her. The whistles shrieked again, a triumphant, metallic cry that seemed to mock the whispered fears and buried truths of Esperanza. She had to find a way to talk to O'Connor, to warn him perhaps, but more importantly, to get his story, the worker's story, out to the world. But the shadow from the alley, the nervous glances, the fate of Henderson, they were stark reminders of the price of truth in this city, ruled by iron and steam. She started back toward the boarding house, her steps heavy. The familiar route seemed longer, dustier. As she rounded a corner onto a quieter side street, lined with small, neat houses belonging perhaps to foremen or clerks, she saw something lying near the edge of the boardwalk, almost hidden in the accumulated dust and debris. A small, folded piece of paper, grubby and creased. Normally, she would have ignored it, but something about its furtive placement, nestled against the warped wood, as if hastily dropped or deliberately left, made her pause. Glancing around quickly to ensure no one was watching, she stooped and picked it up. It was cheap paper, smudged with what looked like grease or coal dust. Unfolding it carefully, her heart gave a sudden lurch. It wasn't a random scrap. Inside, written in a rough, hurried pencil script, were just 3 words. They know you're here. Chapter 3. A Voice Against the Raw. The scrap of paper felt impossibly heavy in Clara's hand, weighted with implication. They know you're here. 3 simple words, stark against the grimy surface, yet they detonated silently in the quiet side street, shattering the fragile sense of anonymity she had clung to. Her first instinct was pure cold fear. Her gaze darted wildly up the street, down the street, towards the shuttered windows of the neat houses, the gaps between buildings, the dusty alleyways. Was someone watching now? Had the person who dropped the note lingered? Or was it the same shadow man from last night, delivering a more direct message? The sun beat down, suddenly hostile, the silence amplifying the frantic thudding of her own heart. Clutching the note, she forced herself to walk, not run, back towards the relative sanctuary of Mrs. Gables. Each creak of a floorboard from behind a closed door, each distant shout, each rumble of a wagon seemed magnified, potentially menacing. The ordinary sounds of Esperanza had become a coded language she couldn't decipher, fraught with hidden threats. Who were they? The railroad company, undoubtedly. The foreman's nephew, with ears everywhere. Silas Davies' network of informants and enforcers, or perhaps someone else entirely, someone playing their own game in this town of tangled loyalties and buried secrets. Back in the stifling confines of her small room, she locked the door, a flimsy deterrent at best, and leaned against it, breathing hard. She unfolded the note again, smoothing the creases, studying the rough pencil script. It was functional, blocky, betraying nothing of the writer's identity. Was it a warning intended to scare her off, or a genuine, albeit terrifying, piece of information from someone sympathetic to her cause, someone risking their own safety to alert her? The ambiguity was almost worse than a direct threat. It seeded paranoia, making her question every interaction, every glance. She sank onto the edge of the narrow bed, the springs groaning in protest. The initial shock began to recede, replaced by a chilling clarity. Her cover story was useless. Her presence, her inquiries, however subtle she thought she'd been, had registered. She was marked. The feeling of being watched last night hadn't been imagination. Mr. Abernathy's warnings echoed again, no longer sounding like cautious pessimism, but like grim prophecy, a lamb heading willingly to slaughter. For a moment, stark and visceral, the impulse to flee was overwhelming. Pack her valise, buy a ticket on the next train east, whatever the cost, and leave Esperanza and its suffocating secrets behind. Return to the familiar constraints of Philadelphia, to reporting on civic luncheons and predictable politics. Safety, predictability, survival. But then came the images. Finnegan's cowed nod, the foreman's casual cruelty, Maeve's hushed fear in the mercantile, the overheard conversation about young Thomas crushed in the tunnel, the faces of the men listening intently to Sean O'Connor by the water tower, the desperation in the anonymous letters that had brought her here in the first place. These weren't abstract injustices. They were flesh and blood, hope and despair, lives hanging in the balance. To turn back now would be more than just abandoning a story. It would feel like betraying those men, those families, abandoning the very principles that had driven her to journalism. It would mean letting the roar of the railroad, the engine of progress, drown out the human cost completely. No, she couldn't run. Fear was a cold companion, but resolve settled over it, hard and heavy. They knew she was here. Fine. Let them know. But they wouldn't scare her away. They wouldn't silence this story. She would simply have to be smarter, more careful, digging deeper while appearing to do nothing at all. She tore the note into tiny pieces, then smaller still, until they were just indistinguishable scraps of paper. Flushing them down the privy out back felt inadequate. So she burned the tiny pile in the basin, watching the warning curl into gray ash, stirring it with a hairpin until nothing remained but a smear of soot. Evidence destroyed, but the message was branded onto her consciousness. Her strategy needed refinement. Direct observation of the yards was too risky now. Approaching workers, even indirectly, felt fraught with peril. She needed different avenues, places where the town's currents flowed less predictably, where information might pool in unexpected eddies. She thought about the structure of the town, beyond the railroad's immediate grip, the saloons, the boarding houses catering to workers, the company store. There were other layers. The small church, perched on a slight rise, overlooking the raw edges of the settlement. The homes of the merchants, the doctor, the undertaker, people who served the community but might have their own complex relationships with the P&W. The laundry, run by weary-faced Chinese immigrants who were largely ignored by the white populace but saw and heard much from the piles of clothes entrusted to their care. Later that afternoon, armed with a carefully composed air of leisurely interest in local life, the diligent reporter, gathering color for her Eastern readers, she made her way towards the modest wooden structure that served as Esperanza's church. Its white paint was peeling, the small steeple slightly askew, but it represented a space nominally outside the railroad's direct control. A few women were tending a small, dusty garden beside it, coaxing meager blooms from the reluctant soil. Clara paused, offering a polite greeting. She spoke of the resilience of frontier communities, the importance of faith in such a challenging environment. Careful questions couched in generalities. The women responded cautiously at first, their initial reserve thawing slightly as Clara spoke respectfully of their efforts with the garden. They spoke of births and baptisms, the struggle to maintain decency and hope amidst the town's harsh realities. They didn't speak directly of the railroad, but its shadow fell over their words. Mentions of husbands working long hours, the constant worry of accidents, the difficulty of making ends meet when pay was docked arbitrarily. One older woman, her face a roadmap of wrinkles and sorrows, spoke softly of her son, lost in a construction accident on the line the previous year. They called it God's will, she murmured, her gaze distant, but the foreman pushed them too hard in the rain. Everyone knew. It was confirmation, delivered with quiet grief, of the pattern Clara was uncovering. Negligence masked as fate, profit prioritized over lives. She expressed her sympathies, her heart aching with the woman's restrained pain, before moving on, careful not to press too hard, not to linger too long. Her next stop was less conventional. On the far side of the tracks, clustered in a collection of shacks and lean-tos, was the area tacitly designated for the Chinese laborers. They performed the most menial, back-breaking tasks: laundry, cooking for the work gangs, grading road beds for wages even lower than the Irish and other European immigrants, facing overt racism and existing in a state of near invisibility. Clara knew approaching them directly was likely impossible, complicated by language barriers and deep-seated distrust of outsiders. But the laundry, a larger wooden building identifiable by the steam escaping its windows and the lines of drying clothes strung nearby, drew her attention. She didn't go in. Instead, she walked slowly past, her reporter's eye noting the details, the sheer volume of clothes, mostly rough work garments stained with grease and sweat, but also finer shirts, perhaps belonging to foremen or office clerks. Bundles of laundry being dropped off picked up a constant stream of information contained within the fibers of the town's soiled linen. What stories could those stains tell? What whispers might be exchanged over the steaming tubs? It was another potential source, though accessing it seemed impossible for now. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in fiery hues that seemed to set the perpetual haze of smoke aglow, Clara found herself drawn once more towards the vicinity of the rusty spike. Not to the saloon itself, but to the network of alleys and back streets behind it, places where workers might gather away from the foreman's watchful eyes after their shifts. The air here was thick with the smells of stale beer, frying meat from nearby cookhouses and unemptied trash barrels. Rough laughter and raised voices echoed from the saloon. But in the alleyways, a different atmosphere prevailed, quieter, more intense. She kept to the shadows, moving slowly, her senses on high alert. She heard fragments of conversation, arguments over cards, complaints about food, boasts of strength. Then, from deeper within an alley that ran behind the saloon, she heard a voice that made her freeze, Sean O'Connor's. It lacked the carrying power of a public address, pitched lower, imbued with a fierce urgency meant only for the dozen or so men gathered tightly around him in the dim, debris-strewn space. Lanterns cast long, flickering shadows, distorting faces, making the scene feel clandestine, dangerous. Clara edged closer, finding concealment behind a stack of empty barrels that reeked of sour mash. Telling you Thomas Miller's death wasn't just negligence, it was murder, as sure as if Foreman Briggs put a gun to his head. O'Connor's voice vibrated with controlled fury. His accent was evident now, a subtle Irish lilt, roughened by years in the American West. Rotten timbers, warnings ignored, deadlines put ahead of lives. How many more? Henderson, Grady, little Piotr last spring. Are we just numbers on their ledger, cost to be minimized? A low growl of agreement went through the small crowd. Faces Clara recognized from the yard's grim, weary, etched with dust and anger were turned towards O'Connor, finding focus in his words. The company counts on our silence, O'Connor continued, his gaze sweeping over the men. They count on us being too scared, too tired, too broken to stand together. They pit us against each other, Irish against Swede. Italian against Chinese, keep us fighting over scraps while they feast. But that ends. We demand safety inspections, proper timbering, an end to the illegal docking of wages. We demand to be treated as men, not mules. Strike, someone asked, the word hanging heavy in the air. If we must, O'Connor stated firmly, but first we try to reason. We present our demands unified, every man standing with his brother, no backing down. Briggs will just fire us all, another voice muttered, laced with fear. Bring in new men desperate enough to take anything. He can't fire us all if we all stand together, O'Connor countered, stepping forward, his intensity almost palpable even in the gloom. He needs us. Davies needs us. This railroad doesn't run itself. It runs on our sweat, our blood, our broken backs. It's time they remembered that. He spoke with a raw charisma, a blend of righteous anger and unshakable conviction that seemed to resonate deeply with the exhausted, frightened men surrounding him. He wasn't just listing grievances. He was appealing to their pride, their shared humanity, forging a fragile unity in the face of overwhelming power. He was, Clara realized, the single spark capable of igniting the tinderbox of resentment that smoldered beneath Esperanza's surface, a voice against the roar. Suddenly, the swing doors of the Rusty Spike burst open at the end of the alley, spilling harsh yellow light and loud noise. A burly man stumbled out, followed by another. It looked like a typical saloon brawl erupting, but O'Connor immediately signaled for silence, his body tensing. Scatter, he ordered quietly, urgently. Go home, different ways, don't talk. The small group dissolved instantly, melting back into the deeper shadows, disappearing down intersecting alleyways with practiced speed. O'Connor lingered for a second, his eyes scanning the now empty space, then turned abruptly and strode away in the opposite direction, vanishing around a corner, just as the brawlers outside the saloon crashed into a pile of crates. Clara remained hidden behind the barrels, her heart pounding. The speed of their dispersal spoke volumes about the danger they perceived, the constant threat of surveillance or violent disruption. She had witnessed something vital, the nascent stirring of organized resistance, fueled by O'Connor's dangerous leadership. He wasn't just talk. He had a plan, and he inspired loyalty. But the fear was just as real, the consequences potentially lethal. Feeling exposed, she slipped away from the barrels and hurried back towards the main street, avoiding the spillover from the saloon. The encounter left her shaken, but also strangely exhilarated. The story was here, powerful and urgent, and O'Connor, he was more complex than she had imagined. Not just a rabble-rouser, but a leader attempting to navigate treacherous waters, carrying the hopes and fears of desperate men. Back in her room, the warning note felt less like a deterrent and more like a confirmation of the stakes. They knew she was here because her presence mattered, because the truth she sought was dangerous to them. She couldn't leave a message for O'Connor. It was too risky for both of them. But she could document what she was learning, create a record that might survive, even if she didn't. Taking out her notebook, she began to write, not just observations, but details, names whispered in the mercantile, the story of the tunnel collapse, O'Connor's words in the alley, the palpable sense of fear and simmering rebellion. She wrote quickly, filling pages, coding names and specific locations where necessary. Then she recopied the most crucial information onto thin sheets of paper. Her gaze fell upon the rickety wardrobe. Pulling it slightly away from the wall, she examined the rough wooden planks of the wall behind it. Near the floor, one board looked slightly looser than the others. Using the blade of her pocket knife, she carefully worked at the edges, prying it gently. It came away, revealing a narrow, dusty space between the wall studs. It wasn't much, but it was something, a hidden cache. Taking the folded sheets containing her coded summary, the heart of her investigation so far, mentioning the warnings, the deaths, O'Connor's name, the company's negligence. She wrapped them in an oilcloth pouch she usually used for matches and tucked them deep into the dark space. She slid the board back into place, nudging dirt and dust around the edges to conceal the disturbance, then pushed the wardrobe back, ensuring it looked untouched. It was a small act of defiance, a secret entrusted to the indifferent structure of the boarding house, a record hidden from prying eyes. If they knew she was here, let this be her insurance. A voice, hidden perhaps, but waiting, a silent testament against the roar, should her own voice be silenced. The weight of the secret settled within her, a new kind of fear, mingling with a grim sense of purpose. Chapter 4. Whispers on Tarnished Tracks. The knowledge that she was being watched, coupled with the secret cache hidden behind the wardrobe, fundamentally shifted Clara's approach. Gone was the relative boldness of her initial explorations. Now, every step outside, Mrs. Gables felt calculated. Every interaction weighed for potential threat or opportunity. She adopted the persona of a slightly bored, mildly curious tourist, sketching landmarks, the imposing facade of the P&W depot, the dusty spire of the church, the bustling mercantile lingering in public spaces but avoiding direct questions, her ears straining to catch stray whispers beneath the town's relentless noise. She spent hours nursing lukewarm coffee in the less rough eateries, pretending to read a well-worn copy of Emerson, her gaze occasionally drifting over the other patrons. She learned to recognize the subtle signs of railroad influence, the way conversations abruptly stopped when certain men walked in, the deferential nod given to anyone wearing even a minor P&W insignia, the almost invisible network of glances that communicated warnings or solidarity. Esperanza operated on layers of coded communication, and Clara was slowly, painstakingly, learning the language of fear and resilience. One sweltering afternoon, seeking refuge from the oppressive heat and the even more oppressive sense of surveillance, she wandered towards the small cemetery she'd glimpsed on the rise behind the church. It was a desolate place, patches of stubborn prairie grass fighting a losing battle against the encroaching dust. Wooden markers, many weathered and leaning precariously, dotted the uneven ground. A few more substantial headstones, likely belonging to merchants or railroad officials, stood starkly among the simpler graves. She walked slowly among the markers, reading the faded inscription. So many young men, Michael O'Malley, age 22, died in service of progress. Jan Pieterovich, aged 19. His toil is done. Li Wei, aged unknown, at rest. The euphemisms couldn't hide the brutal reality. Service of progress, his toil is done. These were the casualties of the railroad's relentless expansion, the Hendersons and Gradys and Piotrs that O'Connor had spoken of. Their stories silenced by a few cheap planks of wood and the passage of dust-laden time. Near the back fence, under the meager shade of a stunted cottonwood, she saw a lone figure. It was Maeve, the young woman from the mercantile, kneeling beside a small, freshly turned mound of earth, marked only by a simple wooden cross. There were no flowers, just a few smooth stones, placed carefully at its base. Maeve's shoulders shook with silent sobs, her face buried in her hands. Clara hesitated, reluctant to intrude on such private grief. But the image of Maeve's hushed fear in the store, coupled with the raw sorrow before her now, compelled her forward. She approached quietly, stopping a respectful distance away. "Mrs. Maeve?" she ventured softly. Maeve started violently, scrambling to her feet, wiping furiously at her eyes with the back of her hand. Her face was tear-streaked, her expression wary, almost hostile. "What do you want?" I saw you in the mercantile the other day," Clara said gently. "I just wanted to offer my condolences. I heard there was an accident in the tunnel." Maeve's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Who told you?" "People talk," Clara said evasively, not wanting to implicate the men in the eatery. "It's a small town. I heard about young Thomas Miller." She gestured towards the fresh grave. "Was he family?" Maeve seemed to struggle internally, suspicion warring with the overwhelming need to share her grief. Finally, she nodded, fresh tears welling. "My cousin, barely 17, came out here thinking he'd make his fortune, send money home. Just a boy." Her voice broke. They said he was careless." "But you don't believe that," Clara stated quietly, remembering the overheard conversation. Maeve looked around nervously, as if expecting Foreman to materialize from behind the tombstones. She lowered her voice to a near whisper. "Patrick, my husband, he works that section. He warned them. He told Foreman Briggs the supports were bad. Green timber, just like before. Briggs just laughed, said the schedule was more important." Her hands clenched into fists. "Thomas wasn't careless. He was murdered by indifference, by greed." The raw bitterness in her voice sent a chill down Clara's spine despite the heat. This was the truth, stripped bare, spoken aloud in the sanctuary of the dead. "Why doesn't anyone speak out?" Clara asked, her own voice hushed. "If others know?" Maeve gave a short, harsh laugh that dissolved into a sob. "Speak out? And end up like Henderson? Found dead in an alley, ruled a drunken brawl, though everyone knew he didn't drink that much and had bruises that didn't come from fists? Or like Grady, fired for insubordination and blacklisted so bad he couldn't get work hauling manure within 100 miles? We have families, Miss Monroe, children to feed. Speaking out means starvation, or worse. The company owns everything. The sheriff, the judge, even the preacher prays for the railroad's prosperity." She looked directly at Clara, her tear-filled eyes suddenly sharp. "You're asking a lot of questions for someone just writing about the booming West. What is it you really want?" The direct challenge hung in the air. Clara knew this was a critical moment. Trust was a fragile commodity in Esperanza, easily shattered. She took a breath, making a calculated decision. She couldn't reveal everything, but she had to offer something more than platitudes. I want the truth, Maeve, she said earnestly, meeting the younger woman's gaze. The letters I received back east, they spoke of terrible things, unsafe conditions, men dying, families suffering. My editor thinks I'm chasing ghosts, but what I'm seeing here, what you're telling me, well, it's real. I want to write about the real cost of this progress, about men like Thomas. Maeve searched Clara's face, her expression shifting from suspicion to a flicker of desperate hope, then back to fear. You'd put that in your paper, a fancy Eastern paper? If I can prove it. If people are willing to speak, even anonymously. Anonymously? Maeve scoffed weakly. There's no such thing as anonymous here. Briggs, the foreman, they have eyes everywhere. They know who talks. They make examples. She glanced again towards the grave, her shoulders slumping. It's dangerous, Miss Monroe. For you, too, they already know you're asking questions. The confirmation, spoken so plainly by this grieving woman, hit Clara harder than the anonymous note. They know. How do you know that? Clara asked, her voice barely a whisper. Patrick heard talk, in the yards, about the lady reporter poking around. Briggs himself mentioned it, told the men to keep their mouths shut, reminded them who signs their pay. Maeve shivered, despite the heat. They don't like outsiders seeing the dirt swept under the rug. Clara felt a cold dread seep into her bones. Her cover wasn't just thin, it was non-existent. Briggs, the foreman directly implicated in Thomas Miller's death, knew about her. Thank you for telling me, Maeve, Clara said sincerely, and I am truly sorry about Thomas. She paused, then added softly, if there's anything else you think I should know, anything that might help. Maeve hesitated for a long moment, her gaze drifting over the desolate rows of graves. Then she leaned closer, her voice barely audible above the dry whisper of the wind through the prairie grass. Talk to the laundress, old Mrs. Ling, down in Chinatown. She doesn't say much, especially to whites. But she sees everything, hears everything. The foremen's wives send their linens there, too. Sometimes. Secrets come out in the wash. Before Clara could respond, Maeve seemed to regret her words. She straightened abruptly, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. I shouldn't have said anything. Please, Miss Monroe, be careful. For your own sake, don't mention my name. She turned and hurried away, almost running, back towards the town, leaving Clara alone among the dead and the whispers of the wind. Talk to the laundress, old Mrs. Ling. The suggestion was unexpected, intriguing. Accessing the marginalized Chinese community seemed daunting, perhaps even impossible, given the ingrained prejudice and language barriers. But Maeve's desperation had offered a specific name, a potential key. Could this elderly woman, operating on the fringes of Esperanza society, hold pieces of the puzzle Clara couldn't find elsewhere? Returning to town, Clara felt a renewed sense of purpose, tempered by heightened caution. Briggs knew about her, the warning note, Maeve's confirmation the net was tightening. Yet Maeve's whispered suggestion offered a new, albeit challenging, direction. She spent the next day subtly gathering information about the Chinese laundry and Mrs. Ling. From the mercantile owner, she learned Mrs. Ling had been in Esperanza almost since the beginning, a quiet, enduring presence. From a brief, carefully worded exchange with one of Mrs. Gable's other boarders, she gathered that while most townsfolk ignored the Chinese Quarter, their laundry services were indispensable and surprisingly reliable. No one seemed to know much about Mrs. Ling herself, other than her reputation for diligence and silence. Approaching would be difficult. Clara couldn't just walk in and start asking questions. She needed a pretext, a way to bridge the cultural and linguistic gap. To overcome the inherent distrust Mrs. Ling likely felt towards outsiders, especially white women associated, however vaguely, with the town's power structure. An idea began to form. Clara possessed few fine clothes, but she did have a couple of blouses with delicate lace collars, items utterly impractical for Esperanza but packed out of habit. They were slightly travel-stained. Perhaps offering them for laundering could be an opening, a gesture of seeking service, not information. Late the following afternoon, choosing a time when the main rush of the day might be over, Clara made her way towards the cluster of shacks on the far side of the tracks. The air here smelled different, unfamiliar spices mingled with coal smoke and dampness. The buildings were smaller, more makeshift, the alleys narrower. Faces peered from doorways, curious but guarded, vanishing quickly as she approached. She felt acutely like an intruder, her presence jarringly out of place. She found the laundry easily, guided by the steam and the rhythmic thud of washing paddles. Pushing open the door, she stepped into a wave of heat, moisture, and the clean, sharp scent of lye soap. The large room was filled with tubs, drying racks hung with clothes, and piles of sorted linen. Several younger Chinese men and women worked diligently, their movements swift and practiced, barely glancing up. In the corner, seated on a low stool beside a meticulous stack of folded shirts, sat an elderly woman. Her face, deeply lined and impassive, might have been carved from ancient ivory. Her hair, streaked with gray, was pulled back severely. Her eyes, dark and incredibly sharp, flickered towards Clara, taking in her appearance in a single comprehensive glance before returning to her work, inspecting a collar for stains. This had to be Mrs. Ling. Clara hesitated, suddenly intimidated by the woman's profound stillness, her air of quiet authority within this steamy domain. She held out her bundle containing the two lace blouses. "Excuse me?" Clara began, her voice sounding too loud in the relative quiet, broken only by the sounds of washing. "Mrs. Ling?" The old woman didn't look up immediately. She finished inspecting the collar, folded the shirt with precise movements, and only then lifted her gaze to Clara again. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. I was hoping you might be able to launder these for me," Clara said, holding out the bundle. "They are delicate." Mrs. Ling's eyes flickered over the bundle, then back to Clara's face. Her expression remained unreadable. She spoke, her voice soft but clear, her English accented but understandable. "We wash clothes, all kinds." "Yes, I know, you come highly recommended," Clara offered, hoping the small compliment might ease the way. Mrs. Ling simply nodded again, reaching out a slender work-roughened hand. Clara placed the bundle into it. The old woman unwrapped the blouses, her sharp eyes examining the fabric, the lace, the slight stains. She seemed to assess not just the garments, but the woman who wore them. "Fine work," she murmured, indicating the lace, "from East." It wasn't a question. "Yes, Philadelphia," Clara confirmed. Mrs. Ling folded the blouses carefully and placed them on a separate pile. She took a small tag and a brush dipped in ink, preparing to mark the order. "Name? Clara Monroe. I'm staying at Mrs. Gable's boarding house." The pen paused fractionally. Mrs. Ling's eyes met Clara's again, and this time Clara saw a flicker of something behind the impassive mask. Recognition? Caution? "Ah, the writer lady." Clara's breath caught. So her identity, her purpose, was known even here, in this supposedly isolated corner of town. The railroad's network, or perhaps just the town's efficient grapevine, reached everywhere. Yes, Clara admitted quietly. I'm writing about Esperanza. Mrs. Ling finished marking the tag and attached it to the bundle. Esperanza, she repeated, the word sounding flat, devoid of hope. Much to write about. Iron dreams, broken bodies. She looked directly at Clara, her gaze piercing. Some stories are written in ink. Some are written in blood. Some are washed away, like stains no one wants to see. The words hung in the steamy air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Was it a warning, an observation, an invitation? Clara couldn't be sure. Sometimes, Clara replied carefully, holding the old woman's gaze. Stains need to be brought to the light, Mrs. Ling, so they aren't forgotten. A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the rhythmic slosh of water in the tubs. Mrs. Ling's expression didn't change, but Clara sensed a subtle shift, a fleeting acknowledgement. 2 days, Mrs. Ling said finally, turning back to her stacks of linen, her voice dismissing Clara. Come back Friday. Clara thanked her and stepped back out into the dusty alley, her mind racing. Iron dreams, broken bodies, stains no one wants to see. Mrs. Ling knew. She knew the town's dark underbelly, the stories hidden beneath the surface, and she knew who Clara was. The brief exchange felt significant, a cracked door into a hidden world. Whether that door would open further or slam shut remained to be seen. But as she walked away from the steam and the silence of the laundry, Clara felt a fragile tendril of hope. Perhaps in the whispers on the tarnished tracks, carried even into the cleansing steam of the laundry, lay the threads of truth she so desperately sought. Chapter 5. Gilded Cages and Polished Lies. The encounter with Mrs. Ling left Clara with a fragile thread of anticipation, but Friday felt agonizingly distant. Waiting passively wasn't an option. Not when Maeve's words confirmed that Foreman Briggs, a man potentially responsible for a boy's death, knew her name and purpose. The confirmation wasn't just alarming, it was clarifying. Her investigation couldn't solely focus on the victims and the rebels. She had to understand the perspective of power, the justifications, the polished surfaces that concealed the rot beneath. She needed to see inside the gilded cage. Resolved, she decided to leverage her official cover. Flimsy as it was, the Eastern Chronicle might be small, but the name carried a certain weight, an association with the established order back east that the ambitious Pacific Western might feel obligated, however grudgingly, to acknowledge. If they believed she was merely chronicling their triumphs, perhaps they would offer up their carefully crafted version of reality. The Pacific Western Railroad's Esperanza headquarters occupied the most substantial building on the main street, dwarfing the mercantile and the bank. It was newer than the surrounding structures, built of stone and dark timber, projecting an image of permanence and authority. Double doors of heavy polished oak stood sentinel, gleaming incongruously amidst the pervasive dust. Stepping inside felt like crossing a threshold into another world. The chaotic noise of the street and yards receded, replaced by a hushed, almost reverent quiet. The air was cooler, smelling faintly of lemon oil and expensive cigars. Polished floorboards gleamed under the light filtering through tall, clean windows. Clerks in stiff collars bent over ledgers at imposing desks, their movements precise, their faces impassive masks of diligence. This was the nerve center, the place where orders were issued, wages calculated and docked, and the official narrative constructed. Clara approached the main counter, a formidable barrier of dark wood separating the public space from the inner sanctum. A stern-looking man with thinning hair and spectacles perched on his nose looked up, his expression unwelcoming. "May I help you?" His tone implied she was an interruption. "My name is Clara Monroe," she began, offering her most professional smile, the one she reserved for skeptical city officials back home. "I'm a correspondent for the Eastern Chronicle. I'm writing a series on the remarkable expansion of the railroad and its vital role in developing the West. I was hoping to speak with someone who could provide some official perspective on the P&W's operations here in Esperanza." The clerk's eyes flickered with faint recognition, or perhaps just appraisal. He'd likely heard of the writer lady. He pushed a small register towards her. "Sign in, please. State your business." Clara complied, her hand steady despite the slight tremor she felt internally. "Under business," she wrote. "Interview regarding P&W contribution to Esperanza's growth, Eastern Chronicle." The clerk examined her entry, then disappeared through a door behind the counter without a word. Clara waited, acutely aware of the silence, the rustle of papers, the steady tick of a large wall clock that seemed to measure time in units of corporate efficiency. She felt the subtle weight of observation from the other clerks, pretending to work, but likely noting her presence, her appearance. Was Briggs here? Did he work out of this office, or was his domain solely the yards? After several minutes that stretched uncomfortably long, the clerk returned. "Mr. Henderson is unavailable," he stated flatly, not meeting her eye. The name jarred her. Henderson. The man Maeve mentioned, the one found dead in an alley after speaking out. Was this a deliberate, chilling message, or merely a common name, a coincidence? Given the circumstances, coincidence felt unlikely. "Perhaps another manager," Clara pressed gently, refusing to be easily dismissed. "Or the regional superintendent? My readers back east are very interested in Mr. Davies's vision and how it's being implemented on the frontier." Invoking the president's name was a gamble, but one she felt necessary. The clerk hesitated, seemed about to refuse again, but then another door opened and a different man emerged. He was stout, florid-faced, dressed in a slightly too tight suit that spoke of aspiration more than established wealth. His eyes, small and sharp, immediately fixed on Clara. He carried an air of harried importance. "Miss Monroe?" he asked, his voice bluff, hearty but with an underlying edge. "Albert Finch, assistant to the superintendent. The clerk mentioned you were from the Chronicle. Excellent paper. We appreciate the interest in our endeavors." He didn't offer a handshake, merely gestured vaguely towards the public area. "Unfortunately, Superintendent Mallory is inspecting track up near the pass today, and Mr. Davies, of course, maintains his office in San Francisco. But perhaps I can answer some general questions. We are immensely proud of what the P&W is achieving here. Taming the wilderness, bringing prosperity." Clara seized the opening. "Indeed, Mr. Finch. The scale of the operation is certainly impressive. I was particularly struck by the dedication of the workforce. The men seemed tireless." Finch beamed, mistaking her observation for praise. "Absolutely. Finest crews on any line, dedicated, hardworking. We demand a lot. Of course, building an empire requires effort, but we compensate them fairly. Best wages west of the Mississippi, wouldn't you say?" The lie was so blatant, so contrary to everything Clara had heard and seen that she almost gasped. She thought of Maeve's husband coughing from the dust, of Finnegan's docked pay, of Thomas Miller's grave. Fair compensation? There have been rumors, of course, Clara ventured carefully, watching Finch's reaction closely. Whispers back east about the dangers of frontier work. Accidents. Finch's smile tightened fractionally, the bluff hardiness receding. Miss Monroe, railroad work is inherently dangerous. Nature presents challenges, unforeseen rock slides, harsh weather, and regrettably, sometimes men become careless. Familiarity breeds contempt. As they say, we stress safety above all else, provide the best equipment money can buy. But ultimately, personal responsibility is key. He spread his hands in a gesture of resigned reasonableness. We mourn any loss, naturally. Every man is valuable, but progress has its price. Wouldn't you agree? A small price for uniting a nation. Polished lies. He delivered them smoothly, confidently, the well-rehearsed company line designed to deflect, minimize, and justify. He spoke of personal responsibility while ignoring rotten timbers, of progress while ignoring the human cost tallied in the cemetery. He embodied the disconnect, the willful blindness of the system. And the recent incident, Clara pressed, testing the boundary. In the tunnel, I heard a young man was killed. Finch's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. A tragic accident, yes, young Miller. A lapse in attention, we believe. The preliminary report suggests he failed to heed safety protocols. Foreman Briggs conducted a thorough investigation immediately. A terrible business. He shook his head, performing sorrow. Briggs runs a tight crew, Miss Monroe. Firm but fair. He was deeply affected. Clara felt a surge of cold anger. Briggs, deeply affected? The man Maeve said had laughed off warnings about the timber? The man whose name was now linked in Clara's mind with negligence and potentially intimidation. May I speak with Foreman Briggs? Clara asked directly. Finch looked momentarily flustered. Briggs? He's indispensable in the yards, Miss Monroe, overseeing critical operations. Not really an office man, you understand. His focus is on getting the work done, ensuring the trains run on time. That's his priority. That's the railroad's priority. The implication was clear. Briggs was too busy, too important for inconvenient questions from a reporter. I see, Clara said, keeping her tone neutral. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Finch. You've been most informative. A pleasure, Finch replied, already turning away, eager to retreat to the safety of his office. Do let us know if the Chronicle requires any photographs of our locomotives. We have some excellent plates showcasing the Iron Giant model. Clara turned and walked out of the imposing building, back into the dust and heat, the noise of the real Esperanza crashing back in on her. The contrast was jarring. Inside the cool, quiet hum of bureaucracy, the smooth veneer of corporate confidence, the practiced denial of anything unpleasant. Outside, the sweat, the grime, the relentless labor, the whispered grief, the simmering anger. Finch hadn't just lied. He inhabited a different reality, one constructed and maintained by the railroad's power, insulated from the harsh truths just beyond his polished oak doors. She needed to walk, to process the encounter, the casual dismissal of lives lost, the immediate defense of Briggs, the chilling echo of the name Henderson. It all painted a picture of an organization, ruthless in its pursuit of profit and utterly dismissive of the human cost. She found herself wandering away from the main thoroughfare towards the slightly elevated ground where the managers' and senior merchants' houses stood. Here, the dust seemed less pervasive, settled by water sprinkled from barrels. The houses were larger, mostly wood frame, but with pretensions of Eastern architecture bay windows, fenced yards, attempts at gardens battling the arid climate. Lace curtains peeked from clean windows. There was an air of quiet domesticity, starkly different from the rough energy of the workers' districts or the functional austerity of Mrs. Gables. Yet, it felt strangely lifeless, enclosed, gilded cages indeed. These families enjoyed the fruits of the railroad's dominance, but were they truly free? Or were they trapped by their dependence on the company, obligated to uphold its lies, to ignore the suffering that funded their relative comfort? She saw a woman tending roses in a front yard, her movements precise, her dress immaculate despite the heat. She looked up as Clara passed, her expression guarded, offering only a brief, stiff nod before turning back to her flowers, deliberately avoiding further contact. The interaction felt symbolic of the entire stratum: polite surfaces, underlying tension, a determined focus on maintaining appearances. Who among them knew the truth about the tunnels, about Henderson, about O'Connor's burgeoning rebellion? Did they choose ignorance, or were they silenced by the same fear that gripped Maeve, albeit a fear of losing status rather than livelihood? As she walked back towards the town center, the image of Foreman Briggs, unseen but vividly imagined, loomed large. Finch's immediate, almost reflexive defense of him was telling. Briggs wasn't just a foreman, he was an enforcer, a key figure in maintaining control over the workforce, likely trusted implicitly by the higher-ups. Getting information on him, proving his culpability, would be incredibly difficult, incredibly dangerous. Her thoughts drifted again to Sean O'Connor. He was the antithesis of Finch and Briggs, confronting the ugliness head-on, refusing the polished lies, risking everything for a truth the company was desperate to suppress. The danger he courted felt immense, stark against the backdrop of the railroad's power and ruthlessness she had just glimpsed. Her concern for him, sharp and unexpected, tightened her chest. It wasn't just about the story anymore. It was about the man standing against the roar, the man who might be crushed if the truth didn't come out. Absorbed in her thoughts, she almost didn't notice the man leaning against the wall of the assayer's office, partially obscured by the afternoon shadows. He wasn't one of the usual loafers. He was thick-set, dressed in sturdy, dark clothes that were cleaner than a laborer's, but lacked the polish of Finch's suit. His hat was pulled low, but as Clara drew level, he pushed away from the wall and stepped slightly into her path, forcing her to stop. He didn't speak immediately, just looked at her, his eyes cold and flat, devoid of expression. It wasn't the overt hostility of the workers outside the saloon, nor the veiled condescension of Finch. This was something different, hard, appraising, menacingly calm. Clara's heart hammered against her ribs. This felt deliberate, targeted. "Asking a lot of questions, ain't you, Missy?" he finally said, his voice low and gravelly, carrying an unmistakable threat. He chewed slowly on a toothpick, his gaze never leaving her face. Clara swallowed, trying to control the fear that threatened to choke her. "I'm a journalist. Asking questions is my job." "Some jobs ain't healthy," he replied, shifting the toothpick to the other side of his mouth. "This town, it relies on the railroad. Folks here appreciate what the company does for 'em. They don't take kindly to outsiders stirring up trouble, spreading lies." "I'm interested in the truth," Clara said, forcing her voice to remain steady. The man chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Truth?" He spat the toothpick onto the dusty boardwalk near her feet. "Truth is, the railroad keeps this town alive. Truth is, some folks ought to learn to mind their own damn business, especially ladies." He leaned in slightly, close enough for her to smell the faint scent of stale tobacco and something else, something metallic and unpleasant. Wouldn't want to see a pretty thing like you meet with an accident. Accidents happen easy out here. Tunnels collapse, folks trip in dark alleys, understand? It wasn't a question. It was a command, a naked threat, delivered with chilling nonchalance. Clara felt frozen, unable to speak, unable to move. This wasn't Finch's bureaucratic deflection. This was the raw, undisguised fist of the company's power. Was this man sent by Briggs? By Finch? Or someone higher? He held her gaze for another long moment, ensuring his message was received. Then, with a final, contemptuous look, he turned and ambled down the street, disappearing into the throng near the depot, leaving Clara standing shaken on the boardwalk, the echo of his words hanging in the hot, still air. The gilded cage had bars of iron, and the polished lies were backed by brutal force. The danger was no longer a shadow. It had stepped into the light and spoken her name. Chapter 6. Embers in the Engine Smoke. The encounter with the threatening man left Clara profoundly shaken. The casual menace of his words echoing long after he'd vanished into the crowd. It wasn't just the threat itself, chilling as it was, but the calm certainty with which it was delivered. He was an instrument, confident in the power backing him, assured of impunity. This wasn't the act of a random thug. This was sanctioned intimidation, a clear message from the Pacific Western. Stop digging or face the consequences. Accidents happen easy out here. Sleep was impossible that night. Every creak of the boarding house floorboards, every distant shout from the street sounded like impending danger. She lay rigid in the narrow bed, the thin mattress offering little comfort, staring into the oppressive darkness. The man's face, cold and impassive, superimposed itself on the shadows. Was he watching the house now? Was the lock on her door truly secure? The cash behind the wardrobe suddenly felt terribly inadequate, a flimsy shield against such deliberate malice. She replayed the conversation with Finch, his smooth denials, his reflexive defense of Briggs. She thought of Maeve's grief, the stark realities of the cemetery, Mrs. Ling's cryptic pronouncements, and she thought of Sean O'Connor, meeting secretly in alleys, trying to fan the embers of rebellion against such overwhelming force. He was directly in the crosshairs. If the company was willing to threaten her, a mere reporter, what were they capable of doing to the man actively organizing against them? A new urgency gripped her, overriding the fear. She had to warn O'Connor, not just about the general danger, which he undoubtedly knew, but about the specific escalating threat level. They knew about her. They were actively trying to silence her. They must be aware of his activities too, perhaps more than he realized. The reference to Henderson, first from Maeve, then chillingly invoked, or perhaps inadvertently named, by the P&W clerk, felt like a dark foreshadowing. But how to reach him? Approaching him openly was unthinkable, dangerous for them both. Leaving a message was too risky. Who might intercept it? She couldn't trust anyone at the boarding house nor the telegraph office. The network of company eyes and ears felt omnipresent. She needed a way to communicate directly, discreetly. Dawn broke, painting the dusty alley window with streaks of pale rose and gray. The familiar sounds of the rail yard starting its day, the clang of metal, the hiss of steam, the mournful call of whistles, seemed less a backdrop and more a relentless reminder of the power she was confronting. She forced herself to go down for breakfast, maintaining a facade of normalcy, keenly aware of Mrs. Gable's watchful eyes and the curious glances of the other boarders. Every mouthful of stale bread and greasy egg felt difficult to swallow, past the knot of anxiety in her throat. She needed to observe, to find an opportunity, a moment when O'Connor might be isolated, approachable without drawing undue attention. Her previous sightings of him had been near the periphery of the main yards by the water tower, in the alley behind the rusty spike. Perhaps he had routines, places he frequented away from the direct supervision of the foreman during breaks or shift changes. Armed with her sketchbook again, playing the part of the diligent artist, capturing the spirit of the West, she ventured out. She avoided the main P&W office and the street where the threatening man had confronted her, instead circling towards the sprawling labyrinth of tracks, sheds, and workshops from a different angle. She kept to the edges, finding vantage points that offered a view without making her overly conspicuous behind stacks of timber near a loading dock. Near the fence line bordering a vast coal storage area, amidst the discarded machinery, rusting silently near an abandoned spur line. The yards pulsed with ferocious energy. Locomotives hissed and steamed, behemoths of iron breathing smoke and power. Men swarmed over them, tiny figures against the massive machinery, performing repairs, coupling cars, shoveling coal. The air was thick with smoke, soot, and the deafening symphony of industrial labor. Foremen stalked the lines, shouting orders, their presence a constant pressure. Clara sketched distractedly, her eyes constantly scanning the figures, moving through the chaos, searching for O'Connor's distinctive height and bearing. Hours passed. The sun climbed high, beating down mercilessly. Sweat trickled down her back, mingling with the fine layer of soot that seemed to settle on everything. Her initial anxiety began to fray into frustration and fatigue. Finding one man in this sprawling, dangerous hive felt like searching for a specific needle in a mountain of scrap metal. She was about to give up, retreat to the relative safety of the boarding house to rethink her strategy when she saw him. He was emerging from one of the large repair sheds, wiping grease from his hands onto a rag. He wasn't with the tight group she'd seen him with before. He was alone, walking with a purposeful stride towards a less used section of track where several flat cars sat idle. He paused beside one, leaning against it, pulling a small, battered notebook and a pencil stub from his pocket. He seemed to be making notes or calculations, his dark head bent in concentration, momentarily isolated from the surrounding din. This was it, her chance. Her heart hammered, glancing around quickly, ensuring no foremen were nearby, no unfriendly eyes fixed upon her. She slipped from her observation point behind a stack of railway ties and began walking, quickly but not running, across the open ground towards him. She tried to look purposeful, as if heading for a specific destination beyond him, hoping to intercept him naturally. The ground was uneven, littered with discarded bolts, shards of metal, and cinder. The noise from the main yard seemed to fade slightly as she moved further away, replaced by the rhythmic clang of a hammer from a nearby workshop and the low hum of the wind whistling around the idle cars. O'Connor looked up as she approached, his concentration broken. His expression wasn't immediately hostile, but guarded, questioning. His eyes, a startlingly clear gray beneath dark brows, narrowed slightly as he took in her appearance. Clearly not a railroad worker, definitely out of place in this gritty environment. He straightened up from the flat car, tucking the notebook away, his stance becoming watchful, ready. "Mr. O'Connor?" Clara asked, stopping a few feet away, trying to keep her voice calm and even over the pounding in her chest. His eyes sharpened. Recognition dawned, mixed with suspicion. He likely remembered seeing her, the outsider, lingering near the edges. Aye, that's me. And you're the writer, Lady Monroe, isn't it? The one asking questions? His voice was low, the Irish lilt more pronounced up close, but there was no warmth in it, only caution. Yeah, Clara Monroe. She glanced around instinctively. They were relatively isolated here, but the feeling of being watched was hard to shake. I need to speak with you, urgently. It's important. He didn't relax his stance. His gaze swept the surrounding area, assessing potential observers before returning to her. Important for who, Miss Monroe? For your story? Or for the men whose lives you might be putting at risk by drawing attention? The accusation stung, but she understood its source. For you, she said, quietly, earnestly. And for the men you're trying to help. I know what you're doing, trying to organize, demanding better conditions. I overheard. His eyes hardened further. You overheard? You were spying. No, not spying, listening, she clarified quickly. I believe in what you're trying to do, but you're in danger, more than you might realize. A flicker of something weariness, cynical amusement crossed his face. Danger is the air we breathe here, Miss Monroe. Comes with the job description along with soot in your lungs and calluses on your hands. This is different, she insisted, lowering her voice further, stepping slightly closer. They know about me. They know I'm asking questions about the accidents, about men like Henderson. Someone from the company, not a foreman, someone else harder confronted me yesterday, threatened me, told me to stop, warned me about accidents. O'Connor's dismissive air vanished. He studied her face intently, searching for deception, his gray eyes probing. He saw the genuine fear still lingering in her expression, the urgency in her plea. Threatened you? He repeated slowly, the casual hardness dropping from his voice, replaced by a focused intensity. Who? What did he look like? Clara described the man thick-set, cold eyes, the way he chewed the toothpick, the specific words he used. O'Connor listened intently, his jaw tightening, a muscle working rhythmically along its line. Harkness, he muttered almost to himself. Briggs's dog does his dirty work if they've sent Harkness after you. He looked at her sharply. What exactly have you been asking? Who have you talked to? People in town. I overheard workers talking about the tunnel collapse, about Thomas Miller. I spoke with his cousin Maeve at the cemetery. She mentioned Henderson, Grady, the pattern. I went to the P&W office, spoke to a man named Finch, asked about Briggs. She hesitated, then added, and someone left me a note saying they know you're here. O'Connor absorbed this, his expression grim. He ran a hand through his already unruly dark hair, leaving a streak of grease. Saints preserve us. You've stirred the hornet's nest good and proper, haven't you? He looked around again, more urgently this time. You shouldn't be here. Talking to me out in the open like this, it's madness. I had to warn you, Mr. O'Connor, Clara insisted. If they're threatening me just for asking questions, what will they do to you? Harkness. Maeve said Henderson. I know what happened to Henderson. O'Connor cut her off, his voice low and harsh. He was a good man, trusted the wrong people. He looked directly at her, his gaze holding hers, suddenly fierce. Why are you doing this, Miss Monroe? Truly? Is it just a story? Another piece for your Eastern readers to tut over before they forget? The question demanded honesty. It started as a story, she admitted quietly, fueled by anonymous letters, by outrage. But being here, seeing the conditions, hearing the stories, meeting Maeve, seeing what they did to Thomas, it's more than that now. It feels necessary. What the company is doing is wrong. Someone has to expose it. He searched her face again for a long moment. The sounds of the yard, a sharp whistle blast, the crash of coupling cars seemed to underscore the tension between them. Finally, he gave a curt nod, as if reaching a decision. "All right," he said. "I appreciate the warning. You took a hell of a risk coming here." His gaze softened almost imperceptibly. "You need to be careful. More than careful. Harkness doesn't make idle threats. Finch and Briggs, they're puppets, but dangerous ones. The real power lies higher up, with Mallory, with Davies himself. They'll crush anyone who threatens their profits." "What will you do?" Clara asked, concerned. "What I've been doing," he replied, a spark of defiance rekindling in his eyes. "Keep organizing, keep pushing. Thomas Miller's death, it lit a fire under some of the men who were hesitant before. Fear can paralyze, Miss Monroe, but sometimes enough grief, enough anger, it burns the fear away. We're closer than we've ever been to standing united." "But if they know, they suspect," he corrected. "They don't know who exactly. Not all of them. That's our shield for now. Anonymity, solidarity." He looked at her again, a new consideration in his eyes. "Your questions, they might actually be useful, stirring the pot, making them nervous, showing them the outside world is watching, even if it's just one reporter." A wry, humorless smile touched his lips. "Doesn't make it any less dangerous for you, man." A loud shout echoed from closer down the tracks, a foreman's voice barking orders. O'Connor immediately tensed. "You need to go. Now, don't look back. Just walk away like you were never here." "Will you be all right?" The question escaped before she could stop it, laced with a personal concern that surprised her. His gray eyes met hers for a fleeting second, a complex mix of weariness, determination, and something else, something unguarded and intense that resonated deep within her. "We fight for what's right, Miss Monroe. The cost? Well, we'll tally that later." He gave her a curt nod. "Go, and watch your back." Clara turned and walked away, forcing herself not to run, not to look back towards the solitary figure leaning against the flat car, a man carrying the weight of rebellion on his shoulders, standing defiant amidst the smoke and steam. The brief encounter had forged a connection, fragile and dangerous, built on shared risk and a glimpse of mutual purpose. She had warned him, but his quiet determination, his acceptance of the danger, left her feeling more apprehensive than before. The embers of resistance were glowing brighter, fanned by grief and anger, but the engine smoke of the railroad's power billowed thick and threatening, ready to smother them at any moment. And she, Clara Monroe, was now inextricably caught in the turbulent air between them. Chapter 7. The Weight of Silence. The warning delivered, the fragile connection forged with Sean O'Connor, Clara retreated into a state of heightened vigilance and deliberate unobtrusiveness. Harkness's threat, coupled with O'Connor's grim confirmation of the danger, necessitated a change in tactics. Open inquiry was suicide. Even her sketching felt too conspicuous now, potentially drawing unwanted attention. She confined herself more to the boarding house, venturing out only for necessities or for brief, seemingly aimless walks that kept her away from the rail yards and the P&W offices. The weight of what she knew, contrasted with her inability to act openly, was a heavy burden. Silence felt like complicity. Yet speaking out seemed like signing her own death warrant, or worse, endangering O'Connor and the men he led. Her room became both sanctuary and prison. She spent hours rereading the anonymous letters that had brought her here, comparing their desperate pleas with what she had witnessed: the casual brutality, the calculated negligence, the pervasive fear. She meticulously documented her conversations, coding names and details, adding Finch's polished lies and Harkness's blunt threat to the hidden cache behind the wardrobe. The growing pile of notes felt both powerful and impotent, a damning indictment trapped within the walls, waiting for a safe passage to the outside world that seemed increasingly elusive. Mrs. Gable's disapproval intensified with Clara's increased presence. The landlady clearly suspected Clara was more than just a leisurely correspondent. Her inactivity somehow more suspicious than diligent reporting would have been. Meals in the dining room became tense affairs, Clara offering brief, non-committal responses to the other boarders' attempts at conversation, acutely aware of every sideways glance, every pause in the chatter when she entered the room. Paranoia became her constant companion. Was the sallow-faced clerk reporting her movements? Did Mrs. Gable listen at her door? Was Harkness still watching, waiting for her to make a mistake? Friday arrived, heavy and suffocating under the relentless July sun. It was the day Mrs. Ling had told her to return for the laundry. The prospect filled Clara with a mixture of trepidation and faint hope. The old laundress, with her sharp eyes and cryptic words, represented a potential source of information outside the railroad's direct control, perhaps untouched by the fear paralyzing Maeve and others. Yet the Chinese Quarter was remote, isolated, and Clara's previous visit had already established that her identity was known even there. Was it wise to return? Caution warred with the desperate need for progress. Her investigation had stalled, hemmed in by threats and silence. Mrs. Ling felt like the only remaining avenue. Steeling herself, Clara retrieved the small sum required for the laundry and set out in the late afternoon, choosing a route that skirted the main centers of activity, moving through quieter residential streets before crossing the tracks into the familiar territory of Chinatown. The atmosphere felt subtly different this time. Perhaps it was her own heightened awareness, but the usual guarded glances seemed sharper. The silence that fell as she passed more profound. She felt like an unwelcome specter, her presence disrupting the fragile ecosystem of this marginalized community. Reaching the laundry, she paused outside, taking a deep breath before pushing open the door. The heat and steam enveloped her instantly. The rhythmic sounds of washing continued, but today the workers seemed even more focused on their tasks, their backs turned, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Mrs. Ling sat in her usual corner, surrounded by stacks of clean, folded linen, her hands busy mending a tear in a workman's heavy shirt. She looked up as Clara entered, her expression as impassive as before, but her eyes held that same unnerving sharpness. "Miss Monroe," she acknowledged quietly, setting aside her mending. "Your clothes are ready." She gestured towards a neat, paper-wrapped bundle resting on a nearby shelf. Clara approached, placing the coins on the small table beside the old woman. "Thank you, Mrs. Ling." She picked up the bundle. The faint scent of lye soap and sunshine clung to it. The blouses looked pristine, the lace carefully pressed. She hesitated, unsure how to bridge the silence, how to move beyond the simple transaction. Mrs. Ling watched her, her stillness unnerving. "Esperanza," Clara began softly, echoing the old woman's earlier words. You said there was much to write about. Iron dreams, broken bodies. Mrs. Ling picked up her mending again, her needle moving with slow, deliberate precision. Dreams rust, bodies break. The railroad demands sacrifice. Her voice was low, almost a murmur, yet each word carried weight. The company, they don't seem to care about the sacrifices, Clara said, keeping her voice equally low. The accidents, the men who die. Care? Mrs. Ling gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of her head. The railroad cares for iron, for gold, for power. Men are replaceable, like threads in a cheap shirt. They break, you patch them or discard them. She knotted the thread with a deft movement, especially our men. They died digging tunnels, laying track in the desert sun. No names on markers for them, just numbers. The quiet bitterness in her voice resonated with Clara's own outrage. Here was another perspective on the railroad's callousness, one rarely acknowledged by the white community. Does anyone ever speak out? Clara asked, thinking of O'Connor, but phrasing the question generally. Do the men ever try to fight back? Mrs. Ling's fingers stilled. She looked up, her dark eyes meeting Clara's. Fight power with bare hands? Dangerous game. Sometimes silence is the only shield. Sometimes whispers carry further than shouts. Whispers carry further than shouts. Was she offering advice? A clue? Whispers? Clara prompted gently. What kind of whispers, Mrs. Ling? The old woman's gaze drifted towards the stacks of laundry surrounding them. Work shirts, overalls, but also finer garments. Linens from the houses on the hill. Perhaps even from the P&W offices or the homes of foremen like Briggs. Clothes carry stories, Mrs. Ling murmured, her eyes returning to her mending. Dust from the tunnel, grease from the engine, blood sometimes. Fear leaves a scent, too. And, she paused, carefully selecting her words, sometimes paper talks. Paper? Clara's mind raced. Letters? Documents? Hidden messages? What kind of paper? Clara asked, trying to keep the eagerness from her voice. Mrs. Ling didn't answer directly. Instead, she began folding the shirt she had mended with meticulous care. Men talk when they drink. They talk when they boast. They talk when they are afraid. Wives hear things. Servants hear things. Sometimes things are written down that should be burned. Ledgers, notes, promises. She smoothed the folded shirt. Sometimes these papers end up in pockets. Pockets end up in laundry. Clara felt a jolt, an electric possibility. Was Mrs. Ling suggesting she had found something incriminating, accidentally sent to the wash? It seemed almost too fortuitous, like something from a melodrama. Yet in a town built on secrets and carelessness, born of arrogance, perhaps it wasn't impossible. Have you found something, Mrs. Ling? Clara whispered, leaning closer. Something important? Mrs. Ling finished folding the shirt and placed it precisely on the stack. She looked at Clara, her expression unreadable, but with a flicker of something deep in her eyes, perhaps a shared understanding of injustice, perhaps just caution. This is not Philadelphia, Miss Monroe. Knowledge is dangerous cargo here, especially for women, especially for outsiders. She picked up another garment, examining its seams. Some stains, best left undisturbed. It was a clear warning, a step back from the brink of revelation. Clara felt a surge of frustration, disappointment warring with the understanding of the old woman's precarious position. Pushing her further would be pointless, possibly dangerous for both of them. Mrs. Ling had offered hints, possibilities, but wouldn't hand over proof on a silver platter, if she even possessed any. The risk was too great. I understand, Clara said quietly, clutching her bundle of laundry. Thank you for your care with these. She forced a small smile. And for the conversation. Mrs. Ling gave another of her slight enigmatic nods, her attention already returned to her work. Clara turned and left the steamy confines of the laundry, stepping back into the harsh sunlight and the oppressive reality of Esperanza. She walked back towards Mrs. Gables slowly, her mind dissecting the conversation. Paper talks, ledgers, notes, promises, pockets end up in laundry. Had Mrs. Ling found something specific? A page from a foreman's notebook? A damning memo? Or was she speaking metaphorically, hinting at the web of secrets woven through the town's fabric? The ambiguity was maddening, yet the possibility, however faint, that tangible proof might exist, perhaps even pass through the hands of this silent, watchful old woman, was a revelation. It suggested a vulnerability in the company's armor of denial, a potential crack in their polished facade. The weight of silence pressed down on Clara as she climbed the stairs to her room. She was surrounded by whispers, by hidden knowledge, by the ghosts of unspoken truths in the cemetery, in the alleys, in the steam of the laundry. O'Connor was fighting the silence with organization and defiance. Mrs. Ling fought it with watchfulness and cryptic hints. Maeve fought it with grief and fearful warnings. And Clara? She fought it by listening, by recording, by hiding her words behind a loose board, hoping for a chance to give them voice. That evening, as the sounds of the town shifted from industrial clamor to the raucous energy of the saloons, Clara sat by her window, looking out at the darkening alley. The encounter with Mrs. Ling had added another layer to the complex, dangerous puzzle of Esperanza. Proof might exist, tangible evidence, but accessing it, verifying it, using it without getting herself or her sources killed, seemed an insurmountable challenge. A sudden commotion erupted from the street below, shouts, the crash of breaking glass, running footsteps. It sounded like another saloon brawl, common enough in Esperanza after dark. But then came a different sound, a single sharp crack that echoed ominously in the night air, a gunshot. Clara froze, her blood running cold. She rushed to the window, peering down, but the alley was too dark, the street beyond obscured. Figures ran past the alley mouth, voices raised in alarm. Then silence descended again, heavy and abrupt, broken only by the distant, frantic barking of a dog. Had the violence touched someone she knew? Was it related to the tension simmering just below the surface? Was it connected to O'Connor, to the threats against her, to the railroad's tightening grip, or just another random act of frontier brutality? She didn't know. All she felt was the suffocating weight of the silence that followed the shot, a silence that seemed pregnant with unspoken fear, unanswered questions, and the chilling possibility that the whispers had finally been answered with violence. The embers O'Connor spoke of might be glowing, but the forces seeking to extinguish them were ruthless, and the night suddenly felt infinitely more dangerous. Chapter 8. Ink and Integrity. The gunshot echoed in the silence long after the initial commotion subsided. Clara remained frozen by the window, straining to hear anything more, any clue to what had transpired in the darkened street below. But Esperanza seemed to hold its breath, the usual nighttime sounds muted, replaced by an uneasy quiet that felt more threatening than the earlier chaos. Sleep was a distant prospect. Her mind raced, connecting the shot to Harkness's threat, to O'Connor's dangerous organizing, to the simmering tension she felt coiled beneath the town's dusty surface. Was it a warning, an escalation, or simply another brutal, meaningless incident in a town accustomed to violence? The not knowing was torture. Morning brought little clarity, only rumor and speculation swirling like the dust devils in the street. At Mrs. Gable's breakfast table, the talk was hushed, fearful. A man had been shot outside the Rusty Spike. Some said it was a drunken argument over cards. Others whispered it was a drifter picking the wrong fight. No one seemed to know his name or claimed not to. The sheriff had supposedly made inquiries, but no arrests were imminent. The incident was already being absorbed into the town's narrative of frontier roughness, dismissed as easily as a workplace accident. But Clara couldn't dismiss it. The location, the Rusty Spike, the known haunt of railroad workers, the place where she'd first overheard O'Connor's name, felt significant. Was the victim one of O'Connor's men? Was the fight truly random, or a targeted attack disguised as a brawl? The lack of concrete information was maddening, feeding her sense of unease. The weight of silence felt heavier than ever, deliberately imposed. She knew she couldn't investigate the shooting directly. Asking questions about it would be tantamount to painting a target on her own back, confirming the suspicions of Briggs and Harkness, yet she couldn't simply ignore it. It felt like another piece of the pattern, another violent ripple emanating from the railroad's dark heart. Frustrated and restless, confined by the need for caution, Clara turned her attention inward, focusing on the one tool she still possessed, her words. She couldn't send reports out safely yet, but she could refine them, shape the narrative, ensure the story was ready the moment an opportunity arose. She spread her coded notes on the small table, the accumulation of observations, conversations, and whispered secrets suddenly feeling substantial, powerful. She began to write, not just transcribing, but weaving the threads together. She started with the anonymous letters, their desperate pleas setting the stage. Then came her arrival, the sensory assault of Esperanza, the immediate glimpse of injustice on the platform with Finnegan. She described the pervasive fear, the guarded conversations in the mercantile, Maeve's heartbreaking grief in the cemetery, the chilling encounter with Harkness, the clandestine meeting with O'Connor amidst the engine smoke, Mrs. Ling's cryptic pronouncements over steaming laundry. She wrote about Finch's polished lies, the stark contrast between the P&W office and the gritty reality of the yards, the ominous shadow of Foreman Briggs, and now the gunshot in the night, the chilling uncertainty hanging over the town. She wrote with a fierce, focused energy, pouring her frustration, her fear, and her simmering outrage onto the page. The act of translating the chaos and injustice into coherent prose felt like a small act of defiance, a way to impose order on the suffocating reality of Esperanza. She chose her words carefully, aiming for precision, for evocative detail that would transport the reader, make them smell the coal smoke, feel the dust, hear the whispers, understand the weight of silence. She avoided hyperbole, letting the stark facts speak for themselves, trusting the inherent drama of the situation to resonate. This wasn't just a story about labor disputes. It was about human dignity, corporate tyranny, and the deadly cost of unchecked power. As she wrote, she wrestled with her own role. Was she merely an observer, a chronicler of tragedy, or did she have a responsibility beyond reporting? Her warning to O'Connor had already crossed that line. Her growing concern for his safety, her deepening empathy for Maeve and the other workers, blurred the professional detachment she usually maintained. The ink staining her fingers felt like more than just a medium. It felt like a commitment, a bond forged with the people whose stories she was trying to tell. Her integrity as a journalist demanded objectivity, yet her integrity as a human being cried out against the injustices she witnessed. Hours passed. The sun climbed high, baking the small room. She ignored the pangs of hunger, the stiffness in her shoulders, lost in the flow of words, the rhythm of constructing sentences that carried the weight of truth. She filled page after page, her script growing slightly cramped as she tried to conserve paper. When she finally paused, dipping her pen into the inkwell, she looked down at the stack of filled pages. It was the raw heart of her investigation, a detailed, damning account of the Pacific Western's reign in Esperanza. Now came the crucial, dangerous task, creating a version she could potentially smuggle out. She couldn't risk sending the original notes, nor this detailed draft. She needed a concise, coded summary, something that could be concealed easily, perhaps sent with a trusted traveler heading east, if such a person even existed. She began the painstaking process of distillation, extracting the key facts, the verifiable incidents, the names, coded where necessary, the core accusations against the PNW, Foreman Briggs, and the implied threats from Harkness. She mentioned O'Connor's organizing efforts cautiously, highlighting the workers' demands for safety and fair treatment without exposing specific plans or individuals. She referenced Henderson, Grady, and Thomas Miller, linking their fates to company negligence or suppression. She included the warning note, the threat from Harkness, the gunshot outside the Rusty Spike. It was a delicate balance, including enough detail to be credible and compelling, but keeping it concise and coded enough to minimize risk if intercepted. She used abbreviations, subtle allusions, phrasing that would mean little to an uninformed reader, but everything to Mr. Abernathy, who knew the background from the initial letters. She wrote on the thinnest paper she possessed, her script tiny but legible. The final summary amounted to just 3 closely written pages. Reading it over, she felt a grim satisfaction. It was potent, dangerous. If this reached the Chronicle, it could cause a sensation, force an investigation, potentially save lives. But the if loomed large, heavy with peril. She needed a secure way to send it. The stagecoach was too slow, too unreliable, too easily tampered with. The telegraph was out of the question. She considered entrusting it to one of the traveling salesmen who occasionally passed through Mrs. Gables, but the risk of betrayal felt too high. She needed someone trustworthy, someone leaving Esperanza soon, someone unlikely to be searched or suspected by the railroad. Her thoughts kept returning to Sean O'Connor. He was the center of the storm, but perhaps also the key to getting the story out. Did his network, the men loyal to him, have connections beyond Esperanza? Were supplies or communications moving in and out through channels the company didn't fully control? It was a long shot, another dangerous risk, but the urgency felt overwhelming. The gunshot, the escalating tension, time was running out. She carefully folded the thin pages into a tiny square, small enough to be concealed in the palm of her hand or sewn into a seam. She wrapped it, like her previous notes, in a small piece of oilcloth for protection. Now where to hide it? The cache behind the wardrobe felt compromised, potentially discoverable if someone searched her room thoroughly. Her eyes scanned the meager furnishings. The washstand held a pitcher and basin. The pitcher, she lifted it. It was heavy earthenware, opaque. Tipping it carefully, ensuring it was empty, she gently lowered the oilcloth packet inside. It rested silently on the bottom. She replaced the picture on the stand. It looked perfectly ordinary, not an obvious hiding place like a loose floorboard or a mattress slit, perhaps safe enough. Having secured the summary, a sliver of relief mixed with the constant anxiety. She had done what she could for now. The story was captured, condensed, ready. The challenge now was delivery. Later that afternoon, needing air, needing to escape the confines of her room and the weight of her own thoughts, she took a walk, deliberately heading away from the rail yards, towards the open prairie that pressed against the town's ragged edges. The vast, indifferent landscape offered a stark contrast to the claustrophobic tensions of Esperanza. The wind whipped strands of hair across her face, carrying the scent of dry grass and distant rain. She climbed a small rise, looking back at the town, a collection of structures, huddled beneath a perpetual haze of smoke, dominated by the sprawling P&W yards, the iron heart, pumping life and death into the community. From this distance, the individual struggles, the fear, the defiance, were invisible, swallowed by the sheer scale of the railroad's dominion. As she stood there, absorbing the bleak beauty of the scene, she saw a lone rider approaching from the east, following the faint track that served as the stagecoach road. He rode steadily, not pushing his horse, a silhouette against the immense sky. As he drew closer, she recognized the horse, a sturdy buckskin she'd seen tied outside the P&W office, and the rider. Even from a distance, the set of his shoulders, the angle of his hat, looked chillingly familiar. It was Harkness. He wasn't heading into town, but seemed to be patrolling the perimeter, his gaze sweeping the landscape, including the rise where she stood. Clara froze, hoping the distance and the tall grass might offer some camouflage. He reined in his horse, looking directly towards her for a long, unnerving moment. She couldn't see his expression, but she felt the weight of his scrutiny, cold and assessing, across the intervening space. Had he followed her? Was this a coincidence? Or was he deliberately making his presence known, reminding her that she was being watched, that escape was futile, that the railroad's reach extended even beyond the town limits? After what felt like an eternity, he nudged his horse forward again, continuing his slow circle around the town, eventually disappearing behind a swell in the land. Clara released the breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her legs suddenly weak. She sank slowly to the ground, hidden in the dry grass, her heart pounding. The encounter, brief and distant as it was, shattered any illusion of safety she might have felt away from the town center. They were watching her. Harkness was actively patrolling. The message was clear. There was no escape. Her carefully inked words, hidden in the earthenware pitcher, suddenly felt incredibly vulnerable, and the need to get them out, to find a way to pierce the wall of silence and surveillance surrounding Esperanza, became a desperate, burning imperative. Integrity demanded the story be told, but survival seemed increasingly uncertain. Chapter 9. Shadows Along the Sidings. The sight of Harkness patrolling the prairie edge solidified Clara's fear into a chilling certainty. She wasn't just being passively observed. She was being actively monitored, contained. The space for maneuver, already shrinking, now felt non-existent. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential watcher. Every casual glance felt like scrutiny. Returning to the boarding house felt like walking back into a cage, albeit one with slightly more comfortable bars than a jail cell. The hidden message in the picture suddenly seemed like a desperate, foolish gamble. Her mind raced, searching for options, for any crack in the wall of surveillance. How could she possibly reach O'Connor again without leading Harkness or his informants directly to him? How could she pass the message without interception? The risks seemed insurmountable. Yet the urgency gnawed at her. The gunshot, Harkness's presence, the palpable tension in the air, it all felt like a prelude to something worse. O'Connor and his men were walking a tightrope, and the company seemed poised to cut the line. She needed information, context. What had actually happened outside the rusty spike? Was the victim truly unknown, unconnected, or was the official silence merely another layer of the cover-up? Perhaps Maeve, despite her fear, might have heard something through her husband Patrick, or maybe, just maybe, Mrs. Ling's network of whispers extended even to the grim aftermath of barroom violence. The next morning, feigning a need for household supplies she didn't truly require, Clara ventured back to the General Mercantile. The atmosphere inside was subdued. The usual bustle seemed forced. Conversations were hushed, and the storekeeper's normally shrewd eyes darted nervously towards the door whenever someone entered. The gunshot incident, officially dismissed, clearly lingered like a bad smell. Clara lingered near the dry goods, pretending to examine sacks of beans, hoping to overhear something, perhaps catch sight of Maeve. Luck, or perhaps grim fate, was with her. Maeve entered shortly after, her face pale and drawn, dark circles under her eyes. She moved quickly towards the counter, avoiding eye contact with other shoppers, placing a small, carefully counted pile of coins down for a sack of flour. Clara intercepted her near the doorway as she was leaving, keeping her voice low. "Maeve, are you all right?" Maeve jumped, startled, clutching her flour sack like a shield. "Miss Monroe, yes, I'm fine." Her eyes darted around, checking who might be watching. "The shooting," Clara began softly. Did he hear anything? Who it was?" Maeve paled further, shaking her head vehemently. "No, nothing, just a drifter, they said. Nobody knew him." She tried to push past Clara. "Maeve, please," Clara persisted gently, blocking her path slightly. "The location, the rusty spike, it seems too coincidental. Was he one of O'Connor's men? Was it a warning?" Tears welled in Maeve's eyes, tears of fear and frustration. "I don't know," she whispered fiercely, her voice trembling. "Patrick won't talk about it. He came home late that night, white as a sheet, told me to ask no questions. He's terrified, Miss Monroe. We all are." Briggs has been asking questions too, watching everyone, reminding them about company loyalty, talking about troublemakers and agitators. She leaned closer, her desperation palpable. "They're looking for excuses. They want blood. Please leave it alone. Asking questions will just bring them down on us, on Patrick, on Mr. O'Connor." The raw terror in Maeve's voice was chilling. It confirmed Clara's fears. The shooting wasn't random. It was part of the railroad's tightening grip, a violent message understood by all the workers, even if no one dared speak its meaning aloud. Briggs was actively hunting for dissenters. O'Connor was in imminent danger. "All right, Maeve," Clara said softly, stepping back, her heart aching for the woman's fear. "Be careful." Maeve nodded mutely, tears spilling down her cheeks as she hurried out of the store, disappearing quickly down the street. Clara left the mercantile soon after, her mind heavy. Maeve's fear confirmed the urgency, but offered no solution. O'Connor needed to know about Briggs's inquiries, about the heightened scrutiny. The hidden message felt more vital than ever, but the path to delivering it remained blocked. She decided on a desperate, risky gamble. She couldn't approach O'Connor directly, but perhaps she could leave a signal, something innocuous to prying eyes, but meaningful to him, indicating she needed to speak with him urgently. It relied on him noticing, on him understanding, on him finding a way to make contact safely. The odds were slim, the potential for disaster high. Recalling their brief meeting place near the idle flat cars on the less used siding, she considered what kind of signal might work. Something out of place, yet not immediately suspicious. Her sketchbook. She often carried it. What if she left a specific drawing, not of the yards, but something personal, something symbolic? Back in her room, she flipped through her sketches, portraits, landscapes from back east, architectural details. One caught her eye, a quick charcoal study of a small, determined wildflower pushing up through cracked pavement in Philadelphia, a symbol of resilience in a harsh environment. She tore the page carefully from the book. On the blank back, she drew a simple, stylized symbol, a circle with a single wavy line extending from it like a thread, a symbol for communication, for a message waiting. Crude, perhaps, but maybe O'Connor, with his sharp intelligence and awareness of their shared predicament, would understand. Now came the most dangerous part, getting the sketch to the siding without being seen, without being followed by Harkness or his ilk. She waited until late afternoon, when the shifts were changing. The yards were at their most chaotic, and the light was beginning to fade, offering deeper shadows. She tucked the folded sketch into her pocket, pulled her plainest bonnet low over her face, and set out, forcing herself to walk at a normal pace, taking a meandering route that eventually brought her towards the outskirts of the rail yards. Her senses were on high alert. Every figure lounging near a corner, every wagon passing too slowly, seemed like a potential threat. She kept glancing over her shoulder, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The air was thick with coal smoke and the metallic tang of the yards. Reaching the area near the abandoned spur line, she scanned the surroundings obsessively. No sign of Harkness, no obvious watchers. The usual cacophony from the main yards provided a degree of cover. Moving quickly, she slipped between towering stacks of lumber until she reached the siding where she had met O'Connor. The flat cars sat silently, islands of stillness in the surrounding turmoil. Kneeling beside the track, pretending to adjust her bootlace, she scanned the area again. Empty. With trembling fingers, she retrieved the folded sketch. She didn't place it on the flat car itself, too obvious. Instead, she wedged it carefully between two weathered railway ties near where he had stood, partially concealing it with loose gravel and dust, ensuring the side with the wildflower drawing faced outwards, visible only to someone standing close and looking down. It was done. A tiny gesture against overwhelming power, a message cast into the grimy wilderness of the yards, praying for discovery by the right eyes. She stood up, brushed the dust from her skirt, and walked away quickly, not looking back, melting back into the smoky twilight, feeling desperately exposed. The walk back to Mrs. Gable's was agonizing. Had anyone seen her? Had she been followed? Would O'Connor even find the sketch? And if he did, would he understand? Or would Briggs's men find it first? Another piece of evidence against the mysterious writer lady. The uncertainty was a physical ache. That evening, the boarding house dinner was even more strained than usual. Clara picked at her food, unable to shake the feeling of impending doom. The sallow-faced clerk seemed to watch her with unusual intensity, and even Mrs. Gable's customary disapproval felt sharper, more pointed. Had someone reported her presence near the yards? Later, locked in her room, she paced the narrow floor like a caged animal. Every creak from the hallway, every footstep on the stairs, sent a jolt of adrenaline through her. She kept glancing at the earthenware pitcher, the fragile vessel holding her condensed truth, wondering if she would ever find a way to send it. Sleep felt impossible. Sometime after midnight, long after the boarding house had fallen into silence, she heard it. A faint scraping sound, barely audible, coming from the alleyway beneath her window. Not footsteps, something stealthier. She crept to the window, peering through a crack in the curtains. The alley was pitch black, but she sensed more than saw movement near the back wall of the boarding house. Her heart leaped into her throat. Was it Harkness? Someone trying to break in? She held her breath, listening intently. The scraping stopped. Then a tiny pebble struck her window pane, a sound so soft it could easily have been missed. It wasn't random, it was a signal. Trembling, she debated what to do. Open the window, call out. It could be a trap, but the stealth, the specific signal, it felt different from Harkness's blunt intimidation. It felt like O'Connor taking a huge risk. She slowly, carefully, eased the window open just a crack, peering down into the impenetrable darkness. "Miss Monroe?" A low voice whispered from directly below. It was him, Sean O'Connor. Relief washed over her, so intense it left her weak. He had found the sketch, he had understood, and he had come. "O'Connor, is that you?" she whispered back, her voice shaky. Keep your voice down. Can you come down to the back door quietly? Need to talk." "Is it safe?" "Safer than talking through a window," he replied grimly. "Give me 5 minutes to make sure the alley's clear, then slip out the back. Quickly, quietly." Before she could answer, he melted back into the shadows, as silent as he had appeared. Clara stood frozen for a moment, her mind racing. Go down into the dark alley, trust him? The risk was enormous, but the message in the picture, the escalating danger, Maeve's terror, she had to. Waiting 5 agonizing minutes, listening for any sound, she finally moved. Slipping off her shoes, holding her breath, she crept out of her room and down the narrow back staircase, praying the creaking floorboards wouldn't betray her. The back door, used mostly for deliveries and trash, was bolted. Her fingers fumbled with the heavy latch in the darkness, the sound seeming deafeningly loud in the silence. Finally, it slid open. She slipped outside into the cool night air, pulling the door quietly shut behind her. The alley was narrow, hemmed in by the dark shapes of buildings, smelling of dust and refuse. For a moment, she saw nothing. Then a hand reached out from the deepest shadow beside the door, gently gripping her arm. She stifled a gasp. "It's all right," O'Connor's voice murmured close to her ear, the Irish lilt soft but urgent. "Stay close to the wall. Follow me quickly." Keeping a firm hold on her arm, he led her swiftly, silently, deeper into the network of back alleys, away from the boarding house, away from the main streets, into the labyrinthine shadows along the sidings of Esperanza's hidden heart. The meeting she had desperately sought, born of a wildflower sketch left among the tracks, was finally happening. Under the cloak of darkness, fraught with peril and uncertain consequences. Chapter 10. Crossroads of the Heart. The darkness of the alleys was absolute, broken only by the faint, distant glow of lanterns on the main streets or the occasional sliver of moonlight finding its way between the tightly packed buildings. O'Connor moved with a familiarity born of necessity, his grip firm but reassuring on Clara's arm, guiding her over unseen obstacles through pools of deeper shadow, his footsteps nearly silent on the hard-packed earth. Clara stumbled occasionally, her city-bred senses overwhelmed by the lack of light, the unfamiliar terrain, the adrenaline coursing through her veins. The air was cool, carrying the scent of coal smoke, stale beer from the back doors of saloons, and the ever-present dust. He led her away from the immediate vicinity of Mrs. Gables, deeper into the warren of back ways that snaked behind the businesses and tenements bordering the rail yards. The sounds of the town were muffled here. Distant, a faint piano melody, a burst of drunken laughter, the lonely howl of a train whistle far down the line. Here the primary sounds were the scuttling of unseen creatures in the refuse, the sigh of the wind through narrow gaps, and the frantic beating of Clara's own heart. Finally, O'Connor stopped, pulling her into the deep recess of a boarded-up doorway, a pocket of near-total blackness that offered concealment. He released her arm but stayed close, his presence a solid warmth in the cool darkness. Clara leaned against the rough planks, catching her breath, her eyes slowly adjusting, trying to make out his features in the gloom. "The sketch," he said, his voice a low murmur, barely audible above the wind. "The wildflower. And the circle? A message?" "Yes," Clara whispered back. "I had to warn you. It's worse than I thought. Briggs is actively looking for excuses, for names. Maeve told me her husband is terrified, won't speak of the shooting. They're trying to intimidate everyone into silence after what happened outside the Spike." She felt, rather than saw, him nod. Aye, the poor lad, young Riley, hot-headed, had a bit too much whiskey but loyal, started arguing with one of Briggs's known stooges. Convenient, wasn't it? Ruled a fair fight, but Riley wasn't armed and the other man barely had a scratch. It was murder, plain and simple, a message to anyone thinking of standing with us. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, but Clara could sense the cold fury simmering beneath the surface. "And Harkness," Clara added urgently. "He's still around. I saw him yesterday, patrolling the edge of town like a guard dog. He knows I'm still here, still watching." "He's Briggs's shadow," O'Connor confirmed grimly. "Handles the threats the foreman can't make openly. If he's watching you, he's likely watching me too, or trying to." He paused, and she could almost feel him weighing the risks. "Thank you for the warning, Clara. Finding that sketch, it was a risk for you." He used her first name naturally, the formality dissolving in the shared danger of the darkened alley. "I had to," she replied simply. "But there's more. I've written it down. A summary of everything, the negligence, the threats, Henderson, Thomas Miller, the pattern. It's coded, concise. If I can get it to my editor at the Chronicle." "Get it out?" O'Connor considered this. "The stage is watched. Telegraph's useless. Sending it with a stranger is asking for trouble." "I know," Clara said, frustration tightening her voice. "That's why I needed to talk to you. Is there any way, anyone you trust leaving town? Any route the company doesn't control?" She held her breath, waiting for his answer, pinning her hopes on this slender possibility. He was silent for a long moment, the weight of the decision palpable in the darkness. Entrusting such a dangerous document to anyone was a huge risk. Revealing any secure route, if one existed, was potentially compromising his entire operation. "There might be one way," he said finally, slowly. "We have sympathizers, men who haul freight independently, sometimes bypassing the main depots. One is heading east in a few days, supplies for a mining camp beyond the territory line. He owes me a favor. He's trustworthy, but..." He hesitated. It's still dangerous. If the manifest is checked, if he's searched. It's the best chance I have, Sean, Clara insisted, the shared danger giving her the courage to use his name too. The only chance, maybe. If this information gets out, it could change everything. It could corroborate your demands, expose Briggs, put pressure on the company they can't ignore. He let out a long breath, the sound barely audible. All right, give it to me. I'll see it gets to him. Clara reached into the deep pocket of her skirt, where she had hastily transferred the oilcloth packet before leaving her room. Her fingers closed around the small, precious square. Handing it over felt momentous, a transfer of trust, a commitment sealed in the shadows. She pressed it into his waiting hand. His fingers, calloused and strong, closed around it, the brief contact sending an unexpected jolt through her. "Thank you, Sean," she whispered. "Don't thank me yet," he murmured. "Pray it reaches Philadelphia." He tucked the packet securely away inside his rough work shirt. "Now about you, Clara. Esperanza is becoming a viper pit. Harkness threatening you. Briggs knowing who you are. You staying here, asking questions, even quiet ones. It puts you in the crosshairs every minute." "I can't leave," she said immediately, surprising herself with the vehemence in her voice. "Not now. Not until I know this story gets out. Not until I know what happens with the strike." He was silent again, his presence close in the darkness. She could sense his scrutiny, though she couldn't see his eyes. "This isn't your fight, Clara. You came for a story. You have it now, or the bones of it. Getting it published is the important part. Staying here. What can you accomplish except putting yourself in more danger?" "Maybe I can still help," she argued, though she wasn't sure how. "Listen, observe. Perhaps Mrs. Ling." She hinted she might find things in the laundry, papers. "Mrs. Ling is wise," O'Connor said quietly. "Wise enough to survive here longer than most. Don't put her at risk, Clara, or yourself chasing whispers." He shifted slightly, his shoulder brushing hers in the confined space. The contact was electric, grounding yet unsettling. "You're a brave woman coming here, doing what you've done, braver than you know. But this is escalating. After young Riley, the mood is uglier. Briggs is pushing hard. The company wants this crushed before Davies arrives. They won't hesitate to use more direct methods." His concern for her was undeniable, a low thrum beneath the surface of his warning. It resonated with the unexpected warmth she felt towards him, a connection forged in shared purpose and heightened by the constant threat surrounding them. It was confusing, exhilarating, and terrifying all at once. "What about you, Sean?" she asked softly, her own concern mirroring his. "You're the one they truly want to silence. You're the voice against the roar." She felt him sigh, a sound heavy with weariness and resolve. "Someone has to be. If we let them break us now, after everything, after Thomas, after Riley, then their deaths mean nothing. We stand together, or we fall apart. That's the choice. It's not just about the workers anymore, is it?" she murmured, thinking of the power dynamics, the corruption that seemed to permeate everything the railroad touched. "It never was." He replied quietly, "It's about decency, about whether a company's profits matter more than a man's life, about whether we let them build their empire on our bones and our silence." His voice, though low, held the conviction she'd heard in the alley behind the spike, the unwavering belief that fueled his dangerous crusade. They stood in silence for a moment, the darkness pressing in, the weight of their conversation, the unspoken dangers hanging heavy between them. The proximity, the shared vulnerability created an intimacy that felt both natural and illicit. Clara was acutely aware of his breathing, the subtle shifts of his weight, the protective strength radiating from him. He wasn't just a source or a subject, he was a man, complex and compelling, burdened by responsibility, driven by a fierce sense of justice, and utterly captivating in his defiance. A distant shout broke the fragile stillness. O'Connor tensed instantly. "Time for you to go back," he whispered urgently, "before Gables wakes or someone notices you're gone." He took her arm again, his touch sending another tremor through her. "Will I see you again?" The question slipped out, vulnerable, revealing more than she intended. He hesitated for a heartbeat. "It's best if we're not seen together," he said, his voice practical, yet with an undercurrent of something else. Regret? Too dangerous for both of us, but, he paused, if you need me, if there's trouble, leave the wildflower sketch again, same place, I'll check it. It was a promise, a lifeline offered across the chasm of risk that separated their worlds. "Be careful, Sean," she whispered, her hand instinctively tightening on his arm for a fraction of a second before she pulled away. "You too, Clara," he murmured back. He guided her back through the maze of alleys, moving with the same silent speed, depositing her near the back door of the boarding house. "Bolt the door behind you. Don't make a sound." With a final brief pressure on her arm, he vanished back into the darkness as completely as if he'd never been there. Clara slipped inside, fumbling with the bolt in the dark, her heart pounding. She crept back up the stairs, each step a potential betrayal, and collapsed onto her bed, shivering despite the mildness of the night. Her mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Fear, certainly for herself, for O'Connor, for the fate of the message now entrusted to him, but also a confusing, exhilarating warmth. The clandestine meeting, the shared danger, the undeniable connection she felt with Sean O'Connor. It had shifted something within her. He wasn't just the embodiment of the story anymore. He was becoming the story's heart. His quiet strength, his fierce integrity, his unexpected concern for her safety. It stirred feelings she hadn't anticipated, feelings that complicated her mission and her carefully constructed detachment. She was standing at a crossroads, not just in her investigation, but within her own heart. The path of the objective reporter felt increasingly distant, overshadowed by the pull of personal involvement, by the magnetic force of the man fighting for justice in the shadows. The ink on her hidden pages represented her professional integrity, but the frantic beating of her heart spoke of something far more personal, far more dangerous. Love, or something dangerously close to it, was blooming in the harsh, unforgiving soil of Esperanza, a fragile wildflower threatened by the crushing weight of the railroad's iron heel. Chapter 11. The Price of Truth. The clandestine meeting with Sean O'Connor, the transfer of the precious message, the raw intimacy forged in the darkness, it left Clara profoundly altered. The following days passed in a haze of heightened anxiety and conflicting emotions. Every creak of the floorboards outside her door, every unfamiliar face on the street sparked fresh paranoia. Had O'Connor been seen leaving the alley? Was Harkness aware of their nocturnal rendezvous? The silence from the railroad felt less like indifference and more like the calm before a storm, a tightening coil of surveillance and menace. Simultaneously, the memory of Sean's presence, his quiet strength, the unexpected concern in his voice, the brief electric touch of his hand, resonated deep within her. Her carefully guarded objectivity had fractured, replaced by a fierce, protective worry for his safety and a confusing, undeniable attraction. She found herself scanning the crowds not just for threats, but for a glimpse of his tall figure, listening subconsciously for the sound of his voice, the subtle Irish lilt that now seemed both familiar and precious. This emotional entanglement terrified her. It compromised her journalistic distance, made her vulnerable in ways she hadn't anticipated. Yet denying it felt impossible, dishonest. The heart, she was discovering, rarely adhered to professional boundaries, especially amidst shared danger and burgeoning respect. Yeah. She forced herself to maintain a semblance of routine, taking short walks, occasionally sketching innocuous scenes near the town's edge, trying to project an air of waning interest, of a reporter nearing the end of her assignment. She avoided the mercantile, reluctant to face Maeve's fearful eyes again. She didn't dare return to the laundry, knowing Mrs. Ling had already offered all the help she safely could. Her world shrank to the confines of the boarding house, the dusty streets immediately surrounding it, and the vast, turbulent landscape of her own thoughts. The hidden message, now presumably on its way east with O'Connor's trusted contact, was a constant source of hope and terror. Would it arrive safely? Would Mr. Abernathy understand its significance, act upon it immediately? Or would it be intercepted, exposing not only her, but O'Connor and his network to swift and brutal retribution? The waiting was agonizing, each passing day amplifying the uncertainty. Midweek, a new energy rippled through Esperanza. Wagons loaded with bunting and fresh lumber rumbled down the main street. Cleanup crews, composed of reluctant railroad workers pulled from other duties, swept the boardwalks with unusual diligence, and even sprinkled water wagons to temporarily lay the pervasive dust. Mrs. Gable began airing out her best linens, her usual disapproval tinged with a nervous excitement. Big doings, the patent medicine salesman announced cheerily at breakfast, rubbing his hands together. Superintendent Mallory's back from the past, and they say President Davies himself is arriving Friday, coming out on a special train to inspect the new line and make a speech. Progress, progress. Silas Davies, the architect of the Pacific Western Empire. His impending arrival explained the sudden flurry of activity. The Potemkin village preparations designed to showcase Esperanza as a thriving testament to the railroad's triumph, smoothing over the grit, the grief, and the simmering rebellion. Finch's polished lies were about to be presented on a grand scale. The news sent a fresh wave of anxiety through Clara. Davy's presence would mean heightened security, more company officials, more eyes watching every move. It also meant the pressure on O'Connor and his men would intensify exponentially. The company would be desperate to prevent any disruption, any hint of dissent during the president's visit. The fragile truce maintained by fear and silence felt ready to shatter. Would O'Connor dare to act during Davies's visit? Would he attempt a protest, a work stoppage, try to present their demands directly to the man at the top? It seemed suicidal, yet O'Connor's quiet determination suggested he wouldn't let such an opportunity pass without some form of challenge. The thought filled Clara with dread. Thursday dawned heavy and overcast, the sky bruised with the threat of a storm, mirroring the oppressive atmosphere in the town. Clara felt trapped, useless. Her message was gone, her ability to investigate crippled by surveillance. All she could do was wait, watch, and worry. Restless, needing to escape the suffocating confines of the boarding house, she decided to risk another walk. heading again towards the relative emptiness of the prairie, hoping the sight of Harkness wouldn't materialize this time. She kept well away from the rise where he had spotted her before, staying low, following a shallow arroyo that offered some concealment. The wind was picking up, whipping dust into her eyes, carrying the distant rumble of thunder. The air felt charged, electric with impending violence, both meteorological and man-made. As she rounded a bend in the dry wash, she saw something that made her freeze. Ahead, nestled in a hollow, shielded from the wind, sat a small makeshift camp, a low fire smoldering against the dampening air. 2 bedrolls, saddlebags piled nearby. 2 men sat by the fire, talking quietly. One was Patrick, Maeve's husband, his face etched with weariness and fear. The other was Sean O'Connor. They hadn't seen her. They were deep in conversation, O'Connor gesturing earnestly, Patrick listening intently, occasionally shaking his head, his expression torn. This wasn't a casual meeting. It felt clandestine, urgent. Clara shrank back, pressing herself against the dusty bank of the arroyo, hidden from view, but close enough to hear fragments of their conversation carried on the wind. "Told you, Patrick, it's our only chance," O'Connor was saying, his voice low but intense. "While Davies is here, while the eyes of the press, what little there is, might be watching. We present the demands, not violently, just stand together. Refuse to work the unsafe lines until they listen." "Stand together," Patrick countered, his voice rough with anguish, "and watch them bring in the Pinkertons or thugs like Harkness to break heads. Sean, they killed Riley. They'll kill us too. I have Maeve, the little ones." "And you think bowing down will keep them safe?" O'Connor retorted, leaning forward. "You think working in Briggs's tunnels, waiting for the next cave-in is safety? You think letting them dock your pay until you can barely afford flour keeps your family secure? Their silence is killing us slowly, Patrick. We have to find our voice. But a strike now during Davis's visit. It's suicide," Patrick insisted, running a hand desperately through his hair. "They'll make examples of us all. We'll be ruined, blacklisted." "Maybe," O'Connor conceded, his voice quieter now but no less firm. "Or maybe seeing us united, hearing the truth directly, will shame Davies into action. Maybe that reporter, Miss Monroe. Maybe her words will finally reach the east and force their hand." He looked out towards the town, his expression grimly determined. "It's a gamble, but doing nothing, that's surrender. I won't surrender Thomas's memory or Riley's to their silence." Clara listened, her heart pounding. A strike during Davy's visit. It was bolder, more dangerous than she could have imagined. O'Connor was trying to rally the men, starting with key figures like Patrick, for a direct confrontation. He was betting everything on unity, on the slim chance of shaming the company into concessions, potentially leveraging the impact of her own report, if it ever saw the light of day. The weight of responsibility settled heavily upon her. Her words, captured in the hidden message, were now intertwined with the fate of these men, with the outcome of this desperate gamble. The price of truth, she realized, wasn't just the risk to her own safety. It was the potential consequences for those whose lives hung in the balance, those who might act based on the hope her reporting represented. Suddenly, O'Connor stiffened, his head snapping up, listening intently. Patrick looked alarmed. "What is it?" "Horse," O'Connor muttered, grabbing Patrick's arm. "Coming fast, get down." He pulled Patrick lower into the hollow, just as Clara instinctively ducked further behind the arroyo bank. Hoofbeats thundered closer, accompanied by shouts, not just one rider, but several. They weren't heading towards the town. They were converging on this hollow. Someone had betrayed them. Someone knew about this secret meeting. Clara's blood ran cold. Peeking cautiously over the edge, she saw 3 riders burst over the rise foreman Briggs, his face contorted with rage, Harkness beside him, his expression cold and menacing, and another burly man she didn't recognize but who looked equally threatening. They reined in their horses sharply at the edge of the hollow, trapping O'Connor and Patrick. Well, Briggs snarled, spitting tobacco juice onto the ground. Look what we have here, O'Connor. Having a nice little chat, are we? Planning a bit of trouble for Mr. Davies' visit? O'Connor slowly got to his feet, pushing Patrick behind him protectively. He stood tall, meeting Briggs' furious gaze without flinching, though Clara could see the tension coiling in his shoulders. Just discussing the weather, Briggs. Looks like a storm coming. Oh, a storm's coming, all right, Briggs retorted, swinging down from his horse. Harkness and the other man dismounted menacingly behind him. A storm you started, agitator, filling honest workers' heads with nonsense, causing unrest. He stepped closer, invading O'Connor's space. We know about your plans. We know about your strike. Patrick gasped, his face ashen. O'Connor didn't react, his gray eyes fixed on Briggs. The men want safe conditions, Briggs. Fair treatment. That's not agitation. That's justice. Briggs laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. Justice. Justice is a full day's work for a fair wage, which the P&W generously provides. Justice is loyalty, something you and your kind know nothing about. He jabbed a thick finger towards O'Connor's chest. You've caused enough trouble. It ends now. Get out of my way, Briggs, O'Connor said, his voice dangerously low. I don't think so, Briggs sneered. He glanced back at Harkness. Seems Mr. O'Connor needs a lesson in respect. And perhaps Mr. Kelly here needs a reminder about where his loyalty lies. Harkness stepped forward, flexing his thick knuckles, a cruel smile twisting his lips. The third man moved to block any escape for Patrick. Clara watched in horror, trapped, helpless. This was it, the confrontation she had feared. O'Connor was outnumbered, cornered. Patrick was paralyzed by terror. Briggs and Harkness were radiating violent intent. Leave him alone, Briggs, Patrick suddenly cried out, finding a shred of courage. He's done nothing wrong. We just want... Harkness backhanded Patrick across the face, sending him stumbling back against the hollow's wall with a cry of pain. Shut your mouth, Kelly, unless you want worse. O'Connor exploded. With a roar of fury, he launched himself at Briggs, landing a solid punch that sent the heavier foreman staggering back. For a moment, chaos erupted. O'Connor fought with the ferocity of a cornered wolf, blocking a blow from Harkness, trying to fend off Briggs. But he was overwhelmed. Harkness, experienced and brutal, landed a heavy fist to O'Connor's side, making him grunt in pain. The third man grabbed O'Connor from behind, pinning his arms. Briggs, recovering, wiped a trickle of blood from his lip, his eyes blazing with fury. "Hold him!" he bellowed. He stepped forward and delivered a vicious punch to O'Connor's stomach, doubling him over. Then another to his jaw, snapping his head back. "Stop it!" Clara screamed, forgetting her concealment, scrambling up from the arroyo. "Leave him alone!" All four men froze, startled, turning towards the unexpected voice. Briggs's eyes widened in disbelief, then narrowed with malevolent recognition. "Well, looky here. The rider lady. Seemed you like sticking your nose where it ain't wanted." Harkness grinned unpleasantly. "Told you she was trouble, boss." O'Connor, struggling against the man holding him, looked at Clara with desperation in his eyes. "Clara! Run! Get out of here! But Clara couldn't move, paralyzed by fear and the sight of Sean, bruised and captured. Briggs took a step towards her, his expression menacing. Maybe you need a lesson too, Missy, a lesson about the price of spreading lies. The price of truth, you might call it. Thunder cracked overhead, loud and sudden, as the first heavy drops of rain began to fall, splattering onto the dust, mingling with the blood on O'Connor's face. The storm had arrived, mirroring the violence unfolding in the desolate hollow. Clara stood exposed, facing the full, brutal force of the railroad's wrath, the price of her involvement suddenly terrifyingly clear. Chapter 12, Buried Ledgers, Unburied Ghosts. The world seemed to contract around Clara, the gray, lowering sky, spitting rain, the acrid smell of damp dust and horse sweat, the menacing figures of Briggs and Harkness closing in, and Sean's desperate plea echoing in her ears. Run! But her feet felt rooted to the spot, her mind struggling to process the sudden, terrifying shift from hidden observer to exposed target. Briggs's words, the price of truth, hung in the air, thick with implication. They didn't just want to silence O'Connor. They wanted to silence her, too. What do you want, Briggs? Clara demanded, forcing her voice to remain steady despite the tremor that ran through her. She instinctively took a step back, closer to the edge of the arroyo, her eyes darting between the foreman and Harkness. Briggs chuckled, a low rumbling sound devoid of humor. What do I want? I want troublemakers to stop causing trouble. I want agitators. He glared at O'Connor, who was still struggling against the man holding him, his breathing ragged, to learn their place. And I want snooping reporters, his eyes pinned Clara, to go back east where they belong before they meet with an unfortunate accident. Accident? Clara shot back, emboldened by a surge of anger that momentarily eclipsed her fear. Like Thomas Miller's accident? Or Henderson's drunken brawl? Or young Riley's fair fight? How many accidents does your railroad need, Briggs? The direct accusation hit home. Briggs's face flushed a deeper red, his eyes narrowing to slits. You got a sharp tongue, Missy. Too sharp for your own good. He took another step towards her. Harkness shifted, positioning himself to cut off any retreat along the arroyo. Patrick Kelly remained huddled against the far wall, watching with wide, terrified eyes. Leave her alone, Briggs, O'Connor growled, renewing his struggle with a desperate surge of strength. The man holding him grunted with effort. This is between you and me. Oh, she made it her business, O'Connor, Briggs sneered, writing lies, asking questions, stirring things up. She's as much to blame as you are. He looked Clara up and down, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Maybe Harkness should escort the lady back to town. Make sure she understands the risks of wandering too far. The unspoken threat was terrifyingly clear. Clara knew what an escort by Harkness would entail. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through her anger. She looked wildly around, searching for any escape, any chance. It was then, as her desperate gaze swept the rain-slicked ground near the hollow's edge, that she saw it. Partially uncovered by the wind and the scuffle, nestled amongst the rocks and sparse vegetation, was something dark, weathered, and distinctly rectangular. It looked like a book, a ledger, buried shallowly, as if hastily concealed. Her mind flashed back to Mrs. Ling's cryptic words. Paper talks, ledgers, notes, promises. Had someone, perhaps even Briggs or one of his cronies, used this remote spot to hide incriminating evidence? It seemed improbable, yet there it was. Distraction. She needed a distraction, anything to shift their focus, to create an opening. "What about the ledges, Briggs?" she called out, her voice surprisingly loud, echoing slightly in the sudden lull as the rain intensified. Briggs froze mid-stride. "What ledges? What are you talking about?" "The ones that show the payments," Clara bluffed, praying her intuition was right, seizing the slim chance. "The extra payments, the ones for ensuring silence, for making problems disappear, like the problem Henderson became. Are those the kind of company accounts Mr. Davies would approve of?" The shot in the dark struck a nerve. Briggs exchanged a lightning-fast, panicked glance with Harkness. Even the man holding O'Connor looked momentarily uncertain. Had she guessed correctly? Or was the mere suggestion of hidden financial records enough to rattle them? "You're raving," Briggs blustered, but his voice lacked its earlier conviction. "There are no such ledges." "Aren't there?" Clara retorted, nodding subtly towards the ground near the hollow's edge, hoping they wouldn't notice the object itself, just the direction of her gaze. "Funny things turn up out here on the prairie, things people thought were safely buried." In that moment of distraction, while Briggs and Harkness were momentarily thrown off balance, their attention diverted, O'Connor acted. With a tremendous heave, he slammed his head back into the face of the man holding him, eliciting a cry of pain and momentarily loosening the grip. Simultaneously, he drove his elbow hard into the man's ribs, breaking free. Ignoring the searing pain in his side, Sean lunged, not towards Briggs or escape, but towards Patrick Kelly. "Run, Patrick, now!" he yelled, shoving the terrified man towards the opposite side of the hollow, away from the horses, towards the open prairie obscured by the thickening rain. Patrick jolted into action, scrambled away, disappearing into the gray curtain of downpour. Briggs roared in fury, realizing he'd been tricked. "After him! Don't let him get away!" Harkness and the third man hesitated, torn between subduing O'Connor, dealing with Clara, and chasing the fleeing witness. "Forget Kelly! Get O'Connor!" Briggs bellowed, making his own decision. He lunged at Sean again, fists flying. Clara saw her chance, while the three men were focused entirely on recapturing O'Connor, who fought back with renewed desperation despite his injuries. She scrambled towards the spot where she'd seen the buried object. Her fingers clawed at the damp earth and rocks, ignoring the sharp edges, the rain plastering her hair to her face. There it was, a small leather-bound ledger, warped by moisture, stained with mud but intact. Its cover was unmarked. With trembling hands, she pulled it free. It felt heavy, solid, real. "Harkness! The girl! Get the book!" Briggs shouted, seeing what she held. Harkness cursed and abandoned O'Connor, turning towards Clara, his face a mask of fury. He moved with surprising speed, covering the ground between them in moments. Clara clutched the ledger to her chest, terror seizing her. There was nowhere to run. Suddenly, a piercing whistle cut through the rain-filled air, sharp and commanding. It came from the direction of the town. Briggs, Harkness, and even O'Connor froze, looking towards the sound. Through the driving rain, several figures on horseback materialized, riding hard. They weren't railroad thugs. They looked like ordinary workers, armed with shovels, pickaxes, and grim determination. More riders appeared behind them, emerging from the swirling gray, their numbers growing rapidly. Someone had alerted O'Connor's network. Patrick must have reached help, or perhaps the commotion had been overheard. Hope surged through Clara, fierce and unexpected. Briggs and his men stared, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the impromptu militia. They were no longer the hunters. They were rapidly becoming the outnumbered. "Boss?" Harkness asked uncertainly. glancing from the approaching workers to Briggs. Briggs hesitated, his face a mixture of fury and calculation. He looked at O'Connor, battered but defiant. He looked at Clara, clutching the ledger. He looked at the rapidly growing crowd of angry workers, their faces grim in the rain. He knew he'd lost control. "Back to the horses!" he snarled, making a split-second decision. "Let's go!" He scrambled onto his horse. Harkness and the third man, after a final menacing glare at O'Connor and Clara, swiftly followed suit. Without another word, they spurred their mounts away, galloping back towards Esperanza, disappearing into the downpour, just as the first wave of workers reached the hollow. Several men rushed to O'Connor's side, concern etched on their faces. "Sean, are you all right?" "What happened?" O'Connor, breathing heavily, leaned against the hollow wall for support, clutching his injured side. He nodded towards Clara. "She needs help." They were after her too. Rough hands helped Clara to her feet. She was trembling violently, soaked to the skin, mud-streaked, clutching the precious ledger like a lifeline. A worker gently took it from her shaking hands, looking at it with curiosity. "What's this, miss?" "Evidence," O'Connor rasped, pushing himself upright despite the pain. He looked at the ledger, then at Clara, a mixture of astonishment and respect in his gray eyes. "Evidence, I think, that might just bury Briggs for good." He took the ledger, handling it carefully. Rain dripped from his dark hair, mingling with the blood on his face. He looked around at the assembled men, their faces resolute despite the rain and the lingering danger. "Briggs and Harkness know we're onto them," he said, his voice regaining some of its strength. "They know about the strike. They won't stop now, especially with Davies arriving tomorrow." He looked towards Esperanza, hidden behind the curtain of rain. "Tomorrow," he declared, his voice ringing with conviction despite his injuries. "President Davies will hear the truth, one way or another. He'll see the price his railroad demands." He looked back at Clara, his gaze holding hers, acknowledging the shared danger, the unexpected discovery, the bond forged in the heart of the storm. "And maybe," he added, a faint, grim smile touching his lips as he nodded towards the ledger she had unearthed, "he'll finally see the ghosts he tried to bury." The rain continued to fall, washing the dust, washing the blood, but unable to wash away the tension, the anticipation, the sense that the unearthing of the buried ledger had irrevocably shifted the balance. The ghosts of Esperanza were unburied, and a reckoning felt inevitable. Chapter 13, Shelter from the Storm. The immediate aftermath of the confrontation was a blur of motion and urgent whispers. The rain continued, turning the prairie into a slick, muddy expanse. But the determined group of workers surrounding Sean and Clara provided a fragile shield against the elements and the lingering threat of Briggs's return. Several men supported O'Connor, whose bruised face and labored breathing testified to the beating he'd taken. Others formed a protective cordon around Clara, their rough faces etched with concern and a newfound respect for the writer lady who had faced down Briggs and unearthed the mysterious ledger. "We need to get Sean back, get him looked at," one man, sturdy and gray-bearded, declared, his voice carrying authority. "And the lady, she can't go back to that boarding house, not now. Briggs knows she has the book." "He's right," O'Connor agreed, wincing as he shifted his weight. He looked at Clara, his gray eyes clouded with pain, but sharp with worry. "It's not safe for you, Clara. They'll tear your room apart looking for that ledger, or worse." He held up the mud-stained book. "This changes things. They'll be desperate. Clara knew he was right. The thought of returning to Mrs. Gables, to the room where Harkness's shadow seemed to linger, filled her with dread. But where could she go? She was an outsider with no family, no real allies besides the very men Briggs sought to crush. Take her to Maeve's, O'Connor decided, his voice firm despite the pain. Patrick should be there by now. He'll understand. It's small, but it's safer than anywhere else for tonight. Briggs won't think to look for her in the heart of the workers' quarters so quickly. The gray-bearded man nodded. Aye, Riley's wife will tend to Sean. Maeve's place for Miss Monroe. Keep them separate for now, less risk. He dispatched several men to scout the path back, ensuring Briggs and his thugs weren't lying in wait, while others carefully helped O'Connor onto a horse brought by one of the latecomers. Clara was helped onto another horse, her wet skirts clinging uncomfortably, the borrowed animal unfamiliar beneath her. She clutched the saddle horn, still trembling from the adrenaline and the chilling realization of how close she had come to disaster. As the small, determined group began the slow trek back towards Esperanza, swallowed by the gray driving rain, she glanced towards O'Connor. He rode slumped slightly, his face pale, but his shoulders were set with grim determination. Their eyes met briefly across the intervening space, a silent acknowledgement of the shared danger, the unexpected alliance, and the deeper currents pulling them together. The journey back was tense, shrouded in mist and apprehension. The workers surrounding them moved with quiet vigilance, their eyes scanning the landscape, hands gripping their makeshift weapon shovels, pickaxes, heavy wrenches, symbols of their labor transformed into instruments of defense. They avoided the main tracks, taking circuitous routes through the sodden prairie and entering Esperanza through the poorest, most densely packed section of the workers' district, a maze of narrow, muddy lanes and closely huddled shacks where the railroad's authority felt slightly less absolute. They stopped first at a small, neat cottage, barely more than a shack, but fiercely clean, where a worried-looking woman rushed out, Riley's wife, presumably. O'Connor was carefully helped inside, disappearing from Clara's view. The gray-bearded man gave her a reassuring nod. He'll be tended, miss. He's tough. Then she was led a few lanes over to another small dwelling, almost identical to the first. The door opened, and Patrick Kelly stood there, his face bruised from Harkness's blow, his eyes wide with fear but also flickering with desperate relief at seeing her safe. Behind him, Maeve rushed forward, her face streaked with tears. "Miss Monroe! Oh, thank God!" Maeve cried, pulling Clara inside out of the rain. "Patrick told me what happened. Briggs." She couldn't finish, overcome with emotion. The cottage was tiny, consisting of little more than one main room that served as kitchen, living area, and likely sleeping space with perhaps a small, curtained-off alcove. It was sparsely furnished but spotlessly clean, the air smelling of wood smoke and boiled potatoes. Two small children, wide-eyed and silent, peered out from behind Maeve's skirts. This was the reality of the lives O'Connor was fighting for. Meager, precarious, yet filled with a fierce, protective love. "Are you all right?" Patrick asked anxiously, bolting the door behind them. "Yes," Clara managed, shivering now from the cold and the lingering shock, "thanks to Mr. O'Connor and all of you." Maeve quickly bustled about, stripping Clara of her soaked bonnet and shawl, pressing a cup of hot, weak tea into her trembling hands. The warmth felt heavenly. She found Clara a rough but dry blanket to wrap herself in, while Maeve promised to find some dry clothes. Perhaps her own spare dress, though it would likely be too short. The simple, unhesitating kindness of these people, who had so little and risked so much, brought tears to Clara's eyes. "The ledger," Patrick whispered, glancing towards the door nervously. "You found it. What is it?" "I don't know for sure," Clara admitted, cradling the warm cup. "It looks like some kind of account book. I bluffed, mentioning payments, and Briggs reacted strongly. O'Connor has it now." Patrick nodded slowly, absorbing this. Payments. Briggs has always lived better than a foreman's wage should allow. There have been whispers, supplies disappearing, ghost names on the payroll. "If that ledger proves it," Maeve breathed, her eyes wide. "It could ruin him. It could prove everything Sean has been saying." "And it puts Miss Monroe in even greater danger," Patrick added grimly. "Briggs won't let that book see the light of day if he can help it." The small cottage felt like a fragile sanctuary against the storm raging both outside and within the town. Maeve found Clara a simple, worn wool dress that was indeed too short, but blessedly dry. As Clara changed behind a makeshift screen, she overheard Patrick and Maeve talking in low, urgent tones. "Can't stay here long, Maeve, if Briggs suspects." "Where else can she go, Patrick? Out there, Harkness." "I know, but harboring her. After today, after the strike tomorrow." "Sean asked us. And she saved you, Patrick, stood up to Briggs." Maeve's voice held a new firmness. "We owe her. We keep her safe tonight." Clara emerged, feeling awkward in the ill-fitting dress, but deeply grateful for their courage and generosity. Maeve offered her a share of their simple supper potato stew and coarse bread. Eating with the family in the small, warm room, listening to the rain lash against the windows, Clara felt a profound connection to their struggle, a world away from the detached observations of her earlier reporting. These were no longer just subjects. They were individuals, bound by fear and hope, caught in the gears of a relentless machine. Later, as the children slept soundly in a corner pallet, Patrick spoke hesitantly about the strike planned for the next day, coinciding with Davies's arrival. "Sean, he believes it's our only chance to show Davies the truth. Face to face, we present the demand safety, fair wages, and end to Briggs' tyranny. We just stop work, stand silent." "Will the men do it?" Clara asked quietly. "After Riley? After today?" Patrick looked uncertain. "Some will, the loyal ones. But many are terrified. Briggs has been threatening jobs, families. He'll have Harkness and his thugs out tomorrow, ready to break heads, and with Davies here." He shook his head. "It's a desperate gamble, miss. Desperate." The weight of the situation pressed down on Clara. Her hidden message, O'Connor's bold plan, the potentially explosive ledger all converging on tomorrow, on the arrival of the railroad president. It felt like the culmination of everything, a tipping point where Esperanza's fate and their own would be decided. Maeve prepared a small pallet for Clara near the hearth, the warmest part of the room. Lying down under the thin quilt, listening to the rhythmic breathing of the sleeping family and the relentless drumming of the rain, Clara felt utterly exhausted, yet unable to sleep. Her thoughts inevitably turned to Sean. Was he all right? Was he safe? The image of his bruised face, his defiant eyes, the brief, intense connection in the alley, it flooded her senses. The storm outside mirrored the tempest in her own heart, a confusing mix of fear for the future and a powerful, burgeoning emotion she barely dared to name. She clutched the rough blanket, finding a strange comfort in the simple domesticity surrounding her, a stark contrast to the violence and intrigue she had navigated. This cottage, filled with the quiet rhythms of family life and the heavy weight of fear, felt more real, more vital than the gilded cages or polished lies of the railroad's elite. This was the true heart of Esperanza, beating defiantly against the storm. She was no longer just an observer. She was sheltered within it, her fate inextricably linked to the people who had taken her in, bound by the shared hope for a dawn that might break through the oppressive clouds. The price of truth was steep, measured in bruises and blood and terror. But here, in this humble shelter, she also found its unexpected reward: courage, kindness, and a sense of belonging she hadn't known she was missing. Chapter 14, The Serpent in the Steel. Dawn broke gray and sullen, the rain having eased to a persistent, chilling drizzle. The air in Maeve and Patrick's small cottage was thick with unspoken tension. Patrick prepared to leave for the yards, his movements stiff, his face pale beneath the bruise Harkness had left. Maeve watched him, her eyes filled with a mixture of pride and terror. Their farewell was brief, choked with emotion, a silent acknowledgement of the immense risks the day held. The planned work stoppage, the confrontation with Davies, it all felt terrifyingly imminent. Clara, dressed again in her own clothes, now mostly dry thanks to the warmth of the hearth, felt like an intruder on their private anxieties, yet inextricably bound to their fate. She couldn't stay hidden in the cottage all day. Her presence endangered the Kellys. But where could she go? Returning to Mrs. Gables was unthinkable. Venturing onto the main streets, especially with President Davies arriving, seemed equally perilous. Briggs and Harkness would be hunting for her, desperate to retrieve the ledger O'Connor now held. "You should try Mrs. Ling again," Maeve suggested hesitantly, after Patrick had departed into the damp gloom. She helps people sometimes, quietly. Maybe she can keep you safe today, away from prying eyes. It's far from the depot. Less likely Briggs will search there first." It felt like a long shot, relying again on the enigmatic laundress, but Clara had few other options. She thanked Maeve profusely, her heart aching for the family's bravery. Maeve pressed a small bundle of bread and cheese into her hands. "Be careful, Miss Monroe. May God watch over you. And Sean." Clara slipped out of the cottage, pulling her bonnet low, melting into the gray, misty warrens of the workers' district. The lanes were quieter than usual, fewer men heading towards the yards. Was the strike taking hold already? Or were men simply too afraid to show their faces? The uncertainty hung heavy in the damp air. She navigated the familiar route towards Chinatown, keeping to the shadows, her senses on high alert. Reaching the laundry, she hesitated. Would Mrs. Ling turn her away? Had she already pushed the old woman's tolerance too far? Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door. The steamy heat was a welcome contrast to the outside chill. The laundry was busy but subdued. Mrs. Ling sat in her usual corner, her face impassive, though her sharp eyes registered Clara's arrival instantly. Clara approached cautiously. "Mrs. Ling," she began softly, I'm in trouble. The men I angered yesterday, they know who I am. It's not safe for me on the streets today, especially with President Davies arriving." She paused, unsure how much to reveal. "I need sanctuary, just for a few hours, a place to stay, hidden." Mrs. Ling studied her for a long moment, her gaze searching. Clara saw no judgment, only a deep, weary understanding of the town's treacherous currents. Finally, the old woman gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Trouble finds honest people in this town," she murmured, "like rust on good steel." She gestured with her chin towards a tall, overflowing hamper of soiled linens near the back wall, partially concealed behind drying racks. Behind there, small space, stay quiet, listen, don't speak. Relief washed over Clara, so profound it almost buckled her knees. Thank you, Mrs. Ling. Thank you. She squeezed into the narrow space behind the hamper. It smelled strongly of damp linen, lye soap, and human sweat. It was cramped and uncomfortable, offering only a sliver of a view out into the main room through a gap in the drying clothes. But it was concealment, a temporary shield against the storm. From her hiding place, Clara watched the life of the laundry unfold. Workers came and went, dropping off bundles, picking up clean clothes. Their conversations were hushed, mostly in Chinese. But Clara caught fragments of English nervous speculation about the president's visit, rumors about trouble in the yards, whispered mentions of O'Connor and strike. The tension that gripped the rest of Esperanza had seeped even into this relatively isolated enclave. Time crawled by. Clara's muscles cramped. The smell of dirty laundry became overwhelming. Yet she remained absolutely still, listening. Around mid-morning, two women entered, wives of railroad officials, judging by their finer dresses and demanding tones. They dropped off heavy bundles of household linens, complaining loudly about the inefficiency of their servants and the general nuisance of living in such a primitive place. As Mrs. Ling impassively wrote out their tags, one woman lowered her voice, leaning closer to her companion. Heard Foreman Briggs was furious yesterday. Apparently that interfering reporter woman caused some kind of scene out on the prairie, and O'Connor, the Irish agitator, was involved. Really? What happened? The other woman asked eagerly. My husband didn't say exactly, just that Briggs is determined to resolve the situation before Mr. Davies notices anything amiss. He mentioned something about missing paperwork. Sounded quite agitated. Clara held her breath. So the story of the confrontation, likely twisted and sanitized, was already circulating among the railroad elite. Briggs was agitated. Missing paperwork. Her gamble with the ledger had indeed hit a nerve. Shortly after the women left, another customer arrived, one who made Clara's blood run cold. It was Harkness. He didn't have any laundry. He filled the doorway, his bulk menacing, his cold eyes scanning the room, lingering on the workers, on Mrs. Ling. The rhythmic sounds of washing faltered, the air growing thick with fear. Morning, Ling, Harkness said, his voice unnervingly casual. Busy day. Mrs. Ling looked up slowly, her expression unreadable. Wash clothes. Always busy. Haven't seen a certain lady reporter around, have you? Harkness asked, sauntering further into the room, peering behind stacks of folded shirts. Young woman, brown hair, asked too many questions. Staying at Gables, but seems she didn't sleep there last night. Clara pressed herself flatter against the wall, convinced her frantic heartbeat must be audible. Mrs. Ling calmly threaded a needle. Many people come. Drop off clothes, pick up clothes, faces forgettable. Harkness chuckled, a low, unpleasant sound. Funny that. Because Foreman Briggs seems to think you might know something, thinks maybe our little reporter friend came running here. He leaned closer to Mrs. Ling, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Briggs is very unhappy about some misplaced property. A book? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, old woman? Mrs. Ling met his gaze without flinching, her ancient eyes holding a stillness that seemed to infuriate him. Only no laundry, dirt, stains. Harkness stared at her for a long moment, searching for any sign of fear or deception. Finding none, he straightened up with a frustrated grunt. Right. Well, if you see her, you let Mr. Briggs know he's offering a reward, a generous reward. He shot another suspicious look around the room, his gaze sweeping past Clara's hiding place without pausing. Then, with a final parting glare at Mrs. Ling, he turned and left. The collective sigh of relief in the room after his departure was almost palpable. Clara slumped against the wall, trembling. He was actively hunting her. Briggs was offering a reward. And they knew about the ledger. Her sanctuary felt incredibly fragile. More time passed. The distant sounds of a brass band drifted on the air. The official welcome for President Davies must be starting near the depot. Clara imagined the scene, the bunting, the forced smiles, the carefully orchestrated display of prosperity, while underneath the strike was underway. Tension simmered, and men like Harkness prowled the streets. Suddenly, one of the young Chinese men who worked the steaming tubs hurried over to Mrs. Ling, whispering urgently in her ear, gesturing towards the back alley. Mrs. Ling listened intently, her expression finally showing a flicker of alarm. She nodded, said something brief and commanding to the young man, then looked directly toward Clara's hiding place. You must go, Mrs. Ling called softly but with undeniable urgency. Now, back way, trouble comes. Clara didn't hesitate. Scrambling out from behind the hamper, she saw the young man holding open a small, previously unnoticed door at the very back of the laundry, leading into the narrow alley. What is it? What trouble? Clara whispered. Men, Mrs. Ling said curtly. Not railroad uniform, rough men asking questions, asking about book thugs, likely hired by Briggs, bypassing Harkness perhaps, for a less official, more brutal search. They were closing in. Thank you, Mrs. Ling, Clara breathed, grabbing the bundle of bread and cheese Maeve had given her. Go, Mrs. Ling repeated, turning back to her work, presenting an image of calm indifference to anyone who might enter. Be wise, like serpents sometimes, not just dove. Clara slipped through the back door, the young man pulling it shut behind her. She found herself in the narrow, refuse-strewn alley. She could hear faint shouts from the direction of the laundry's front entrance. She had to get away, but where? She thought of the rail yards. Dangerous, yes, but vast, chaotic. It was the last place Briggs might expect her to hide now. And perhaps she could find out what was happening with the strike, with O'Connor. It was a desperate, reckless idea, born of having nowhere else to turn. Keeping low, moving quickly from shadow to shadow, she navigated the labyrinthine alleys, heading towards the sprawling complex of tracks and sheds. The sounds of the official welcoming ceremony grew fainter, replaced by the familiar clang and hiss of the yards, though today the rhythm felt subtly wrong, interrupted, punctuated by tense silences. She found a vantage point near a large coal bunker, partially concealed by mounds of black dust, offering a view across a section of the main switching yard. What she saw confirmed Patrick's fears and O'Connor's gamble. Groups of workers stood idle beside the tracks, not working, their arms crossed, their faces grim and determined. They weren't shouting or protesting. They were simply stopped, a silent, powerful testament of defiance. Scattered among them, easily identifiable by their barely concealed menace, were groups of railroad security guards and thugs, Harkness prominent among them, watching the silent strikers. Clubs held loosely but ready. Foremen, including Briggs himself, stalked up and down the lines, alternately cajoling and threatening the workers, their faces flushed with anger. The air crackled with tension, a powder keg waiting for a spark. Then Clara saw him. Sean O'Connor stood near the front of one of the largest groups of strikers, directly opposite Briggs. Despite his bruises, he stood tall, his presence a focal point of the resistance. He wasn't speaking, merely standing, his silent solidarity more powerful than any shout. Suddenly, a commotion arose near the main depot building. A procession emerged, President Silas Davies, flanked by Superintendent Mallory, Albert Finch, and other officials, their faces beaming with forced bonhomie for the staged inspection. As they moved along the platform, their path inevitably brought them towards the silent confrontation unfolding in the yard. Davies, a portly man with an air of immense self-importance, initially seemed oblivious, smiling and nodding at his entourage. But as the silence, the sheer number of stopped workers became undeniable, his smile faltered. He stopped, confusion turning to annoyance on his face. "What is the meaning of this, Mallory?" Davies demanded, his voice carrying across the yard in the sudden hush. "Why aren't these men working?" Superintendent Mallory looked flustered, exchanging a panicked glance with Briggs. Before Mallory could stammer an excuse, O'Connor stepped forward. "Mr. Davies," Sean called out, his voice clear and steady, ringing across the yard. "We mean no disrespect, sir, but we cannot work under these conditions any longer. We demand safe equipment, an end to illegal wage docking, and the removal of foremen who value schedules over human lives." Davies stared, aghast. Finch turned purple. Briggs looked ready to explode. "Who is this man?" Davies sputtered, turning to Mallory. "Arrest him! This is insubordination." "He is Sean O'Connor, Mr. Davies." Clara suddenly heard her own voice cry out, stepping impulsively from behind the coal bunker, unable to remain silent. "And he speaks the truth. Your railroad is built on negligence and intimidation. Men are dying because of men like Foreman Briggs." All heads swiveled towards her. Davies stared, utterly bewildered. Briggs's face contorted in pure fury. Harkness started moving towards her. O'Connor looked momentarily shocked. Then a flicker of admiration, quickly masked by concern, crossed his face. "And I have the proof," Clara shouted, playing her last, most dangerous card, bluffing now about possessing the ledger she knew O'Connor held. "I have Briggs's hidden ledger, showing payoffs, showing corruption." The accusation hung in the air, stunning the officials, enraging Briggs, and sending a ripple of excitement through the striking workers. The serpent, the corruption hidden within the steel arteries of the railroad, was finally being dragged into the light, directly before the eyes of the man at the top. The confrontation had reached its peak, the price of truth about to be exacted in the heart of the rail yard, under the stony gaze of President Davies himself. Chapter 15. Marked for Trouble. Clara's shout, the audacious claim of possessing Briggs's ledger, shattered the tense standoff. For a moment, absolute silence reigned in the rail yard, broken only by the hiss of steam from a nearby engine and the distant, incongruous strains of the brass band near the depot. President Davies stared at Clara, his jaw slack with astonishment, his carefully orchestrated inspection dissolving into chaos before his very eyes. Superintendent Mallory looked apoplectic. Finch seemed ready to faint, and the striking workers murmured amongst themselves, their grim determination ignited by a spark of hope. Briggs recovered first, his face puce with uncontrollable rage. "Lies! She's lying! Arrest her! Arrest them both!" he bellowed, pointing a trembling finger first at Clara, then at O'Connor. Harkness needed no further urging. He advanced on Clara, his expression murderous. Several other railroad guards moved to flank him, intent on silencing her. Simultaneously, other guards surged towards O'Connor and the defiant knot of strikers surrounding him. The fragile peace erupted into violence. "Protect the lady!" someone roared from the ranks of the workers. Chaos engulfed the yard. Workers, armed only with their tools and their righteous anger, surged forward to meet the railroad guards. Shovels clashed against clubs, wrenches swung defensively, shouts and curses filled the air. It wasn't a coordinated attack, but a spontaneous eruption of long-suppressed fury, a desperate attempt to shield O'Connor and the woman who had dared to speak truth to power. Clara stumbled back as Harkness lunged, his eyes fixed on her with chilling intent. Before he could reach her, a burly worker, wielding a heavy pipe wrench, stepped into his path, blocking him. Harkness snarled and engaged, the pipe wrench clanging against his club. Clara scrambled further back, seeking refuge behind the relative solidity of the coal bunker, her heart hammering against her ribs. She saw O'Connor in the thick of the melee, not fighting aggressively, but defending himself, trying to pull injured workers back, his voice shouting for calm even amidst the brawl. He was clearly still hampered by the injuries Briggs had inflicted the day before, moving stiffly, but his presence was magnetic, a rallying point for the strikers. President Davies, shielded by Mallory and Finch, watched the unfolding riot with horror and disbelief, his grand tour collapsing into a scene of outright rebellion. "Mallory, get control of this! Use whatever force necessary," he commanded, his voice shrill with panic and outrage. More guards poured into the yard, whistles blowing shrilly, adding to the cacophony. The strikers, though determined, were outnumbered and outmatched by the organized force. Fists flew, bodies fell. Clara saw men she recognized, men who had listened to O'Connor in the alley. Men who had helped her the previous day, struck down by clubs, dragged away by guards. The raw brutality was sickening. Through the swirling chaos, she saw Briggs wading into the fight, his face contorted with hate, heading directly for O'Connor. He ignored the lesser skirmishes, his entire focus on silencing the man who represented the heart of the resistance. Clara knew she had to do something, anything. Her bluff about the ledger had brought the confrontation to a head, but O'Connor was now bearing the brunt of the violence. She scanned the area desperately. Her eyes landed on a lever protruding from the mechanism of the coal bunker chute, used for loading coal into locomotive tenders. An idea sparked, reckless and dangerous. While Harkness was still occupied fending off the determined worker with the pipe wrench, and Briggs was closing in on O'Connor, Clara scrambled up the side of the bunker, her ill-fitting dress hindering her movements. Reaching the lever, she put all her weight onto it. With a groan of protesting metal and a deafening roar, a cascade of coal surged down the chute, not into a tender, but directly onto the tracks below, creating a sudden, impenetrable black barrier between the main body of guards near the depot and the fight raging further down the yard. It also partially engulfed several guards who had been advancing on O'Connor's flank, sending them staggering back, choking and blinded by coal dust. The unexpected deluge caused a momentary pause in the fighting. Heads turned towards the bizarre sight of the coal pouring onto the tracks. In that brief lull, O'Connor, seeing his chance, landed a solid blow on Briggs, sending the foreman reeling back into the arms of his own guards. "Enough!" O'Connor yelled, his voice cutting through the din, amplified by the sudden quiet. He stood panting, bruised but unbowed, amidst the scattered debris and fallen men. We made our stand. We spoke our piece. Don't give them the excuse for more violence. He addressed the remaining strikers, his voice resonating with authority. Hold your ground, but don't fight back. His words, coupled with the sheer shock of the coal avalanche, seemed to work. The strikers lowered their makeshift weapons, standing firm but defensively. The railroad guards, momentarily disorganized by the coal and the unexpected command from their adversary, hesitated. Briggs, recovering, wiped coal dust from his face, his eyes burning with hatred for both O'Connor and Clara, who now clung precariously to the side of the bunker. Don't listen to him! Arrest them all! He screamed. But President Davies had seen enough. His face was pale, his dignity shattered, his inspection a disaster. Mallory, he commanded, his voice trembling with fury. End this now. Clear the yard. I want O'Connor and that woman. He gestured furiously towards Clara. Arrested immediately. Confiscate that supposed ledger. I will get to the bottom of this. Mallory, eager to regain control and placate his superior, barked orders. The guards, regrouping, began systematically rounding up the strikers, shoving them roughly towards a holding area near the sheds. Harkness, disengaging from his opponent, started purposefully towards the coal bunker again, his eyes fixed on Clara. Seeing Harkness coming, knowing capture was imminent, Clara felt a surge of panic. The ledger! O'Connor still had it hidden. If they arrested him, searched him thoroughly, they would find it. All would be lost. She scrambled down from the bunker, landing heavily on the coal-strewn ground. O'Connor saw Harkness advancing on her, saw the other guards closing in on him. Their eyes met across the chaotic yard, a silent, desperate communication. He subtly touched the inside of his shirt, where the ledger was hidden, then gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head, his expression conveying a warning. Don't let them connect the book to me. Clara understood. Her bluff had put the ledger into play, but linking it directly to O'Connor now would doom him. She had to create a diversion, draw their fire, give him a chance. As Harkness reached her, grabbing her arm in a painfully tight grip, Clara cried out, The ledger, he doesn't have it, I hid it. Harkness paused, tightening his grip. Where? He snarled. Briggs pushed through the guards surrounding O'Connor, his attention caught. Where is it, girl? Tell us. I hid it, Clara repeated, thinking fast, desperately trying to buy time to deflect suspicion from Sean. Back at the boarding house, behind a loose board in my room. She described the cache where her original notes were hidden, praying the lie was convincing, praying they wouldn't search O'Connor too closely if they thought the prize was elsewhere. Briggs stared at her, his eyes narrowed, trying to gauge if she was telling the truth. The location sounded plausible, secret, the kind of place an outsider might choose. He looked at O'Connor, who maintained a mask of weary defiance, revealing nothing. Take her, Briggs ordered Harkness curtly. Search her room. Tear it apart if you have to. Find that book. He turned back to O'Connor, a triumphant sneer on his face. And you, O'Connor, your little rebellion is over. You're finished. Guards seized O'Connor, binding his hands roughly behind his back. He shot one last look at Clara, a look filled with gratitude, warning, and an intensity that spoke volumes before he was marched away towards the holding shed with the other arrested strikers. Harkness jerked Clara's arm brutally, pulling her towards the depot in the main street. Let's go, little liar. Time to see if you're telling the truth. Clara stumbled along, her mind reeling. Her lie had saved O'Connor from immediate discovery of the ledger, but it had sealed her own fate. They would take her to Mrs. Gable's, tear her room apart, find her notes potentially incriminating in themselves, and realize the ledger wasn't there. What would happen then? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through her. As Harkness Frog marched her through the stunned crowds near the depot, President Davies and his entourage were already retreating hastily into the P&W building. Clara felt the weight of countless eyes upon her. She was marked as a troublemaker, a liar, an enemy of the railroad, marked for retribution. She had spoken truth to power, and the price was being exacted. Her desperate gamble had bought O'Connor a sliver of time, but she was now firmly in the serpent's grasp, facing the consequences alone. Chapter 16. The Strength of Many Hands. Being frog-marched through the streets of Esperanza by Harkness was a humiliating, terrifying ordeal. The crowds that had gathered for President Davies' arrival parted silently as they passed. Faces a mixture of fear, morbid curiosity, and sometimes a flicker of veiled sympathy quickly suppressed. Clara kept her chin high, refusing to show the terror churning inside her, acutely aware of Harkness's bruising grip on her arm, his muttered threats under his breath about what would happen if the ledger wasn't found. The drizzle had stopped, but the air remained heavy, mirroring the oppressive weight of the railroad's authority reasserting itself after the brief chaotic rebellion. They reached Mrs. Gable's boarding house. The landlady stood on the porch, arms crossed, her face a mask of grim disapproval and barely concealed fear. She offered no protest as Harkness shoved Clara inside, merely stepping aside quickly, avoiding eye contact. The message was clear. Clara was on her own. "Which room?" Harkness snarled, his eyes scanning the hallway. "Second floor." "Front," Clara answered quietly, her voice hoarse. Harkness shoved her towards the stairs. He didn't bother with keys, simply kicked open the door to her room, the flimsy wood splintering near the latch. The small space looked exactly as she had left it. Neat, sparse, betraying nothing, except Clara knew, for the hidden cache behind the wardrobe. "All right, Missy," Harkness said, shoving her further into the room. He pulled out a wicked-looking knife. "Where's the book? The truth, this time, or things get unpleasant." His eyes glinted with cruel anticipation. Clara's heart hammered against her ribs. Her bluff had run its course. She couldn't maintain the lie any longer, not under direct threat, not with those cold eyes promising violence, but admitting O'Connor had the ledger would condemn him. She had to stall, deflect. "I told you," she repeated, trying to keep the tremor from her voice. "Behind the wardrobe, there's a loose board." Harkness eyed her suspiciously, then grunted. He holstered the knife, apparently deciding brute force was sufficient for now. He seized the rickety wardrobe and wrenched it away from the wall with a screech of protesting wood. He ran his thick hands along the planks, searching for the loose board she had described. Clara watched, her breath held, praying her original notes were well hidden, praying they wouldn't immediately reveal the ledger wasn't among them. Harkness found the slightly looser board near the floor. With a grunt of effort, he pried it away, revealing the dusty space between the studs. Reaching inside, he pulled out the oilcloth packet, containing Clara's detailed, coded summary of her investigation. He ripped it open, his eyes scanning the closely written pages, his brow furrowed in confusion, then slowly cleared as he recognized names, Briggs, Henderson, O'Connor, and grasped the damning nature of the information, even if the full context eluded him. He looked up at Clara, his expression shifting from suspicion to smug certainty. Well, not the ledger, maybe, he sneered, waving the pages in her face, but plenty enough here to hang you and O'Connor both, lies and slander against the company, inciting unrest. He chuckled unpleasantly. Briggs will be pleased. He stuffed the notes into his pocket. Now, he said, turning back to the opening in the wall, where's the actual book? Don't tell me this is all you had. He began roughly pulling away more boards, searching the cavity more thoroughly. Clara knew she had only moments. He hadn't found the ledger, but he had her notes dangerous enough. And once he finished demolishing the wall and realized the book wasn't there, his fury would be unleashed. She had to escape. While Harkness was preoccupied, his back momentarily turned as he ripped at the wall. Clara bolted. She launched herself towards the door, stumbling over the threshold into the hallway. "Hey!" Harkness roared, whirling around. Clara didn't look back. She flew down the stairs, her heart pounding, expecting Harkness's heavy footsteps to follow immediately. She fumbled desperately with the front door latch, the same one she'd struggled with the night before, hearing Harkness lumbering down the stairs behind her, cursing furiously. The latch gave way. She burst out onto the porch, gasping for breath, ready to run blindly into the street, but she stopped short. The street outside Mrs. Gable's was no longer empty. Standing silently, blocking the way, were perhaps a dozen women. Maeve Kelly was at the forefront, her face pale but resolute, the fear replaced by a quiet, determined anger. Beside her stood Riley's wife, the woman who had taken O'Connor in. Others Clara recognized vaguely from the mercantile, from the edges of the workers' district, wives, mothers, sisters of the men who worked and suffered for the railroad. They held no weapons, only stood shoulder to shoulder, a silent, formidable barrier. Harkness skidded to a halt on the porch behind Clara, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected blockade. "Get out of my way!" he bellowed, brandishing the knife he'd pulled again. "This ain't your concern." Maeve stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly but clear. "She is our concern, Mr. Harkness. She tried to help us. We won't let you take her." "You and what army?" Harkness sneered, though he looked uneasy facing the collective, unwavering stare of the women. He was accustomed to intimidating individuals, not confronting organized, albeit unarmed, solidarity. "The Army of Decency," Maeve replied simply. "Something you and Mr. Briggs know nothing about." More women were emerging from nearby houses, drawn by the commotion, swelling the ranks, their faces grim. Mrs. Gable watched nervously from her doorway, clearly unwilling to intervene, but equally unwilling to side with Harkness against the tide of community anger. Harkness hesitated. He could likely push through them, use his knife, but causing injury to the women, the wives of the workers, might incite a riot far worse than the one in the yards, especially with President Davies still in town. He was outnumbered, his usual tactics of brute force rendered ineffective by the sheer moral weight of the women's stance. "You'll regret this," he snarled, his eyes flicking between Maeve and Clara, promising retribution. He slowly lowered the knife, realizing he couldn't win this confrontation without escalating things beyond his authority. "Briggs will hear about this. You'll all pay—" He turned abruptly and stalked away down the street, pushing roughly past onlookers, his retreat as menacing as his advance had been. Clara sagged against the porch railing, weak with relief, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Maeve rushed forward, putting a supportive arm around her. "Are you all right, Miss Monroe?" "Yes, thank you, Maeve. All of you," Clara choked out, overwhelmed by their courage. He found my notes. About Briggs, the accidents. Maeve nodded grimly. We heard the shouting. Figured he was after you. We couldn't let him take you. She looked around at the other women, a shared understanding passing between them. It's not safe for you anywhere in Esperanza now, not after today. You have to leave. Leave? Clara echoed. But O'Connor? The strike? The ledger? Sean is strong. Riley's wife spoke up, her voice steady. And he's not alone. The men, they stood up today. Davies saw it. Maybe things will change, but Briggs knows about that ledger now thanks to you drawing his fire. Sean needs time to use it, maybe get it to someone Davies might listen to. Your staying here only put you both in more danger. We gathered some money, Maeve said quietly, pressing a small, worn cloth pouch into Clara's hand. It's not much, but enough for a stagecoach ticket east, maybe. And Patrick, he arranged something, another woman added, stepping forward. There's a supply wagon leaving for the Bar M Ranch out west tonight, under cover of dark. Goes a different route, avoids the main patrols. The driver's a friend. He'll take you far enough away that you can catch a stage from Willow Creek, safer than waiting here. Clara stared at them, speechless. These women, who had so little, were offering her not just protection, but escape, pooling their meager resources, leveraging their hidden networks, risking Briggs's wrath to save her. It was the strength of many hands, the quiet, resilient power of community standing against tyranny. I can't accept your money, Clara protested weakly. You must, Maeve insisted gently. Consider it payment for giving us a voice, for trying to tell our story. Now you need to save yourself so that story can finally be heard. Tears blurred Clara's vision. She nodded, unable to speak her gratitude. They hurried her inside, away from curious eyes. Plans were made quickly, whispered instructions given. Clara would stay hidden with Riley's wife until nightfall. Then, under cover of darkness, she would be escorted to the rendezvous point for the supply wagon. As she waited in the small, quiet cottage, the reality of her departure began to sink in. She was leaving Esperanza, leaving behind the story unfinished, leaving Sean to face the fallout. Guilt warred with relief. But Maeve was right. Her presence now was a liability. The greatest service she could do O'Connor, and the cause they both believed in, was to escape, to survive, and to ensure the truth, including the contents of that buried ledger, eventually reached the world. Her thoughts were consumed by Sean. Would he be all right? Would the ledger be enough? Would the strength of the workers hold against the railroad's inevitable backlash? And would she ever see him again? The ache in her chest was a physical pain, a testament to the unexpected bond forged amidst the dust and danger. She clutched the small pouch of money, the collective offering of the Esperanza women, feeling the weight of their sacrifice, their hope, their resilience. It was the strength of many hands, she realized, that offered the only true shelter from the storm. Chapter 17, A Pen Forged in Fire. Waiting in the hushed dimness of Riley's wife's cottage felt like existing in suspended time. Every distant shout, every passing wagon sent a jolt of anxiety through Clara. She strained to hear any news from the yards, any word of O'Connor or the other arrested strikers, but information trickled slowly, if at all, into this quiet corner of the workers' district. Riley's wife, Mary, offered quiet comfort and cups of tea, her calm demeanor a soothing balm on Clara's frayed nerves, but the underlying tension was palpable. Mary's own husband was among the men facing the company's wrath. Yet her focus remained on ensuring Clara's safety. As dusk bled into true night, the time for departure neared. Mary gave Clara a dark, heavy shawl to conceal her features and blend into the shadows. Two trusted men, their faces grim and resolute, arrived silently at the back door. They were friends of Patrick and Sean, their loyalty unquestionable. They spoke in low tones, confirming the plan. The supply wagon waited at a disused siding on the far western edge of town, well away from the main depot and P&W patrols. The driver, a man named Jed, was ready. "Stay between us, miss," one of the men instructed quietly. "Keep your head down. We move fast." Leaving the small, temporary sanctuary felt like stepping back into the heart of danger. The night was moonless, the air damp and cool. They moved swiftly through the labyrinthine back alleys, their footsteps muffled by the damp earth. Esperanza felt different at night, quieter, yet somehow more menacing. Lantern light spilled from saloon windows, casting distorted shadows. The distant rumble of a late-night train echoed like the growl of a restless beast. Clara pulled the shawl tighter, her heart pounding, glancing constantly into the darkness, imagining Harkness or Briggs lurking around every corner. Her escorts were efficient, their knowledge of the town's hidden pathways expert. They avoided main streets, cutting through yards, behind stables, along the dark edges of lumber piles. The silence between them was heavy, broken only by the occasional whispered instruction or the distant barking of a dog. Clara focused on keeping up, on melting into the shadows, trusting the grim competence of the men guiding her. Finally, they reached the rendezvous point, a desolate stretch of track near the skeletal remains of an old loading platform. A single canvas-covered wagon stood waiting, hitched to a team of sturdy mules that shifted restlessly in the darkness. A figure detached himself from the wagon's shadow. "Jed," one of Clara's escorts murmured. "Aye," came the low reply. "Right on time. She the one by. This is her. Get her clear of Esperanza, Jed. Keep her safe." Jed, a lean, weathered man with watchful eyes, nodded curtly. "Got supplies for the Bar M. Just another run." He looked at Clara. "Get in the back, miss. Under the canvas. Stay hidden till we're well clear of town patrols. Won't be comfortable, but it's safer." Clara turned to her escorts, her throat tight with emotion. "Thank you," she whispered sincerely, "for everything." The men merely nodded, their faces impassive in the gloom. "Godspeed, miss," one said gruffly. "Tell O'Connor's story true?" Then they melted back into the darkness as silently as they had appeared, leaving her alone with Jed and the waiting wagon. Jed helped her clamber into the back, under the heavy canvas cover. It smelled of burlap, horse feed, and dust. Crates and sacks pressed against her, leaving little room to move. Jed adjusted the canvas, ensuring she was completely concealed. "Keep quiet now," he advised through the canvas. "Might be a rough ride." She heard the creak of the wagon seat as he climbed aboard, the soft click of the reins, and then the lurch as the mules pulled the heavy wagon into motion. Peering through a tiny gap in the canvas folds, Clara caught fleeting glimpses of Esperanza sliding by dark windows, deserted streets, the looming silhouettes of the rail yards against the slightly less dark sky. Each turn of the wheels felt like a victory, carrying her further from Harkness, from Briggs, from the immediate danger. But escape brought no peace, only a different kind of turmoil. Guilt gnawed at her leaving Sean, leaving the Kellys and Rileys and all the others to face the railroad's retribution. Had she been cowardly or merely pragmatic? She clutched the small pouch of money the women had given her, its weight a tangible reminder of their sacrifice, their trust. Tell O'Connor's story true. That was her responsibility now, her obligation. The wagon rumbled on, leaving the last vestiges of the town behind, rolling out onto the dark prairie. The jolting ride over the uneven track was indeed rough, tossing her against the hard edges of crates. Sleep was impossible. Her mind replayed the events of the past days with agonizing clarity. The confrontation in the hollow, the chaos in the yard, Sean's bruised face, Maeve's tears, the silent strength of the women outside the boarding house, Harkness's menacing pursuit, and the ledger. What would Sean do with it? Could he leverage it against Briggs, against the company? Would Davies, despite his initial outrage, be forced to acknowledge the corruption within his empire if presented with undeniable proof? The fate of so many rested on that mud-stained book and Sean's ability to use it wisely. Hours passed in cramped, jolting darkness. Jed drove steadily, pushing the mules, clearly wanting to put as much distance as possible between them and Esperanza before dawn. Eventually, the rhythm of the wagon, the vast silence of the prairie night, lulled Clara into a state of weary numbness, not sleep, but a suspension of sharp anxiety. Sometime before dawn, the wagon slowed and stopped. Jed's voice came softly through the canvas. "All right, miss, we're well clear now. Road forks here. Bar M track heads north. You'll want the trail west to Willow Creek. About a day's walk, maybe less if you're lucky enough to catch a ride. Stage passes through there regular." Clara crawled stiffly out from under the canvas, her muscles aching. The sky was beginning to pale in the east, washing the landscape in shades of gray and faint lavender. They were in the middle of nowhere, vast, rolling prairie, stretching in every direction, broken only by the faint ruts of the track they were on, and another, even fainter trail branching off to the west. "Thank you, Jed," Clara said sincerely, rubbing her cramped limbs. "I'm grateful." Jed just shrugged, avoiding her eyes, clearly uncomfortable with thanks or prolonged conversation. "Just doing a favor for a friend. Keep safe now." He climbed back onto the wagon seat, gathered the reins, and with a nod steered the mules north, leaving Clara alone on the vast, empty plain. She watched the wagon disappear into the pre-dawn gloom, a solitary figure in an immense landscape. The silence was profound, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the dry grass. She looked west, towards the faint trail leading to Willow Creek, towards safety, towards the possibility of reaching Philadelphia and publishing her story. Then she looked back east, towards the unseen Esperanza, towards Sean, towards the unfinished fight. The conflict within her was immense, duty versus desire, safety versus solidarity. Part of her screamed to run, to get as far away as possible, to save herself, but another stronger part, forged in the fire of the past few days, rebelled against the idea of abandoning Sean, of leaving the story half told, its impact uncertain. She thought of the ledger, the potential power it held. She thought of the strength of the women, their quiet courage. She thought of Sean, standing defiant against Briggs, his belief in justice unwavering despite the cost. Her role wasn't just to report what happened. It was to ensure the truth had consequences. Her notes, captured by Harkness, were dangerous but incomplete. The full story, the undeniable proof, might still rest within that ledger. What if Sean couldn't get it to Davies? What if Briggs managed to suppress it? What if the strike was crushed, the leaders imprisoned, or worse, and the brief flicker of rebellion extinguished? Her escape would be meaningless if the core injustice remained unchallenged, if the sacrifices made were in vain. She looked down at her hands, ink stained from days of writing. Her pen wasn't just a tool for recording events, it was a weapon, potentially the most powerful weapon against the railroad's tyranny. But a weapon was useless if wielded from afar based on incomplete information. Her pen, her integrity, her very purpose had been forged in the fire of Esperanza. Could she truly leave that fire now, hoping the embers wouldn't die out? A decision began to form, terrifying in its implications, yet feeling strangely inevitable. Running west meant safety, but it also felt like a betrayal of Sean, of Maeve, of the story itself. Going back was madness. Harkness was hunting her. Briggs wanted her silenced. Yet the image of Sean's face, the memory of his trust, the weight of the unverified ledger, pulled her eastward with an undeniable force. She stood at the crossroads, the pale dawn illuminating the two paths. One led to safety and survival. The other led back into the heart of the storm, towards uncertainty, danger, and the man who had captured not just her story, but her heart. With a deep breath that felt like drawing strength from the very air of the prairie, Clara turned away from the westward trail. She began walking back towards Esperanza, her pen metaphorically reforged, no longer just an instrument of observation, but a tool of intervention, ready to write the next, most dangerous chapter herself. Chapter 18, Countdown to Revelation. Walking back towards Esperanza under the vast indifferent sky felt like defying gravity itself. Every instinct screamed for self-preservation, for the westward trail leading to Willow Creek and escape. Yet an equally powerful force propelled her eastward, a volatile mixture of journalistic duty, fierce loyalty to Sean O'Connor, and a dawning realization that her own fate was now inextricably woven into the town's struggle. Leaving felt less like survival and more like desertion. The story wasn't finished. The ledger's power was untested, and Sean was facing the railroad's wrath alone. The journey back was arduous and nerve-wracking. She kept off the main track, using the rolling terrain and sparse vegetation for cover, constantly scanning the horizon for riders. The sun climbed, beating down with familiar intensity, reminding her of the harsh realities she was willingly returning to. Hunger gnawed at her. The bread and cheese Maeve had provided were long gone. Thirst became a constant companion. Doubt assailed her with every step. Was this bravery or utter folly? Was she walking towards a resolution or simply back into the serpent's jaws? She traveled through the heat of the day, resting only briefly in shallow gullies or behind rocky outcrops. Her progress was slow, hampered by caution and the unforgiving terrain. By late afternoon, exhaustion began to set in, her steps growing heavy, her resolve flickering. It was then, cresting a low rise, that she saw the familiar smudge of smoke on the horizon that marked Esperanza. The sight sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline mixed with dread through her weary body. She couldn't simply walk back into town. Harkness would be searching. Briggs would have alerted every company man. She needed to enter unseen, find shelter, and somehow assess the situation. Her thoughts turned again to the only place that had offered sanctuary before, however fragile, the Chinese laundry. Would Mrs. Ling risk helping her again, especially now, knowing the danger Clara represented? It was a desperate hope, but the only one she had. Waiting until dusk began to settle, deepening the shadows, Clara approached the outskirts of town with extreme caution, circling wide, avoiding the main approaches. She slipped back into the familiar warren of alleys behind the workers' district, her senses on high alert, moving like a ghost through the territory she had fled only the night before. The atmosphere felt different, quieter, more subdued, heavy with an unspoken tension that was almost suffocating. There were fewer people about, and those she glimpsed hurried along with their heads down, avoiding eye contact. The aftermath of the strike and the arrests hung like a pall over the community. Reaching the alley behind the laundry, she paused, listening intently. No sounds of pursuit, no obvious watchers. Taking a deep breath, she tapped lightly, a prearranged signal. 3 quick knocks, a pause, then 2 more that she and the young laundry worker had hastily agreed upon before she fled. For a long moment, nothing happened. Clara's heart sank. Had Mrs. Ling refused? Had something happened? Then the small back door opened a crack and the young man's face appeared, his eyes wide with alarm and surprise. He quickly pulled her inside, bolting the door behind them. The laundry was quiet, the day's work seemingly done. Only Mrs. Ling remained, sitting stoically in her usual corner, though tonight her hands were still, resting in her lap. She looked up as Clara entered, her ancient eyes holding a mixture of weary resignation and surprise. "You came back?" Mrs. Ling stated flatly. It wasn't a question. "Foolish girl, more foolish than dove, perhaps wise like serpent after all." "I couldn't leave," Clara whispered, leaning against the wall, suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion and the relief of temporary safety. "What happened after yesterday? O'Connor, the strikers?" Mrs. Ling sighed, a faint, dry sound like rustling leaves. "Railroad shows its teeth. Davies is furious. Many men arrested, held in the company shed. O'Connor is among them." Clara's heart clenched. "Is he all right?" "Beaten," Mrs. Ling said bluntly. "But spirit, not broken yet." She paused. "Briggs is like caged tiger. He knows O'Connor likely has ledger. He knows you know. He searched your room, found your notes. Now he tears town apart, quiet-like, looking for book, looking for you. Offers more money now. Many ears listen for rewards." The situation was worse than Clara had feared. Sean was imprisoned. Briggs was closing in, and the ledger remained hidden, its power neutralized as long as Sean was held captive. Her return seemed even more reckless now. "What about the ledger?" Clara asked desperately. "Did O'Connor have a chance?" Mrs. Ling shook her head slowly. "No time. Arrested too fast. Book is with him. Hidden, I think, but useless in locked shed." Clara sank onto a low stool, despair washing over her. Had she come back for nothing? Had her gamble, her sacrifice been in vain? "President Davies," Mrs. Ling continued softly, her eyes fixed on Clara. "He stays one more night. Special train leaves tomorrow noon. He meets today with Mallory. Briggs, company business, closing ranks, protecting secrets. Tomorrow noon. A deadline. If Davies left Esperanza believing Briggs's lies, accepting the sanitized version of events, the chance for justice, however slim, would vanish. The strikers would likely face harsh penalties. O'Connor would be silenced permanently, and the ledger would remain buried, perhaps forever. "There has to be a way," Clara murmured, more to herself than to Mrs. Ling. "A way to get the ledger to Davies before he leaves. A way to make him see the truth." Mrs. Ling watched her, her expression unreadable. "Dragon guards his treasure," she said cryptically. P&W building, many guards now. Mallory, Briggs, they stick close to Davies, no way in. No way to reach him." Clara looked around the quiet laundry, her mind racing, searching for any possibility, however remote. Her eyes fell upon the stacks of clean, folded laundry ready for delivery. Shirts belonging to workers, linens belonging to housewives, but also finer garments. Shirts, collars, perhaps even suits belonging to the railroad officials themselves. Finch, Mallory, maybe even Davies's own personal valet, preparing for the journey home. An idea sparked, wild, audacious, born of desperation. Mrs. Ling had said papers sometimes ended up in laundry pockets. What if a paper went into a pocket, a message, or even a page from the ledger itself? But how? O'Connor was locked away. The ledger was with him. Mrs. Ling, Clara began hesitantly, the men arrested. Are they allowed anything? Visitors, deliveries, food? Some wives bring food, Mrs. Ling said. Guards check it carefully. No messages get through. Laundry? Clara pressed. Do they get clean clothes? Mrs. Ling considered. Sometimes. Clean shirt for important prisoner before questioning, perhaps. If official orders it, it was a sliver of a chance, almost impossibly thin. Get a message to O'Connor inside the holding shed. Instruct him to conceal a single, crucial page from the ledger, perhaps one showing Briggs's signature next to a suspicious payment, inside a shirt destined for the laundry. Then intercept that shirt here, retrieve the page, and find a way to plant that page where Davies himself might find it. Perhaps tucked inside one of his own freshly laundered shirts? The plan was ludicrously complex, dependent on a dozen unpredictable factors, fraught with immense risk. It relied on communicating with O'Connor, on his ability to extract and hide a page while under guard, on the guards choosing that specific shirt for laundering, on Mrs. Ling's cooperation, and finally, on Clara's ability to plant the evidence on the president himself. It was insane. Yet, what other option was there? She explained the desperate, half-formed plan to Mrs. Ling in urgent whispers. The old woman listened patiently, her expression unchanging. When Clara finished, the silence stretched, heavy and uncertain. Many steps, Mrs. Ling said finally, like balancing rice bowl on single chopstick, easy to fall. It's the only way I can think of, Clara pleaded. To use the ledger, to expose Briggs before Davies leaves. Mrs. Ling was silent for another long moment, her gaze distant. Then she gave a slow, deliberate nod. Dragons sleep sometimes. Sometimes small mouse can steal pearl. She looked at Clara sharply. First step, message to O'Connor. How? Clara thought of Maeve, Riley's wife, the women who had helped her. The wives bringing food, she said. Perhaps a coded message, hidden in bread, something the gods might miss. Difficult, Mrs. Ling stated. Gods are suspicious, looking for notes. She paused, her eyes drifting towards her own mending basket filled with scraps of cloth, needles, various shades of thread. Perhaps message not written, message sewn. She picked up a small piece of dark cloth and a needle threaded with lighter cotton. If wife brings him bread wrapped in cloth, maybe sew message inside seam, few stitches, code you both know. Clara thought of the wildflower sketch, the circle with the wavy line. Symbols. Could they devise a simple stitch code? Page, Clara whispered. Laundry. She mimed stitches in the air. 1 long stitch for page, 3 short for laundry. Mrs. Ling considered, then nodded again. Simple, easy to hide in plain seam if wife is brave enough, if guard is careless. The first fragile link in the chain was forged. Now they needed to reach Maeve or Mary Riley, convince them to take this enormous risk, sow the almost invisible message, and hope it reached Sean. Then they had to pray he understood, that he could act, that the right shirt would find its way to Mrs. Ling's tubs. The countdown had begun. Davy's train left tomorrow noon. They had less than a day to orchestrate an impossible sequence of events, to place a single, damning piece of paper into the hands of the most powerful man in the territory, banking everything on hidden stitches, soiled laundry, and the desperate hope that truth, however fragile, could still prevail against the serpent coiled in the heart of the steel empire. The air in the quiet laundry felt thick with the weight of the impending deadline, each tick of an unseen clock, measuring the dwindling hours before revelation or ruin. Chapter 19, An Unforeseen Gambit. The plan, audacious and fragile as it was, infused Clara with a desperate energy that pushed back her exhaustion. The first hurdle was contacting Maeve or Mary Riley without revealing her own presence back in town. Mrs. Ling dispatched the young laundry worker, trusting his ability to navigate the workers' district discreetly and deliver a summons. It was an agonizing wait. Hidden again behind the hamper, listening to the muffled sounds of the town, settling into an uneasy night, praying the young man wouldn't be stopped or questioned. After what felt like an eternity, he returned, slipping silently through the back door. Maeve Kelly was with him. Her face was pale and etched with worry, but her eyes held the same resolute fire Clara had seen when she'd faced down Harkness. Seeing Clara, Maeve rushed forward, relief momentarily overriding her fear. "Miss Monroe, you came back. We were so worried. Jed got me away safely, Maeve." Clara reassured her quickly, keeping her voice low. "But I couldn't stay away, not while everyone is still in danger." She quickly, urgently explained the desperate plan, the coded message sewn into a bread wrapper, the hope of retrieving a single page from the ledger via the laundry, the ultimate goal of planting it for President Davies to find before his departure at noon the next day. Maeve listened intently, her initial relief turning to stunned disbelief, then hardening into grim determination. It's mad, Miss Monroe," she whispered, glancing towards Mrs. Ling, who nodded almost imperceptibly. "But it might be the only chance we have. Patrick is frantic. They're questioning the men harshly, trying to break them, find out who else was involved in the strike planning, find that ledger." She took a deep breath. "I'll do it. I'll take food to Patrick tomorrow morning. I can wrap the bread. I can sew the stitches." Mrs. Ling provided a scrap of dark, sturdy cloth, similar to what many workers used, and demonstrated the simple stitch code again. 1 long stitch, 3 short stitches, page, laundry. Clara watched Maeve practice the stitches on a spare piece of fabric, her fingers clumsy at first, then growing more certain. The fate of their desperate gambit rested on these few, almost invisible threads. "The guards might be suspicious of me bringing food now," Maeve fretted, "especially after yesterday." "Say it is apology," Mrs. Ling suggested quietly. "Say husband was foolish, led astray. Say you beg forgiveness. Act humble, frightened wife. They expect that." Maeve nodded, steeling herself. "I can do that." With the first part of the plan set in motion, Maeve slipped away as silently as she had arrived, carrying the immense burden of the first crucial step. Clara and Mrs. Ling were left in the heavy silence of the laundry, the air thick with unspoken prayers, and the ticking clock counting down to noon. Sleep was impossible. Clara huddled behind the hamper, drifting in and out of a restless doze, her mind plagued by images of failure, the message discovered, the ledger remaining hidden, Davy's train pulling away, leaving Esperanza and its hopes crushed under the railroad's heel. Morning arrived with agonizing slowness, the gray light filtering through the steamy windows. The sounds of the town resuming were muted, tense. Clara listened for any news, any hint of developments, but only the usual sounds of the laundry starting its day reached her. Mrs. Ling worked with her customary calm, sorting linens, directing the younger workers, her impassive face revealing nothing of the high-stakes drama unfolding around her. Mid-morning, a commotion near the front brought Clara's heart into her throat. It wasn't Briggs or Harkness, but a P&W clerk, accompanied by 2 guards. They carried a large basket filled with soiled shirts and collars. "Special order," the clerk announced officiously to Mrs. Ling. "President Davis's personal valet requires these items laundered and pressed immediately. The president's train departs at noon sharp. They must be ready." Clara almost gasped aloud. Davis's laundry, delivered right to them. It felt like fate, a crucial piece of the puzzle falling unexpectedly into place. Mrs. Ling accepted the basket without expression, merely nodding. "We'll be ready." As the clerk and guards departed, Mrs. Ling caught Clara's eye, a barely perceptible flicker, acknowledging the significance of this arrival. Now everything depended on Maeve, on Sean, on the guards at the holding shed, and on one specific shirt making its way from Sean's back into Mrs. Ling's tubs. The hours crawled. Every new arrival at the laundry sent waves of anxiety through Clara. Around 11 o'clock, just as despair began to set in, a railroad guard arrived with a smaller bundle of exceptionally dirty work shirts. "These are from the prisoners," the guard grumbled, dumping the bundle unceremoniously onto the floor. "Foreman Briggs wants O'Connor cleaned up a bit before the president leaves, maybe one last attempt to question him persuasively. Needs one clean shirt back within the hour." He spat onto the floor and left. Clara and Mrs. Ling exchanged a look filled with frantic hope. "O'Connor's shirt, it had to be in that bundle." Mrs. Ling calmly instructed her workers to handle the president's laundry first, then turned her attention to the prisoner's bundle. With meticulous, unhurried movements, she began sorting through the grimy shirts. Clara watched from her hiding place, her breath caught in her throat. Mrs. Ling paused, holding up a dark wool shirt, dirtier than the rest, stained with mud and something that looked ominously like dried blood near the collar. She ran her fingers subtly along the inside seam near the hem. Her fingers stopped. She nodded almost imperceptibly. The stitches were there. Sean had understood. He had managed it. Now came the most dangerous part for Mrs. Ling. Under the watchful eyes of her own workers, none of whom knew the full extent of the plot, she had to retrieve the hidden page. She carried the shirt towards steaming tubs as if preparing to wash it, but paused near a work table piled high with other linens. With movements too swift and practiced for Clara to fully follow, shielded by the piles of cloth and the steam, Mrs. Ling's fingers worked at the seam. A moment later, she moved away, leaving the shirt soaking, and carried a damp cloth towards a bin. Concealed within the cloth, Clara prayed, was the page. Mrs. Ling calmly proceeded to wash and press one of the other, less stained shirts from the prisoner's bundle, preparing it for the guard's return. She then turned her attention to President Davies' laundry, selecting a fine white shirt. As she meticulously ironed it, she paused ostensibly to adjust the collar. Again, her movements were shielded, deft. Clara held her breath, guessing she was tucking the retrieved page small, folded, perhaps slightly damp inside the starched collar. or cuff, where it might remain unnoticed until the president himself unfolded it. Just before noon, the guard returned for O'Connor's clean shirt. Mrs. Ling handed it over, perfectly laundered and pressed. Minutes later, the P&W clerk arrived, flustered and impatient, to collect President Davies' laundry. Mrs. Ling handed over the basket of pristine garments, including the crucial white shirt. The clerk hurried away towards the depot. All the pieces were in motion. The page was planted. Now they could only wait and pray that Davies would find it, that he would understand its significance, that it would be enough to shatter his carefully constructed reality before his train departed. From the laundry, they could hear the sounds from the depot growing louder, the clang of the bell, the hiss of steam building, the shouts of conductors. Noon was approaching fast. Clara felt sick with tension, the silence in the laundry almost unbearable. Suddenly, the depot bell began ringing insistently, not the usual departure signal, but a frantic, continuous clang. Shouts erupted, louder this time, confused, alarmed. Something was happening. The young laundry worker burst through the back door again, his eyes wide. "President's train!" He gasped in heavily accented English. "Stopped! President, very angry, holding paper, shouting at Mallory, 'God's running!'" Clara scrambled out from behind the hamper, Mrs. Ling rising slowly from her stool. Had it worked? Had Davies found the page? Before they could absorb the news, the front door of the laundry burst open. Not Harkness this time, but Superintendent Mallory himself stood there, his face pale and sweating, flanked by two grim-faced P&W guards, his eyes filled with panic and fury, immediately fixed on Clara. "There she is!" Mallory yelled, pointing a trembling finger. "Seize her! She's the source of this slander. She planted it." The guards lunged towards Clara, but Mrs. Ling stepped forward, placing herself calmly between Clara and the advancing men. "This is laundry," Mrs. Ling said, her voice quiet but carrying immense authority within her own domain. "Place of work, not place for railroad troubles." Mallory, desperate and losing control, shoved Mrs. Ling roughly aside. "Out of my way, old woman!" The disrespect, the violation of her sanctuary, sent a ripple of anger through the Chinese workers who instinctively moved forward, gripping washing paddles and irons, their expressions suddenly fierce. Mallory and his guards hesitated, finding themselves unexpectedly facing not just one old woman, but a room full of potential resistance. In that moment of hesitation, Clara saw her chance. Dodging around the distracted guards, she bolted for the back door, yanked it open, and ran out into the alley. Mallory's enraged shouts echoing behind her. She didn't know where she was running, only that she had to get away, had to see what was happening at the depot. The revelation had begun, but the outcome and her own fate hung precariously in the balance. The unforeseen gambit had detonated, and the explosion was just beginning. Chapter 20, The Gathering Storm. Bursting out of the relative safety of the laundry into the maze of alleys felt like plunging back into a whirlpool. Clara ran, fueled by adrenaline and the sounds of Mallory's furious pursuit echoing behind her. She didn't dare look back, focusing only on putting distance between herself and the enraged superintendent. Her lungs burned, her side ached, but the thought of capture, of falling back into the railroad's clutches now, when the truth might finally be breaking through, propelled her forward. She risked emerging onto a slightly wider street, several blocks away, hoping to blend into any midday foot traffic. The atmosphere here was electric. People clustered on corners, murmuring excitedly, craning their necks towards the depot. The frantic clanging of the bell had ceased, replaced by an uneasy, expectant silence punctuated by occasional shouts from the direction of the tracks. Something significant was definitely happening. Clara pulled the dark shawl tighter around her head, trying to conceal her face, and joined the edge of a small crowd gathered near the entrance to the main rail yard. From this vantage point, partially obscured by a stack of crates, she could see the scene unfolding on the platform beside President Davies's waiting special train, steam pluming impatiently, uniformed porters standing frozen, unsure whether to proceed with loading. President Davies stood near the steps of his private car, his face flushed with fury, waving a small, slightly crumpled piece of paper, the page, Clara realized with a jolt of triumph mixed with terror. Superintendent Mallory stood before him, pale and sweating profusely, attempting to placate the railroad magnate, while Albert Finch hovered nearby, wringing his hand. Foreman Briggs was also present, flanked by Harkness and several guards, his usual bluster replaced by a barely concealed panic. Utter fabrication, Mr. Davies, slanderous lies. Mallory was sputtering, gesturing wildly. Planted by that woman, that reporter, to discredit Foreman Briggs and incite the workers. Lies! Davies roared, shaking the paper furiously. This looks remarkably like a page from a ledger, Mallory. It details payments, exorbitant payments, authorized by Briggs here for security services rendered by this Harkness character on dates coinciding precisely with the deaths of Henderson and that young Riley fellow. Explain that. Briggs stepped forward, attempting to intervene. Mr. Davies, sir, it's a misunderstanding. Those were legitimate security expenses preventing sabotage. Silence, Briggs, Davies snapped, turning his considerable wrath on the foreman. I've heard enough of your explanation. This document, he waved the page again, suggests payoffs, cover-ups, perhaps even murder, happening under your supervision, Mallory, on my railroad. The surrounding crowd murmured, sensing the shift in power, the public dressing down of the previously untouchable railroad officials. The seed of doubt, planted by Clara's desperate gambit, was taking root in the president's mind, fertilized by his own wounded pride and the potential scandal threatening his empire. Where is the rest of this ledger? Davies demanded, his eyes sweeping the platform, landing on Briggs again. And where is that woman reporter? We are searching for her, sir, Mallory stammered. And the ledger, we believe O'Connor, the ringleader we arrested, may have it. Then bring O'Connor to me, Davies commanded. Now I want answers. Clara watched, her heart pounding as guards hurried towards the holding shed. This was the moment. Would Sean be able to speak? Would they allow him to? Would the rest of the ledger finally see the light of day? Minutes later, Sean O'Connor was marched onto the platform, surrounded by guards. He looked pale and bruised, his movements stiff, but his head was held high, his gray eyes defiant as he faced the president. Mr. O'Connor, Davies began, his tone cold and clipped. I'm told you possess a certain ledger belonging to Foreman Briggs. Is this true? Sean met the president's gaze steadily. It is, sir. And does it contain further entries similar to this? Davies held up the damning page. It contains entries detailing years of Foreman Briggs' corruption, sir, Sean stated clearly, his voice carrying across the silent platform. Payments for intimidation, evidence of deliberate negligence leading to fatal accidents like the one that killed Thomas Miller, records of stolen supplies, ghost names on the payroll, all signed and authorized by Briggs himself. A collective gasp went through the crowd. Briggs looked ready to physically attack Sean. restrained only by Mallory's frantic gesture and the surrounding guard. Where is this ledger? Davies demanded. Sean subtly touched the inside of his rough prisoner shirt. Confiscated property is usually returned upon release, Mr. Davies, or perhaps upon the presentation of evidence to the appropriate authorities. He was carefully avoiding admitting he had it on his person, likely aware Briggs might order him searched and silenced immediately. This is outrageous, Briggs exploded. He's lying. Search him. He has nothing. Enough, Briggs, Davies snapped, his patience clearly exhausted. He looked from Briggs's panicked face to O'Connor's steady gaze, then back at the incriminating page in his hand. The evidence, coupled with the foreman's blatant desperation, seemed to be solidifying his suspicions. He turned to Mallory. Superintendent, place Foreman Briggs and Mr. Harkness under arrest immediately. Confine them pending a full investigation into these allegations, and release Mr. O'Connor and the other men arrested yesterday, provided they return to work peacefully. Stunned silence greeted the president's decree. Then a wave of murmurs, quickly swelling into cheers, erupted from the crowd and the workers still gathered in the yard. Briggs stared in disbelief, his face draining of color. Harkness looked momentarily murderous, then seemed to deflate, realizing the game was up. Guards, responding to Mallory's dazed but imperative gestures, moved hesitantly to apprehend the foreman and his enforcer. Sean O'Connor stood tall, a flicker of weary triumph in his eyes. He looked across the platform, his gaze searching the crowd until it found Clara, hidden near the crates. Their eyes locked for a long, profound moment, a shared acknowledgement of the victory won. The risks taken, the price paid, and the undeniable connection that bound them. But the victory felt fragile, incomplete. Briggs and Harkness were arrested, yes, but the powerful railroad structure remained. Davies, motivated more by protecting his company's reputation than by genuine justice, might still orchestrate a cover-up. The real proof, the full ledger, was still technically hidden, its future uncertain. As the guards led Briggs and Harkness away, protesting furiously, Mallory approached O'Connor, his expression a mixture of relief and resentment. The president orders your release, O'Connor, on condition you cease this disruption and return to work. We will return to work, Superintendent, Sean replied calmly, when President Davies agrees to meet with the delegation of workers to formally address our demands for safe conditions and fair treatment, and when we have assurances that this investigation into Briggs will be thorough and impartial. He wasn't backing down, leveraging the moment, pushing for lasting change beyond the removal of one corrupt foreman. Davies, overhearing this, scowled but seemed to recognize the political necessity of concession. Fine, he snapped. Arrange a meeting, Mallory, this afternoon. Now clear this platform. I intend to depart. The immediate crisis seemed resolved, but Clara felt a lingering unease. She saw Finch whispering urgently to Mallory, saw the calculating look in the superintendent's eyes as he glanced towards the departing president and the arrested foreman. The serpent hadn't been slain, merely wounded. The system that allowed men like Briggs to flourish remained intact. She needed to get the full story, including the contents of the ledger, out to the Chronicle. That felt more crucial than ever. Davies might conduct an internal investigation, but public exposure was the only guarantee against a whitewash. As the crowd began to disperse, relief mingling with excitement, Clara slipped away from the crates, intending to find Maeve or Mary, perhaps retrieve her own belongings if possible, and make plans to get to Willow Creek and the stagecoach east. She needed to write, to transmit the full, explosive story while the details were fresh, while the momentum for change existed. She kept to the back streets, avoiding the main thoroughfares where P&W officials or lingering guards might still spot her. She was heading toward the workers' district when a voice called her name softly from a shadowed alleyway. "Miss Monroe?" Clara froze, her hand flying to her throat. She turned slowly. Stepping out of the shadows was not Harkness, nor a railroad guard, but Albert Finch, the assistant superintendent, his normally florid face pale, his eyes darting nervously. "Mr. Finch?" Clara asked, wary. "What do you want?" "A word, Miss Monroe," Finch said quickly, licking his lips. "In private. It's about Foreman Briggs. And the ledger." He glanced around fearfully. "There are things President Davies doesn't know. Things Mallory wants buried. Things you should know if you truly want the whole story." Clara stared at him, suspicion warring with her reporter's instinct. Finch had been part of the polished facade, defending Briggs just days ago. Why approach her now? Was it a trap? Or had Davies's public takedown of Briggs shifted loyalties, prompting Finch to save his own skin by revealing deeper secrets? He looked genuinely frightened. Cornered. "What things?" Clara asked cautiously. Finch beckoned her deeper into the alley. "Not here. Too exposed. Come with me. There's something hidden in Briggs's old office down by the abandoned spur line. Records he thought were destroyed. They prove it goes much higher than Briggs." He swallowed hard. "It involves Mallory, maybe even further." Clara hesitated. It felt incredibly risky, walking into another potential ambush, yet the possibility of uncovering the deeper rot, implicating Mallory himself, was tantalizing. This could be the key to ensuring real justice, not just a superficial changing of the guard. It could be the explosive core of her story. Finch saw her hesitation. "Please, Miss Monroe," he urged, his voice trembling slightly. "I know I haven't been forthcoming, but Briggs is finished. Mallory will sacrifice anyone to save himself. I just want the truth out there before I become the next scapegoat." His fear seemed genuine. Against her better judgment, compelled by the lure of the ultimate truth, the final piece of the puzzle, Clara nodded slowly. "All right, Finch. Show me." She followed him deeper into the shadowed alley, away from the dispersing crowds, towards the desolate quiet of the abandoned spur line. The storm clouds overhead, though no longer raining, still hung heavy and dark, mirroring the secrets Finch promised to reveal. Secrets that might unleash a tempest far greater than the one Esperanza had just weathered. The countdown to revelation wasn't over. Perhaps the most dangerous part was just beginning. Chapter 21. The Reckoning Bell. The walk with Albert Finch towards the abandoned spur line was fraught with suffocating tension. Clara's instincts screamed danger, every shadow seeming to pulse with potential threat. Finch scurried ahead, constantly glancing over his shoulder, his fear a palpable thing that did little to reassure her. Was his terror genuine? The desperation of a cornered man trying to salvage his own future by exposing his superiors? Or was it a performance designed to lure her into a final deadly trap orchestrated by Mallory, or perhaps even Briggs, somehow pulling strings even after his arrest? They reached the desolate area, near the rusting tracks and dilapidated sheds, a place haunted by the ghosts of industry past. The air here was still, heavy, smelling of decay and stagnant water. Finch led her towards a small, grimy wooden shack, set slightly apart from the others, Briggs's old field office, apparently, from before he moved up to supervising the main yards. The door hung crookedly on rusted hinges, the single window boarded up. "In here," Finch whispered, pushing the warped door open with a groan. He kept private records here sometimes, things he didn't want seen at the main office. After he was promoted, I was supposed to clear it out, burn everything. Mallory insisted. He wiped sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. But I couldn't destroy all of it. I tucked some things away, behind a loose stone in the hearth. The interior of the shack was dark, damp, and smelled strongly of mildew and rat droppings. Discarded papers, broken tools, and cobwebs littered the floor. A primitive stone hearth dominated one wall. Finch hurried towards it, his movements furtive. "Why show me now, Finch?" Clara asked quietly, staying near the doorway, ready to bolt, her eyes scanning the gloomy corners. Why risk Mallory's wrath? Finch didn't look at her, already kneeling by the hearth, prying at a large, discolored stone near the base. "Mallory, he'll throw me to the wolves," Finch muttered, his voice tight with resentment. "Blame me for Briggs's excesses. Said I should have known, should have reported it. He needs a scapegoat now that Davies is breathing down his neck. But I won't take the fall for him, not when he knew. He knew all along." The stone came loose with a scraping sound. Finch reached into the dark cavity behind it and pulled out a slim oilcloth packet, smaller than the ledger O'Connor possessed, but similar in its air of clandestine importance. He stood up, clutching it tightly, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and vindictive triumph. "Here," he said, thrusting the packet towards Clara. "Letters, memos, signed by Mallory himself, authorizing special expenditures for Briggs, referring to handling labor disputes discreetly, approving bonuses after incidents. It proves Mallory wasn't just complicit, he directed it." Clara took the packet, her reporter's instincts momentarily overriding her fear. Her fingers trembled as she untied the string. Inside were indeed several folded documents, letters on P&W letterhead, internal memoranda, all bearing Superintendent Mallory's distinctive signature. A quick scan confirmed Finch's claim. Dates aligned with Henderson's death, with periods of intense labor unrest, with suspicious supply orders. It was damning. This wasn't just about Briggs's corruption. It implicated the highest levels of the railroad's territorial management. This was the proof she needed to ensure the scandal couldn't be contained, couldn't be dismissed as the actions of one rogue foreman. Clara breathed, her mind racing. "This changes everything." "Yes," Finch said eagerly, misinterpreting her reaction. "You publish this, Miss Monroe. Show Davies, show the world who the real villain is. Clear my name." His voice trailed off as a shadow fell across the doorway. Both Clara and Finch froze, turning slowly towards the entrance. Standing there, silhouetted against the gray afternoon light, was Superintendent Mallory. He wasn't alone. Behind him stood two burly men Clara didn't recognize, but whose cold eyes and hard expression screamed hired muscle, far more dangerous than the regular P&W guards. Mallory's face was a mask of cold fury, his earlier panic replaced by icy resolve. "Well, Albert," Mallory said, his voice dangerously soft as he stepped into the shack, his eyes flicking from Finch's terrified face to the packet in Clara's hand. "It seems your loyalty is as flimsy as your competence, trying to bargain your way out with stolen documents?" Finch whimpered, backing away, stumbling over debris. "Mr. Mallory, she forced me." "Silence, you sniveling coward." Mallory snapped, dismissing him with contempt. He turned his full attention to Clara. Miss Monroe, you have caused an extraordinary amount of trouble. Interfering with company business, inciting riots, consorting with known agitators, and now trafficking in stolen confidential documents. He took a step closer, his eyes like chips of ice. President Davies may have been swayed by O'Connor's theatrics and that planted Page a clever trick, I admit, but he is leaving. Once he is gone, matters here will be tidied up permanently. The threat hung heavy and chilling in the damp air. Davies' departure would remove the only check on Mallory's power. He intended to bury the scandal and everyone associated with it. You won't get away with this, Mallory, Clara said, clutching the oilcloth packet, trying to project a confidence she didn't feel. O'Connor has the ledger. Davies knows about the page. People know. Mallory laughed, a dry, humorless sound. People know what the railroad allows them to know, Miss Monroe. O'Connor's ledger will vanish from the evidence locker, unfortunate administrative error. Foreman Briggs, tragically overcome with remorse, might meet with an accident in custody. Mr. Finch here, he gestured dismissively at the trembling assistant, will take the blame for any irregularities. And you? You will simply disappear? A regrettable incident out on the prairie, perhaps? So easy for a lone woman to get lost out here? The two thugs behind Mallory shifted, their expressions predatory. Clara backed away further, her eyes darting towards the boarded-up window, the single door blocked by Mallory. She was trapped. Give me the documents, Miss Monroe, Mallory commanded, extending his hand. Clara hesitated, clutching the packet. This was it, the final confrontation. Giving up the papers meant surrendering the last piece of leverage, the proof of Mallory's own guilt. Suddenly, Finch, propelled by sheer terror, made a desperate, clumsy lunge towards the doorway, trying to bolt past Mallory. No, I won't let you. One of Mallory's thugs reacted instantly, grabbing Finch and slamming him hard against the shack wall. Finch cried out, slumping to the floor, dazed. In that split second of distraction, Clara acted on pure instinct. She shoved the oilcloth packet deep into the bodice of her dress, a desperate, perhaps futile hiding place, and threw the only object within reach, a heavy, rusted wrench lying on the floor. She hurled it with all her might, not at Mallory, but at the boarded-up window. The wrench struck the decaying wood with a satisfying crunch, splintering the boards, creating a jagged opening. It wasn't large, but it might be enough. Without a second thought, she scrambled towards it, ignoring Mallory's shout of rage. Stop her! One of the thugs lunged, grabbing at her skirt. The fabric ripped, but Clara pulled free, scrambling frantically through the splintered opening, cutting her hands on the jagged wood. She tumbled outside onto the damp ground, gasping for breath. She didn't pause. Pushing herself up, she ran blindly away from the shack, towards the main yards, towards the center of town, anywhere there might be people, witnesses. She could hear Mallory shouting orders behind her, the heavy footsteps of the thugs pounding in pursuit. She burst out from the desolate spur line area onto a track bordering the main yards, nearly colliding with a group of workers. They were some of the men released alongside O'Connor, their faces grim but resolute. They stared in surprise as Clara stumbled towards them, pursued by Mallory's men. Help! Clara gasped. Mallory, he's trying to kill me. The workers exchanged glances, recognizing her, understanding instantly. Without hesitation, they stepped forward, forming a human barrier, armed with the same tools they'd wielded earlier, shovels, wrenches, lengths of pipe. Mallory and his thugs skidded to a halt, faced once again with the unexpected solidarity of the railroad workers. "Get out of our way," Mallory demanded, his face livid. "This is official railroad business." "This is our yard, Mallory," one of the workers retorted, the same gray-bearded man who had helped Clara the day before. "And she's under our protection." The standoff crackled with tension. Mallory was clearly furious, but attacking the workers again, especially after Davies's explicit orders and the release of the strikers, was a risk even he seemed hesitant to take. He glared at Clara, then at the defiant workers, his mind clearly working, calculating. Just then, another figure strode onto the scene, pushing through the gathering crowd. It was Sean O'Connor. He was no longer in prisoner's garb, but his own rough work clothes. His face was still bruised, but his eyes burned with cold fire as he took in the scene. Clara, breathless and terrified, Mallory and his thugs, the protective cordon of workers. "Leaving so soon, Superintendent?" Sean called out, his voice dangerously calm. "Or just trying to silence the last witness?" Mallory whirled around, startled by O'Connor's appearance. "O'Connor, this doesn't concern you." "It concerns me when my employer tries to murder innocent women," Sean replied, stepping forward to stand beside Clara, placing himself deliberately between her and Mallory. He looked Mallory dead in the eye. "It concerns me when the man responsible for countless deaths tries to bury the truth along with his victims." He reached inside his shirt and slowly, deliberately, pulled out the mud-stained ledger. "President Davies may have left Mallory," Sean said, holding the ledger up for all to see, "but this book hasn't, and its story will be told." The crowd murmured, pressing closer. Mallory stared at the ledger, then at the resolute faces of O'Connor, Clara, and the surrounding workers. He was cornered, exposed, his desperate gambit foiled. Suddenly, from the direction of the depot, the loud, insistent clanging of a bell began to ring. Not the train bell this time, but the heavy bell atop the P&W office building itself, a bell usually reserved for major emergencies, for fires, for alarms that summoned the entire town. Its deep, resonant tolls echoed across Esperanza, a sound of urgency, of crisis, of reckoning. Heads turned towards the sound. What now? Had Davies returned? Had someone else discovered the depth of Mallory's corruption? The bell continued its relentless clang, each toll seeming to strip away another layer of the railroad's carefully constructed facade, calling the town to witness the final act. The reckoning bell had begun to ring, and its sound promised that the gathering storm was about to break with devastating force. Chapter 22. Dawn Breaks Over Iron. The insistent clang of the P&W office bell reverberated through the tense tableau in the rail yard, drawing all eyes towards the center of town. Confusion warred with anticipation on the faces of the workers, while sheer panic began to dawn in Superintendent Mallory's eyes. That bell signified a major alarm, something beyond his control, something that stripped away his authority in a way O'Connor's defiance alone could not. "What is it? What's happening?" Mallory demanded, looking wildly around, his attempt to silence Clara and retrieve the incriminating evidence forgotten in this new, overarching crisis. No one answered. The crowd remained frozen, listening to the relentless summons. Then figures began running from the direction of the main street towards the yard townsfolk, merchants, even some of the lower-level P&W clerks, their faces alight with excitement or alarm. "It's the telegraph!" someone shouted, close enough for Clara and Sean to hear. News from Cheyenne. The wires are buzzing. What news? Another voice called out. The Eastern Chronicle. They published it. A full expose about Esperanza, about the accidents, the cover ups. It names Briggs, Mallory, even implicates President Davies. Clara gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Her message, the desperate summary Sean had entrusted to his contact. The words she had bled onto the page in her small room, it had arrived. It had been published. The truth was out, not just whispered in alleys or hidden in ledgers, but broadcast across the wires, splashed across the pages of a respected newspaper. Mr. Abernathy, despite his skepticism, had come through. A wave of elation, so potent it momentarily eclipsed her fear, washed over her. It had worked. Her words, her pen forged in fire, had struck a blow far heavier than any wrench or shovel could deliver. Mallory stared, aghast, his face turning an unhealthy shade of gray. Finch, forgotten on the ground near the shack, began to sob openly. The workers surrounding Sean let out a collective roar, a sound not of anger this time, but of vindication, of hope ignited. Sean O'Connor looked at Clara, his bruised face breaking into a slow, incredulous, brilliant smile. The admiration in his eyes was palpable, a shared victory reflected between them. He raised the ledger high. The Chronicle has the story, he announced, his voice ringing with newfound power. And we have the proof. The momentum shifted irrevocably. Mallory's authority evaporated under the twin assault of public exposure and physical evidence. The thugs who had accompanied him looked suddenly uncertain, glancing towards the growing, energized crowd, clearly realizing their employer's protection was worthless. Sheriff, a voice bellowed from the edge of the crowd. The town sheriff, a man previously known for his deference to the railroad, pushed his way through, flanked by two hastily deputized townsmen. He looked uncomfortable, but resolute, clearly swayed by the telegraph news and the undeniable shift in the town's power dynamic. He approached Mallory, avoiding the superintendent's sputtering glare. Superintendent Mallory, the sheriff said formally, given the news from the East and these serious allegations, he gestured towards Sean and the ledger. I have no choice but to place you under arrest pending investigation by federal marshals. Mallory looked utterly stunned, then seemed to crumple, the fight draining out of him. His thugs, seeing their paymaster arrested, discreetly began to melt back into the crowd, wanting no part of the official fallout. Finch remained sobbing on the ground until one of the deputies hauled him unceremoniously to his feet. As the sheriff escorted Mallory and Finch away a symbolic walk past the silent P&W office building where the reckoning bell still tolled, the rail yard erupted. Workers embraced, cheered, clapped Sean on the back. Years of suppressed fear and resentment gave way to an explosion of relief and cautious optimism. Sean pushed through the celebrating crowd towards Clara, his eyes finding hers immediately. He stopped before her, the noise fading around them, creating a small pocket of intense connection amidst the chaos. You did it, Clara? He said softly, his voice filled with awe and gratitude. Your words, they traveled faster and hit harder than any fist. He gently touched her arm, his calloused fingers warm against her skin, ignoring the ripped sleeve and the grime. Are you all right? He didn't hurt you? I'm all right, she managed, her voice trembling slightly, not from fear now, but from overwhelming emotion. Just overwhelmed. She looked down at her bodice, remembering the hidden packet. Finch? He gave me more. Letters, memos, signed by Mallory. She carefully retrieved the oilcloth packet and handed it to Sean. It proves Mallory knew everything, directed it. Sean took the packet, his eyes widening as he quickly scanned the contents. Saints preserve us, he breathed. This buries him. This buries the company's lies for good. He looked back at her, his expression softening. You risked everything coming back. Facing Finch, facing Mallory. I couldn't leave, she admitted, meeting his gaze, the truth of her feelings, her commitment, laid bare. Not without knowing the story was truly finished. Not without knowing you were safe. The admission hung in the air between them, potent and undeniable. The noise of the celebration seemed to recede further. Sean reached out, his hand gently cupping her cheek, his thumb brushing away a smudge of coal dust. His touch was electric, sending shivers down her spine despite the lingering chill in the air. Clara, he began, his voice thick with emotion, after all this. Before he could finish, Maeve and Patrick pushed through the crowd, their faces beaming with relief. Maeve threw her arms around Clara in a fierce hug. Miss Monroe, we heard. The newspaper. You did it. Patrick clapped Sean on the shoulder, his eyes shining with unshed tears of gratitude. The private moment was broken, but the connection lingered, a silent promise in Sean's eyes. The celebration continued around them, raw and cathartic. Men wept openly, embracing comrades. Someone started singing a defiant Irish ballad, the tune quickly taken up by dozens of voices, rising strong and clear over the rail yard. Later, as the initial euphoria subsided and practicalities emerged, Sean, Clara, and a committee of workers, including Patrick and the gray-bearded Riley, gathered near the tracks. The ledger and Finch's documents were carefully examined, confirming the extent of the corruption. Plans were made to present the evidence along with their demands to the incoming federal marshals, whose arrival was now inevitable. Sean addressed the assembled workers, no longer as a clandestine organizer, but as their acknowledged leader. He spoke not of vengeance, but of justice, of rebuilding, of ensuring such abuses could never happen again. He spoke of fair wages, safe conditions, dignity, and the power of solidarity. His words, born of suffering and struggle, resonated with hope and determination. Clara stood beside him, no longer just an observer, but a participant, a catalyst. She watched Sean speak, saw the respect in the eyes of the men, felt the burgeoning hope in the air, and knew her journey had led her to exactly where she needed to be. The risks had been enormous, the price of truth measured in fear and bruises, but the outcome, this fragile dawn breaking over the iron heart of Esperanza, felt worth everything. As the meeting concluded and the men dispersed to share the news, to prepare for the future, Sean turned back to Clara. The setting sun, breaking through the clouds at last, bathed the rail yard in a warm, golden light, glinting off the steel tracks, illuminating the hope on the faces of the workers. It seems, Sean said softly, a gentle smile touching his lips, that Esperanza might finally live up to its name. He took her hand, his grip warm and firm. Thanks to you, Clara. She smiled back, her heart full. We did it together, Sean. He drew her slightly closer, the sounds of the yard fading once more. The story, he murmured, his gray eyes searching hers. It might be finished for your newspaper, but ours, Clara, I hope ours is just beginning. The future was uncertain. The fight against the railroad's ingrained power was far from over. But standing there, hand in hand with Sean O'Connor, surrounded by the resilient community of Esperanza, Bathed in the light of a hard-won dawn, Clara felt an overwhelming sense of peace, purpose, and a love forged in fire, strong and true as the steel rails stretching towards the horizon. The reckoning bell had rung, and for the first time its sound was not of despair, but of hope. Epilogue. Tracks toward tomorrow. Spring arrived late in Esperanza the following year, but when it came, it painted the harsh landscape with unexpected tenderness. Patches of stubborn prairie grass, greener than Clara remembered, pushed through the dust near the tracks. Wild flowers, small but defiant like the one she had sketched, dotted the rise overlooking the town. The air still carried the scent of coal smoke and iron. The sounds of the rail yard remained the town's heartbeat. The whistles, the clang of hammers, the rumble of engines. But something fundamental had shifted in the atmosphere. The oppressive weight of fear had lifted, replaced by a cautious, hard-won sense of ownership and a quiet dignity. Clara stood on the small porch of the modest house she now shared with Sean O'Connor, watching the sunrise paint the sky in hues of rose and pale gold. It wasn't a grand house, just a simple clapboard structure near the edge of the workers' district, but they had fixed it up together, planting a small vegetable garden out back, replacing broken panes, making it a home. A curl of smoke rose from their chimney, carrying the comforting scent of brewing coffee and frying bacon. Sean was inside, already preparing breakfast before heading to the yards. Her expose in the Eastern Chronicle, bolstered by the undeniable evidence of the ledgers, both Briggs's and the packet Finch had provided, had indeed caused a sensation. Federal marshals had descended on Esperanza, conducting a thorough investigation that corroborated her reporting. President Davies, facing a public relations nightmare and shareholder revolt, had been forced into concessions. Superintendent Mallory, implicated by his own memos, had been dismissed in disgrace, eventually facing federal charges alongside Briggs and Harkness, whose trials were pending back east. The wheels of justice turned slowly, ponderously, but for once they seemed to be turning in the right direction. More importantly, the strike, coupled with the public pressure, had yielded tangible results for the workers. A safety committee, with Sean elected as its head, now had genuine authority to inspect conditions and demand repairs. Wages were increased, the arbitrary docking practices curtailed. A union charter, once a dangerous whisper, was now officially recognized by the P&W, a testament to the strength of many hands and the power of collective bargaining. Esperanza hadn't transformed into a paradise overnight. The work was still hard, the dangers inherent, but the crushing despair, the sense of utter powerlessness, had receded. Men walked taller, spoke more freely, looked their foreman in the eye. Clara hadn't returned east. Her editor, Mr. Abernathy, stunned by the impact of her story, had offered her a permanent position covering the burgeoning labor movements across the West. She wrote dispatches for the Chronicle and other papers, her pen still a weapon against injustice. But her home was here now, in this dusty, imperfect town she had helped reshape, beside the man who had captured her heart amidst the engine smoke and rebellion. The screen door creaked open, and Sean stepped out onto the porch, wiping his hands on a cloth. He looked different than the first time she'd seen him. The weary tension around his eyes had eased, replaced by laugh lines. The bruises had long since faded, leaving only faint scars, reminders of the price they'd paid. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her close, resting his chin on her head. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the dawn break over the rail yards. Smells like progress, Sean murmured, his voice warm against her hair, though his tone held a familiar wryness. Or maybe just bacon. Clara smiled, leaning back against his solid strength. Maybe both? She turned in his arms to face him. The love she saw in his clear gray eyes was steady, deep, a quiet harbor after the storm. Heading out soon? Aye, meeting with the new superintendent first. Seems he actually listens, imagine that. He grinned. Then down to the repair sheds, making sure the new timber supports meet spec. No more shortcuts. He sobered slightly. We owe that much to Thomas, to Riley, to all of them. The ghosts hadn't vanished entirely. The memory of those lost still lingered, fueling the determination to build something better, something worthy of their sacrifice. Clara often visited Maeve and Patrick, whose relief and gratitude remained palpable, though the shadows of fear hadn't completely left their eyes. She saw young children playing in the street with a freedom their parents hadn't known, their futures hopefully brighter, less precarious. Even Mrs. Ling, when Clara occasionally visited the laundry, offered a rare, almost imperceptible nod of approval, a silent acknowledgement of the changes wrought. Sean tilted Clara's chin up, his gaze searching hers. And what about you, Rider Lady? What battles will your pen fight today? Today, she said softly, I think I'll write about hope, about how even in the dust, something strong can grow. She rested her hand over his heart, about how tracks meant to divide people can sometimes lead them toward each other. He smiled, leaning down to kiss her, a kiss filled with the quiet passion and deep understanding that had grown between them. Forged in shared danger, tempered by hardship, and strengthened by mutual respect and unwavering love. It was a promise of shared tomorrows, built on the hard-won ground of today. Later, as Sean walked towards the yards, joining the stream of other workers heading towards the morning shift, Clara watched him go, her heart full. The train whistles blew, signaling the start of the day, but the sound no longer felt oppressive. It felt like a call forward, a reminder of the journey taken and the track still stretching ahead. She went inside, poured herself a cup of coffee, and sat down at the simple wooden table they used as her desk. Picking up her pen, she dipped it in the inkwell. The story of Esperanza's struggle was far from over, but a new chapter had begun. A chapter of resilience, of community, of love found and defended against the odds. A chapter written not just in ink, but in the enduring strength of the human spirit. Dawn was breaking, casting long shadows, but illuminating the path ahead, the tracks toward tomorrow, the end.